participle of Hegel Hagel. Hegel Hagels. Third person singular simple present indicative of Hegel Hagel. Hegel Hageling. Present participle and gerund of Hegel Hagel. Hegelf. Simple past and past participle of Hegel. Hegelde. Synonym of Hegelde Pigoldi. Hegoldi Pigoldies. Plural of Hegoldi Pigoldi. Hegoldi Pigoldi. In utter disorder or confusion, mixed up. Hegolde Pigoldi. Alternative form of Hegoldi Pigoldi. Hedler. An itinerant trader, especially one dealing in dairy produce and poultry. Hedlers. Plural of Higgler. Hegory. The trade or goods of a higgler. Hegels. Third person singular simple present indicative of Hegel. Hedling. Present participle and gerund of Hegel. Heblings. Plural of Hegling. Hedden. A surname transferred from the given name. Hed. A surname originating as a patronymic. Higgs bison. The ancestor of the European bison, Bison bunensis, a species originating from the hybridization of the Aurochs bus primigenius and the steppe bison, Bison priscus. Higgs boson. An elementary particle in the Standard Model, namely a boson with zero spin that gives mass to other particles. Higgs bosons. Plural of Higgs boson. Higgs factories. Plural of Higgs factory. Higgs factory. A particle accelerator designed to produce Higgs bosons at a very high rate. Higgs field. A theoretical scalar field associated with electroweak symmetry breaking, the quantum of which is the Higgs boson. Interaction with this field is hypothesized to give elementary particles their mass. Higgs mechanism. The proposed interaction between elementary particles and the Higgs field that imbues the particles with mass and breaks the electroweak symmetry. Higgs particle. Synonym of Higgs boson. Higgs particles. Plural of Higgs particle. Higgs-like. Imbuing elementary particles with mass through the breaking of electroweak symmetry and the interaction with some field. Higgs. Plural of Higgs. Higgsino. The superpartner of the Higgs boson. Higgsinos. Plural of Higgsino. Higgs. Describing any system in which the Higgs boson-Higgs field/Higgs mechanism is not involved or is presumed not to exist. Higgson. The Higgs boson. Higgson. Plural of Higgson. A surname. High Abbotside. A civil parish served by Hawes and High Abbotside Parish Council in Richmondshire District, North Yorkshire, England. High adventure. Exciting or strenuous outdoor recreational activities such as backpacking, rock climbing, mountaineering, and whitewater kayaking. High altar. The main altar in a church, situated on the main axis at the east of the chancel or choir. High altars. Plural of high altar. High and dry. Left out of water, stranded on a beach or in the stocks for repair or in dry dock. High and low. Everywhere, all over the place. High and Low Bishopseye. A civil parish served by Pateley Bridge Town Council in Harrogate Borough, North Yorkshire, England. High and mighty. Overbearingly arrogant. Ostentatiously self-important or self-aggrandizing. High and tight. Having the characteristics of a crew cut very short or no hair on the sides and trimmed on the top. High angel. Archangel. angels, plural of high angel. High anion gap metabolic acidosis, plural of high anion gap metabolic acidosis. High anion gap metabolic acidosis, a form of metabolic acidosis characterized by a high anion gap. High as a Georgia pine, very much under the influence of drugs, extremely high. High as a kite, very much under the influence of drugs, extremely high. High as giraffe pussy, very high intoxicated by drugs. High bailiff, alternative letter case form of high bailiff. High bailiff, an officer of the county courts responsible for executing warrants and court orders. High bailiffs, plural of high bailiff. High bailiffs, plural of high bailiff. High bar, a horizontal bar. High Barnet, a suburb and ward in the borough of Barnet, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 2496, north of Wood Street. High Bars, plural of High Bar. High Beach, a village in Waltham Abbey Parish, Epping Forest District, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 4098. High Beam, alternative form of high beam. High beams, plural of high beam. High Beach, alternative form of high beach. Essex, England. High Bentham, a small town in Bentham Civil Parish, Craven District, North Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 6669. High bit, the most significant bit in the binary representation of a number, sometimes used to record the sign of the number. High bits, plural of high bit. High Blantyre, a suburb of Blantyre, South Lanarkshire Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NS 6856. High blood, clipping of high blood pressure. High blood pressure, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see high blood pressure. High Bridge, a borough of Hunterdon County, New Jersey, United States. High Brooms, a suburb of Tunbridge Wells in Southborough Parish, Tunbridge Wells Borough, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 5941. High Button Shoe, an ankle boot fastened by a row of buttons in fashion from the late 19th to mid-20th century. High button shoes, plural of high button shoe. High C, the note exactly 2 octaves above middle C. High camp, a sophisticated form of campiness, which may display good talent and skill. High card, a hand which has no pairs and is not a straight or a flush, and is the lowest possible winning hand. High cards, plural of high card. High center, to cause a vehicle to become stranded with all wheels off the ground. High centered, simple past and past participle of high center. High centering, present participle and gerund of high center. High centers, third person singular simple present indicative of high center. High center, to cause a vehicle to become stranded with all wheels off the ground. High scented, simple past and past participle of high center. High centers, third person singular simple present indicative of high center. High centering, present participle and gerund of high center. High chair, alternative form of high chair. High chairs, plural of high chair. High challenge, a tackle that is high up the targeted player's shin/leg. High challenges, plural of high challenge. High church, alternative letter case form of high church. High church, a tradition within the Anglican Church with an elevated view of the priesthood, episcopacy, and sacraments, practicing a formal style of liturgy and emphasizing continuity with Catholicism. High churchism, the form of Christianity practiced by high churchmen. High churchman, a member of the Church of England who prioritizes those aspects of Anglicanism which distinguish it from Calvinism and other Protestant denominations, and which it has in common with Catholicism, especially the authority of the priesthood and the importance of church ritual. High churchman, alternative letter case form of high churchman. High churchmanship, the principles or doctrines of a high churchman, Anglican ritualism, Anglo-Catholicism. High churchman, plural of high churchmen. High churchmen, plural of high churchmen. High cockalorum, synonym of cockalorum game resembling leapfrog. High Cogges, a hamlet in South Lee and High Cogges Parish, West Oxfordshire District, Oxfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 3709. High color, graphics with 2 bytes of storage per pixel, allowing for up to 65,536 different colors. High color, alternative spelling of high color. High colors, plural of high color. High comedies, plural of high comedy. High comedy, a type of comedy characterized by witty dialogue and satire as opposed to lowbrow farce. High comma, an apostrophe. High command, a group of officers in charge of an army under the control of the commander-in-chief. High commas, plural of high comma. High commission, the embassy of a Commonwealth country and another Commonwealth country. High commissioner, any of various high-ranking officials, often diplomats. High commissioners, plural of high commissioner. High commissions, plural of high commission. High concept, an appealing and easily communicable idea for a work such as a book, film, or television program. High concepts, plural of high concept. High context culture, alternative form of high context culture. High context cultures, plural of high context culture. High cotton, the best of times, a time of well-being. High countertenor, synonym of alto, its musical part or section. High countertenors, plural of high countertenor. High country, terrain that is at a relatively high elevation, generally higher than foothills but not above the timberline, consisting of mountainous areas or elevated expanses of plain. High court, a supreme court, a court to which final appeals may be taken. High courts, plural of high court. High crawl, synonym of leopard crawl. High crawls, plural of high crawl. High crime, a major crime or wrongdoing, notably one subject to trial before the highest courts which may impose the gravest punishments. High crimes, plural of high crime. High cross, a large freestanding Celtic cross made of stone and often richly decorated. High crosses, plural of high cross. High Q, being 1 foot taller than the usual height. High culture, the artistic, entertainment, and material artifacts associated with a society's aristocracy or most learned members, usually requiring significant education to be appreciated or highly skilled labor to be produced. High days and holidays. Special occasions. High definition. Enhanced picture quality on a TV or any other display. High definitions. Plural of high definition. High dependency unit. An area for patients who require more intensive observation, treatment, and nursing care than would be usually provided on a general ward, a standard of care between the general ward and full intensive care. High dependency units. Plural of high dependency unit. High do. The eighth note in the solfa system, being an octave above do. High dos. Plural of high do. High drama. An event or atmosphere of strong emotion, typically of anxiety or excitement. High Dutch. Pennsylvania Dutch, particularly the fancy Dutch. High Easter. A village and civil parish in Uttlesford District, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TL 6214. High end. Alternative spelling of high end, the best and generally most expensive of a class. High entropy alloy. Alternative form of high entropy alloy. High entropy alloys. Alternative form of high entropy alloys, plural of high entropy alloy. High explosive. A chemical explosive capable of detonation rather than solely of deflagration. A chemical explosive capable of reacting at a sufficiently fast rate to produce a shock wave which propagates the reaction throughout the explosive mass. A chemical explosive capable of producing an explosion even when unconfined. High explosives. Plural of high explosive. Highfalutin. Alternative form of highfalutin. Highfalutin. Alternative form of highfalutin. Highfalutin. Alternative spelling of highfalutin. Highfalutin. Act of behaving in a highfalutin manner. High fantasies. Plural of high fantasy. High fantasy. A subgenre of fantasy fiction set in a secondary world or fantasy world as opposed to the primary world or real world. High fashion. Haute couture. High fens. A boggy region in eastern Belgium and western Germany. High fidelity. The electronic reproduction of a given sound or image with relatively high accuracy. High five. A gesture of celebration or victory in which two people slap the palms of their hands together at shoulder height or higher. High fives. Simple past and past participle of high five. High fives. Plural of high five. High fiving. Present participle and gerund of high five. High flyer. Alternative form of high flyer. High flyers. Plural of high flyer. High flyer. Alternative form of high flyer. High flyers. Plural of high flyer. High fowlers. A physical position that a patient is placed in, raising the head by 60-90 degrees. High frequencies. Plural of high frequency. High frequency. The frequency area from 3 MHz through 30 MHz, commonly used for radio broadcasting. High frequency gravitational wave. Alternative spelling of high frequency gravitational wave. High frequency gravitational waves. Plural of high frequency gravitational wave. High frontier. Synonym of outer space. High fructose corn syrup. A type of corn syrup that has undergone an enzymatic processing to convert some of its glucose into fructose in order to produce a desired sweetness. High fructose corn syrups, plural of high fructose corn syrup. High functioning, alternative spelling of high functioning. High German, a native or inhabitant of the southern highlands of Germany, a High German speaker. High Germans, alternative spelling of high functioning. High German, a native or inhabitant of the southern highlands of Germany, a High German speaker. High Germans, plural of High German. High Germany, southern Germany, a region of high-lying land of the German people in Central Europe around the Alps. High grinding, a type of grinding of flour in which the upper millstone is initially slightly elevated. High grindings, plural of high grinding. High ground, a position of advantage or superiority in a conflict or competition. High grounds, plural of high ground. High Houghton, a village and civil parish in Ashford District, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 8937. High Howstow, a village and civil parish on the Hoo Peninsula, Medway District, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 7875. High, a village and civil parish in Somerset, England, previously in South Somerset District. OS Grid Ref SD 4231. High Harrington, a village inland from Harrington, Allerdale Borough, Cumbria, England, and in the Harrington ward of Workington. OS Grid Ref NY 0025. High-hat, alternative form of high hat. High hats, plural of high hat. High heel, singular of high heels. High heels, high-heeled shoes. High holidays, Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, collectively. High hopes, the optimistic belief that an aim or goal will be achieved. High horse, an appearance or sense of smug superiority. High horses, plural of high horse. High hundreds, the range of an unspecified number between 100 and 200 that is rather close to 200 than 100, as opposed to low hundreds and mid-hundreds. High-intensity training, a weight training system developed for bodybuilders, focused on performing repetitions to the point of momentary muscular failure. High-intensity trainings, plural of high-intensity training. High Island, an unincorporated community in Bolivar Peninsula census-designated place, Galveston County, Texas, United States. High Island, an island of volcanic origin. High Islands, plural of High Island. High Jinks, an old Scottish parlor game in which people were chosen, usually by throwing dice, to perform some humorous act or drink a large amount of an alcoholic beverage with a forfeit if they were unable to do so. High John Root, synonym of John the Conqueror root. High John Roots, plural of High John Root. High Juice, synonym of squash, a soft drink made from a fruit-based concentrate diluted with water. High Juices, plural of high juice. High Jump, an athletics event where a competitor must jump over a bar placed gradually higher and higher. High Jumper, an athlete who competes in the high jump. High Jumpers, plural of high jumper. High Kilburn, an area of the village of Kilburn, Kilburn High and Low Parish, North Yorkshire, England, situated on a hillside. OS Grid Ref SC 5179. High King, a chief king or ruler, a great superior or supreme king, a king of kings. High Kings, plural of high king. High kingship, the state of being a high king. High kingships, plural of high kingship. High leg, a village and civil parish in Cheshire East District, Cheshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 7084. High-level language. Misspelling of high-level language. High-level languages. Misspelling of high-level languages. High license. Alternative form of high license. High licenses. Plural of high license. High license. A means of regulating sales of alcoholic drinks by charging retailers a comparatively large sum for the privilege of selling them. High licenses. Plural of high license. High life. An extravagant lifestyle. High line. An elevated linear park built on a disused length of railway line in New York. High line. The target area above the opponent's midriff. High lines. Plural of high line. High Littleton. A village and civil parish in Bath and Northeast Somerset District, Somerset, England. OS Grid Ref SD 6458. High Lonesome Sound. An expressively emotional, powerful and earthy style of musical expression associated mainly with bluegrass, old-time and country music, characterized by unmetered music and use of gapped scales in singing. High Marnham. A hamlet in Marnham Parish, Bassetlaw District, Nottinghamshire, England, formerly the site of a coal-fired power station. OS Grid Ref SK 8070. High Mass. A Roman Catholic or Anglo-Catholic Mass celebrated in full ceremonial form, in which the celebrant is generally assisted by a deacon and, in the Tridentine form, a subdeacon, and accompanied by acolytes, a thurifer, and a choir. High Mass. Alternative letter case form of High Mass. High Masses. Plural of High Mass. High Masses. Plural of High Mass. High Memory Area. The first 64 kilobytes of the area of memory beyond 1 MB in NPC-compatible machine. High Middle Ages. The period of European history between the early Middle Ages and the late Middle Ages that saw great social and political change, c. 1000 to 1300 c. High Milling. A process of making flour from grain by several successive grindings and intermediate sorting, instead of by a single grinding. High Modernism. A form of modernity prevalent during the 1950s and 1960s, characterized by an unfaltering confidence in science and technology as means to reorder the social and natural world. High Modernity. Synonym of High Modernism. High Muckamuck. A person in a position of power, authority, or status. High Muckamucks. Plural of High Muckamuck. High Muckety Muck. Synonym of High Muckamuck. High Muckety Mucks. Plural of High Muckety Muck. High Nelly. Alternative form of High Nelly. High Nellies. Plural of High Nelly. High Nellies. Plural of High Nelly. High Nelly. Alternative form of High Nelly. High Nelly. An old-fashioned utility bicycle, especially one with a step-through frame and high handlebars providing an erect riding posture, a roadster. High noon. Exactly noon, midday when the sun is at its highest. High noons. Plural of high noon. High north. The Arctic region, especially those parts closest to Europe. High note. The highest and usually climactic note of a song or composition, especially one that is difficult to reach. High notes. Plural of high note. High occupancy vehicle. Alternative spelling of high occupancy vehicle. High occupancy vehicles. Plural of high occupancy vehicle. High off the high. Alternative form of high on the hard. High old time. Alternative form of high time. High on life. Extremely happy with life, especially as the result of terminating an addiction. High on one's own supply. Of a drug dealer using the drugs which one sells, especially to excess. High on the high. Well off, living comfortably or extravagantly due to great wealth or financial security. High on the totem pole, accorded relatively high importance. High on a village and civil parish of Epping Forest, District, Essex, England OS Grid Ref TL 5603. High Archer, a neighborhood and old industrial area in the city of Gloucester, Gloucestershire, England OS Grid Ref SO 8218. High order bits, the most significant bit. High order bits, plural of hay order bit. High pet, robbing on a highway. High pads, plural of high, the most significant bit. High order bits, plural of hay order bit. High pet, robbing on a highway. High pads, plural of high pad. High Park, a suburb of Southport, Sefton Borough, Merseyside, England OS Grid Ref SD 3617. High Peak, a borough of Derbyshire, England. High Pillow, the boss, the man in charge. High Pillows, plural of high pillow. High Place, a place of worship. High Places, plural of high place. High Plains, a region of southeastern Australia in and adjacent to the Australian Alps. High Point, a number of places in the United States. High point, a climax, the best time in a given period. High points, plural of high point. High politics, politics concerned with the survival of the state. High priest, a clergyman with a higher function than a normal priest. High priestess, a female clergyman with a higher function than a normal priestess. High priestesses, plural of high priestess. High priests, plural of high priests. High probability trade. In investment banking, any deal or transaction with a high degree of likelihood of success. High probability trades, plural of high probability trade. High profile, a conspicuous position intentionally attracting attention. High profiles, plural of high profile. High Prussian, the East Central German dialect formerly spoken in much of East Prussia. High relief, a form of classical sculpture in which forms extend from the background by at least half of their depth. High reliefs. Plural of high relief. High Renaissance, the period marked by the apogee of the visual arts in the Italian Renaissance, traditionally regarded as taking place from the 1490s until 1527. High rise, alternative spelling of high rise. High road, a course of action which is dignified, honorable, or respectable. High roads, plural of high road. High roller, a gambler who wagers large amounts of money, usually in a casino. High rollers, plural of high roller. High scaler, any of the dam construction workers who abseil the canyon walls to prepare the surface for the concrete pour. High scalers, plural of high scaler. High school, an institution which provides all or part of secondary education. High schooler, alternative spelling of high schooler. High schoolers, plural of high schooler. High schools, Plural of high school. High score. A score that is the highest or among the highest for a particular game, often recorded in a high score table. High score table. Alternative. Plural of high score table. High scores. Plural of high score. High sea. The sea when it is very rough due to strong winds and storms, such that the sea encroaches much further inland than is normal, often causing damage. High seas. Regions of the ocean that are far from shore, especially those regions that do not belong to any country. High season. In a tourist industry, the period of highest demand. In a sun and sand resort, this means the hottest months, whereas in a ski resort, this means the coldest months. High seasons. Plural of high season. High shelf. A filter that gradually increases or decreases frequencies above a certain point in the frequency spectrum. High shelves. Plural of high shelf. High sheriff. A ceremonial officer associated with a county of England, Wales, or Northern Ireland. High sheriffs. Plural of high sheriff. High side. A type of motorcycle crash where the motorcycle tire loses, then rapidly regains traction, thus throwing the rider violently up, over, and off the motorcycle as the motorcycle spins off on its own trajectory. High sides. Plural of high side. High Sierra. The Sierra Nevada range. High sign. A covert gesture serving as a signal. High signs. Plural of high sign. High societies. Plural of high society. High society. The socially interacting wealthy fashionable elite of a society, especially in Western societies. High speed. Alternative form of high speed. High speed steel. A kind of tool steel invented in the early 20th century, which retains its hardness and temper at high temperatures at which previous kinds of tool steel would soften, thus allowing cutters made from it to be employed at higher cutting speeds than were previously practical. High-speed steels. Plural of high-speed steel. High speed. Low drag. Highly efficient. High speeds. Plural of high speed. High spirits. Joyous elation, joyfulness, joyousness. High steel. Steel containing a high percentage of carbon. High steels. Plural of high steel. High strangeness. A quality of being peculiar, this is utterly absurd. High street. Alternative letter case form of high street. High street. The main street of any town. High streets. Plural of high streets. High striker. An attraction at fairs and carnivals which is operated by striking a puck attached to a tower with a mallet, with punters attempting to ring the bell suspended at the top. High strikers. Plural of high striker. High strikes. Alternative form of high strikes. High summer. The hottest part of the summer. High summers. Plural of high summer. High surrogate. A code point in the range U plus D 800 through U plus D BFF. The high surrogates and high private use surrogates blocks used in UTF-16 to encode the high 10 bits of the 20-bit offset above U plus FFFF of the code point belonging to a supplementary character. High surrogates. Plural of high surrogate. High table. A dining table for the use of fellows and their guests at certain traditional and prestigious academic institutions. High tables, plural of high table. High tackle, a dangerous form of tackling in which a player tackles above the shoulders. High tackles, plural of high tackle. High taper, common malign. High tapers, plural of high taper. High tea, a late afternoon or early evening meal, typically consisting of a cooked dish with bread and butter and tea. High teas, plural of high tea. High tech, high technology, the most advanced technology available. High technologies, plural of high technology. High technology, any highly technical or specialized technological application or equipment, especially one that involves complex electronics or computing. High 10, a gesture of celebration or victory in which two people slap the palms of both of their hands together at shoulder height or higher. High 10, simple past and past participle of high 10. High tenning, present participle of high 10. High tens, plural of high 10. High tension, alternative spelling of high tension. High tide, the natural tide at its highest level for a particular tidal cycle at a certain place. High tider, a native of the rural eastern coast region of the U.S. state of North Carolina, where a distinctive dialect is spoken. High tiders, plural of high tider. High tides, plural of high tide. High time, a point in time at which something is considered to be utterly due or even overdue to occur, well past time. High times, plural of high time. High tobies, plural of high toby. High toby, the high road. High top, alternative form of high top. High tops, plural of high top. High Tories, plural of high Tory. High Tory, a supporter of a very traditionalist form of conservatism in line with the Toryism that originated in the 17th century, favoring a hierarchical society over utopian equality. High Toryism, the political views of the High Tories, very traditional conservatism. High touch, dealing with or interacting with a human being as opposed to transacting with computers or through high tech. High touches, plural of high touch. High town, a suburb of Luton, Bedfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL0921. High treason, criminal disloyalty to one's country or a sovereign. High tunnel, synonym of hoop house. High tunnels, plural of high tunnel. High undern, synonym of noon. Hayat, alternative form of hayap. High vacuum, a vacuum having a pressure less than about 100 millipascals. High vacuums, plural of high vacuum. High Valyrian, a constructed language developed for use in the television series Game of Thrones. High voltage, voltage that is higher than the standard or usual voltage, especially when considered to be dangerous. High voltages, plural of high voltage. High water, the highest stage of a river. High waters, high tides. High West, a peak in Central and Western District, Hong Kong. High Westwood, a hamlet in County Durham, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 1155. High wire, alternative form of high wire. High wires, plural of high wire. High vacuum, a large town in Buckinghamshire, England, previously in Wycombe District OS Grid Ref SB 8693. High yaller, a light-skinned black person. High yallers, plural of high yaller. High yellow, a black person with light skin with yellow undertones. High yellows, plural of high yellow. High yovel, a dogfighting maneuver used by a rapidly closing attacker to avoid an overshoot during a turn, involving pulling up into a climb to exchange airspeed for altitude and allow the attacker to make a slower, tighter turn and drop back down behind the defender. High yodos, plural of high yodo. High accuracy, of two measurements very close to their true value. High-backed, of a chair having a long back that reaches up to or beyond the head of a seated person. High beam, the setting of an automobile's headlights adjusted to brighten a longer distance in front of the car than when on the normal low beam setting. High beams, plural of high beam. High binder, alternative form of high binder. High binders, plural of high binder. High blown, elevated, normally said of pride or conceit. High boiling, having a high boiling point. Highborn, alternative spelling of highborn. High budget, achieved with a relatively large financial outlay. High calorie, high in calories, having lots of calories. High card, of or related to a high suit card. High center, to cause a vehicle to become stranded with all wheels off the ground. High centered, simple past and past participle of high center. High centering, present participle and gerund of high center. High centers, third person singular simple present indicative of high center. High center, to cause a vehicle to become stranded with all wheels off the ground. High scented, simple past and past participle of high center. High centers, third person singular simple present indicative of high center. High centering, present participle and gerund of high center. High cheekboner, synonym of box checker, someone who is counted in an organization as representing a minority ethnic group, but who is so assimilated into the dominant culture that their ethnic status becomes meaningless. High cheekbooners, plural of high cheekbooner. High church, alternative spelling of high church. High class, upper class. High concept, of a work such as a book, film, or television program based on an appealing and easily communicable idea. Also of or relating to such a work. High context culture, a culture in which communication relies heavily on context, leaving many things implied rather than explicitly put into words. High context cultures, plural of high context culture. High costs, high in price, expensive, unaffordable. High daddies, plural of high daddy. High daddy, synonym of highboy type of furniture. High def, abbreviation of high definition. High definition, alternative form of high definition. High definition television, any or all of several formats of television system having a higher resolution than traditional ones. High definition televisions, plural of high definition television. High density, that has a higher than normal density. High density lipoprotein, Any of a class of lipoproteins that transport cholesterol to the liver from other tissue. High levels may decrease the risk of coronary heart disease. High-density lipoproteins, plural of high-density lipoprotein. High Dutch, alternative form of High Dutch. High-end, most sophisticated or expensive. High-ness, the quality of being high-end. High energy, having an energy greater than 100,000 electron volts. High entropy alloy, a type of metallic alloy containing not one dominant element, but multiple major elements with a single crystalline structure and existing in a single phase. High entropy alloys, plural of high entropy alloy. Highfalutin, alternative form of highfalutin. Highfalutin, alternative form of highfalutin. Highfalutin, alternative spelling of highfalutin. High that, having a high number of calories from fat or a great amount of fats. High fed, well fed, fed to excess. High consisting of a high amount of dietary fiber. High finished, finished with great care, polished. High fin dragonet, Syncyropus ramius, a species of dragonet fish. High fin dragonets, plural of high fin dragonet. High thigh, alternative form of high five. High thighed, simple past and past participle of high five. High thighs, plural of high five. High fiving, present participle and gerund of high five. High flyer, alternative form of high flyer. High flyers, plural of high flyer. High flown, pretentiously eloquent. Highly figurative. High flyer, alternative form of high flyer. High flyers, plural of high flyer. High flying, characteristic of a high flyer, extravagant in conduct or opinion. High frequency, very frequent. High frequency gravitational wave, gravitational radiation in the megahertz to gigahertz region, which is proposed to have been produced by the Big Bang or by the collision of massive astronomical objects or artificially in the laboratory. Gravitational waves having frequencies higher than 100 kHz. High frequency gravitational waves, plural of high frequency gravitational wave. High frequency trading, synonym of program trading. High fructose corn syrup, alternative form of high fructose corn syrup. High fructose corn syrups, plural of high fructose corn syrup. High fructose maize syrup, high fructose corn syrup. High fructose maize syrups, plural of high fructose maize syrup. High functioning, functioning or operating at a high level. High functioning autism, any form of autism associated with greater communication skills and an IQ. High gloss, of paint or varnish consisting of a durable and shiny surface when dried. High yo, a celebration, a party. High gray, of high quality, particularly good. High grown, that has grown high, in size or value quickly. High-handed, using power or authority without proper consideration for the feelings or rights of others. High-handedly, in a high-handed manner. High-handedness, the state or quality of being high-handed. High-hanging fruit, Fruit that, because of its height from the ground, is more difficult to harvest. Ayat, disdainful, haughty. Ayats, plural of high-hat. High-hatted, simple past and past participle of high-hat. High-hatting, present participle and gerund of high-hat. High-hearted, full of courage or nobleness, heroic. High-heartedly, nobly or courageously. High-heartedness, courage or nobility. High eel, having high heels. High yield, having tall heels. High heeling, present participle and gerund of high heel. High eels, high eel, having high heels. High yield, having tall heels. High heeling, present participle and gerund of high heel. High eels, third person singular simple present indicative of high heel. High holder, a kind of small woodpecker, the flicker. High holders, plural of high holder. High hole, alternative form of high holder. High holes, plural of high hole. High impact, that places a great deal of harmful stresses on the body. High income, earning much money or a high amount of money, or designed for people who earn much money. High intensity interval training, a fitness training regimen which generally involves short periods of vigorous exercise followed by short breaks. High intensity interval trainings, plural of high intensity interval training. High of a person, highly gifted and intelligent. High Jimmy Knacker, a playground game in which one team forms a kind of chain with each player's arms around the next player's legs and members of the other team attempt to leapfrog as far along the chain as possible. High jump, alternative spelling of high jump. High jumper, alternative spelling of high jumper. High jumpers, plural of high jumper. High key, characterized by light tones and absence of shadow. High kilted, indecorous, slightly lewd. High king, alternative form of high king. High games, plural of high king. High level, taking place or existing at a high level. Altitude or elevation. High-level language, a programming language requiring a compiler to translate it into a form that a particular machine understands, focusing on user-friendly code development by automating core tasks such as accessing memory. High-level languages, plural of high-level language. High-lift device, a mechanical device or control surface which, when deployed or activated, increases the lift generated by an aircraft, allowing it to fly at lower airspeeds. High-lift devices, plural of high-lift device. I/O, describing a game in which the high hand and the low hand win. High-low split, the rule present in the game Omaha High-Low Split of dividing the pot in half between the player with the highest and lowest ranking. High-lows, plural of high-low. High-lying, higher than nearby areas. High maintenance, requiring a high degree of maintenance to ensure proper functioning and without which it is likely to break down. High marking, an activity specific to snowmobiling, where a snowmobile attempts to ride as far as possible up a steep slope, then turn and come down without rolling or stalling on the hill. High masking, engaging in a high level of masking, prone to concealing or subduing one's autistic traits. High melting, having a high melting point. High-minded, given to idealism. High-mindedly, in a high-minded manner. High-mindedness, the characteristic of being high-minded. High muckamuck, alternative form of high muckamuck. High muckamucks, plural of high muckamuck. High-necked, closed up to the neck. High garment. High alleys, plural of high nelly. High nelly, alternative form of high nelly. High nose, snobbish, supercilious. High occupancy vehicle. A vehicle with a large number of individuals. High occupancy vehicle lane. A restricted traffic lane reserved for the exclusive use of vehicles with a driver and at least one passenger, including carpools, vanpools, and transit buses. High occupancy vehicle lanes, plural of high occupancy vehicle lane. High occupancy vehicles, plural of high occupancy vehicle. High octane, having a high octane number good anti-knock characteristics, used in high-performance vehicles. High pay, of a worker earning a lot of money through good pay, more than the average salary. High pass, alternative spelling of high pass. High passes, plural of high pass. High paying, that pays at a high or sufficient rate. Well paid. High performance, having the quality of performing exceptionally well. High performance liquid chromatography. High pressure liquid chromatography. High pitch, high pitched. High pitched, of a sound having a high pitch. High posts, stylish, sophisticated. High power, synonym of high-powered. High-powered, possessing great physical or political power. High precision, of two measurements that are very close to the target value and has little variation between them. High pressure, operating at relatively high pressure, such as several times atmospheric pressure. High pressure liquid chromatography, a form of chromatography in which the liquid mobile phase is forced through a column of solid stationary phase under high pressure. High pressure, simple past and past participle of high pressure. High pressures, third person singular simple present indicative of high pressure. High pressuring, present participle of high pressure. High price, expensive. High priestly, of or befitting a high priest. High profile, important or well publicized. High proof, containing a high percentage of alcohol. High quality, of very good quality, superior. High ranking, as an important elevated or exalted level in a hierarchy or organization, high level. High rent, high quality, expensive. High res, clipping of high resolution. High resolution, having a high resolution, for example, having a large number of pixels per unit area. High rise, a tall building, one consisting of many stories. High rise syndrome, the injuries found in cats that have fallen from higher than 2 stories, typically from a window ledge. High riser, a bed comprising a top frame and mattress and another that can be collapsed and stashed beneath the first. High risers, plural of high riser. High rises, plural of high rise. High risk, having a great risk. High risk, high reward, involving significant potential for loss, but also offering the possibility of substantial gains or benefits if successful. High roller, alternative form of high roller. High rollers, plural of high roller. High score table, a list of high scores presented in tabular format. High score tables, plural of high score table. High seeded, of a team ranked or rated high in a given locale or region. High side, to show off, to strut. High sided, simple past and past participle of high side. High sides, third person singular simple present indicative of high side. High siding, present participle and gerund of high side. High sided, hadi for agent. High sounding, having an elevated or moralistic tone, pompous. High spec, abbreviation of high specification. High speed, that operates moves or takes place at a greater than normal speed. High-speed rail, a type of rail transport that operates significantly faster than traditional rail traffic using an integrated system of specialized rolling stock and dedicated tracks. High-speed steel, alternative form of high-speed steel. High-speed steels, plural of high-speed steel. High-spirited, possessing a bold nature. High-spiritedness, the state of being high-spirited. High stakes, involving large costs or rewards. High status, of a ranking that is high or superior in a social or professional hierarchy. High step, to raise the knees so as to approach or step over. High stepped, simple past and past participle of high step. High stepper, a horse that lifts its hooves high when walking, trotting, etc. High steppers, plural of high stepper. High stepping, present participle and gerund of high step. High steps, third person singular simple present indicative of high step. High stick, to perform high sticking. High sticked, simple past and past participle of high stick. High sticking, a penalized action in the sport of ice hockey where a player knowingly or inadvertently raises the hand grip part of his stick above shoulder level. High sticks, third person singular simple present indicative of high stick. High stomach, having a lofty spirit, haughty. High strung, nervous, anxious, excited or excitable. High support, requiring a high level of assistance to meet one's personal care needs. IT, high levels of testosterone in a body. Hightail, alternative spelling of hightail. Hightail, alternative spelling of hightail it. Hightailed, simple past and past participle of hightail. Hightailed it, simple past and past participle of hightail it. Hightailing it, present participle and gerund of hightail it. Hightails it, third person singular simple present indicative of hightail it. High taper, alternative form of hag taper. High tech, alternative spelling of high tech. High tech savvy, synonym of tech savvy. High techness, the quality or state of being high tech. High temperature superconductivity. Superconductivity at a relatively high temperature, often warm enough that liquid nitrogen, rather than the much more expensive liquid helium, can be used. High temperature superconductor, something that exhibits high temperature superconductivity. High temperature superconductors, plural of high temperature superconductor. High tempo, fast, quick. High tension, having a relatively high voltage. IDES, applied to premium gasoline. High test peroxide, an aqueous solution of hydrogen peroxide containing at least 85% hydrogen peroxide, often also containing a stabilizer to prevent decomposition. High test peroxides, plural of high test peroxide. High ticket, synonym of big ticket. High time, having been in use for a relatively long time or a large number of operating cycles, nearing retirement or replacement age. High tone, having a pretentious, high-class attitude. High top, a kind of sports shoe that extends significantly over the wearer's ankle. High tops, plural of high top. High touch, that is subject to a high volume of direct contact by human hands. High up, high, elevated or tall. High value, of significant value, worth, or importance. High value target, a person or resource which an enemy commander can least afford to lose. High vis, alternative form of high vis. High visibility, made of a reflective or fluorescent material that can be easily seen. High voltage, alternative form of high voltage. High voltage transmission line, overhead transmission line from the power station to a transmission substation. High voltage transmission lines, plural of high voltage transmission line. High water, being or resembling high waters, long pants with a noticeable gap between the hem and the top of the wearer's foot, hence short. High water mark, a mark such as a line of seaweed, showing the highest level reached by a body of water. High water marks, plural of high water mark. High wheeler, an early car body style in the United States, derived from horse-drawn wagons and typified by large diameter slender wheels, frequently with solid rubber tires, to provide ample ground clearance on bumpy roads. High wheelers, plural of high wheeler. High wire, alternative form of high wire. High wire walker, alternative form of high wire walker. High wire walkers, plural of high wire walker. High wire walker, alternative form of high wire walker. High wire walkers, plural of high wire walker. High wires, plural of high wire. High wrought, made or constructed with exquisite skill. High/low, alternative spelling of high-low. High. Any of 6 villages in England. Higham Furrers, a market town and civil parish with a town council in Northamptonshire, England, previously in East Northamptonshire District OS Grid Ref SB 9668. Highams, plural of Higham. Highams Park, a suburb in the borough of Waltham Forest, Greater London, England OS Grid Ref TQ 3892. Hyatt, having a high arch. Hada, part of a boot binding that extends from the back of the foot to cover the lower leg. Hide that, having a high back. Hidebacks, plural of high back. Highball, a cocktail made from a spirit plus soda water, etc. Highball glass, a tall glass tumbler used for highballs, usually holding 240-350 ml. Highball glasses. Plural of highball glass. Highballed. Simple past and past participle of highball. Highballer. Synonym of highball glass, a tall glass tumbler used for serving highballs. Highballers. Plural of highballer. Highballing. Present participle and gerund of highball. Highballs. Plural of highball. Hybelia. Lobelia spicata, the pale spiked lobelia. Ivy. A high-level character in an MMORPG. Hybies. Plural of hybe. Highbinder. A ruffian, especially one of a gang. Highbinders. Plural of highbinder. High bishop. Archbishop. High bishops. Plural of high bishop. Highborn. Of high social standing as a result of having been born a member of an upper-level social class. Highboy. A tall chest of drawers that is raised up on high legs. Highboys. Plural of highboy. Hybrid. Showing good breeding and refined manners. Hybrid. A place in England. Highbrow. Intellectually stimulating, highly cultured, sophisticated. Highbrowed. Highbrow, intellectual and culture. Highbrowism. Highbrow attitudes and policies generally. Highbrowisms. Plural of highbrowism. Highbrowness. The state or condition of being highbrow. Highbrows. Plural of highbrow. Highbury. A suburb of London, borough of Islington, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 3185. Highbush. Being or coming from. A bush of high stature used in names of certain fruits, such as highbush blueberry and highbush cranberry. Highbush blueberries. Plural of highbush blueberry. Highbush blueberry. The common species of blueberry. Vaccinium corymbosum, grown for its fruit. Highbush cranberries. Plural of highbush cranberry. Highbush cranberry. A shrub in the genus Viburnum having acidic red cranberry-like berries, belonging to the North American species Viburnum trilobum, or to the related species Viburnum opulus european or Viburnum edgel North American. High chair. An elevated chair, often including a built-in tray, used for feeding babies and toddlers. High chairs. Plural of high chair. Highcore. A village and civil parish in Basingstoke and Dean Borough, Hampshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 4360. Highcliffe. A suburban area in Highcliffe and Walkford Parish, Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole District, Dorset, England. Previously in Christchurch Borough. OS Grid Ref SC 2094. Synonym, Highcliffe-on-Sea. Highcliffe and Walkford. A civil parish in Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole District, Dorset, England, created in 2019. Highcliffe-on-Sea. Synonym of Highcliffe, Dorset, England. High cut. Of clothing, having a high cut. High day. A feast day, holiday, or festival, a time of pleasure. High days. Plural of high day. Odd. Simple past and past participle of high. Iam. To make high, heighten. Ions. Third person singular simple present indicative of highen. Higher. Comparative form of high, more high. Higher and mightier. Comparative form of high and mighty, more high and mighty. Higher arithmetic. Number theory, the branch of pure mathematics concerned primarily with integers and integer-valued functions. Hierarchy, a non-human life form believed to have power over human life, such as the Christian God. Higher beings, plural of higher being. Higher Brockhampton, a hamlet in Stinsford Parish, Dorset, England. OS Grid Ref SY 7292. Higher Buxton, a suburb of Buxton, High Peak Borough, Derbyshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 0673. Higher Consciousness, a supposed mode of cognition beyond human self-awareness. Higher consciousnesses, plural of higher consciousness. Higher criticism, synonym of historical criticism, study of received texts, especially the Bible, as historical sources. Higher education, education at a university level or beyond. Higher functioning, comparative form of high functioning, more high functioning. Higher grade, comparative form of high grade, more high grade. Higher Heysham, a suburb of Heysham, Lancaster District, Lancashire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 4160. Higher Hurst, a suburb of Hurst, Metropolitan Borough of Tameside, Greater Manchester, England. OS Grid Ref SD 9500. Higher Institution, an institute of higher education. Higher institutions, plural of higher institution. Higher intermediate fare, an airfare that is higher at a midpoint than the destination or next fare break point. Higher intermediate fares, plural of higher intermediate fare. Higher intermediate point, a place on an itinerary to which there is a higher fare than the destination or next fare break point. Higher intermediate points, plural of higher intermediate point. Higher learning, higher education. Higher off the har, comparative form of hay off the hag, more hay off the ha. Higher on the har, comparative form of hay on the hag, more hay on the har. Higher power, God or a god, a deity, a supernatural force capable of affecting outcomes in the material world. Higher powers, plural of higher power. Higher speed, comparative form of high speed, more high speed. Higher than a kite, very much under the influence of drugs. Higher thought, synonym of new thought. Higher budget, comparative form of high budget, more high budget. Higher costs, comparative form of high cost, more high costs. Higher fats, comparative form of high fat, more high fats. Higher fiber, comparative form of high fiber, more high fiber. Higher functioning, comparative form of high functioning, more high functioning. Higher gloss, comparative form of high gloss, more high gloss. Higher grown, comparative form of high grown, more high grown. Higher growth, comparative form of high growth, more high growth. Higher income, comparative form of high income, more high income. Higher IQ, comparative form of high IQ, more high IQ. Higher level, comparative form of high level, more high level. Higher octane, comparative form of high octane, more high octane. Higher order, involving more sophisticated thinking or reasoning. Higher order function, a function that takes one or more functions as an input and returns a function as a result. Higher order functions, plural of higher order function. Higher pay, comparative form of high paid, more high paid. Higher paying, comparative form of high paying, more high paying. Higher performance, comparative form of high performance, more high performance. Higher pitched, comparative form of high pitched, more high pitched. Higher powered, comparative form of high powered, more high powered. Higher proof, comparative form of high proof, more high proof. Higher quality, comparative form of high quality, more high quality. Higher ranking, comparative form of high ranking, more high ranking. Higher resolution, comparative form of high resolution, more high resolution. High risk, comparative form of high risk, more high risk. Higher seated, comparative form of high seated, more high seated. Higher speed, comparative form of high speed, more high speed. Higher speed rail, a type of railway system based on existing infrastructure upgraded to allow passenger train speeds typically between 80 and 120 miles per hour. Higher time, comparative form of high time, more high time. Higher up, somebody with greater authority, seniority, rank, status, or position, one who outranks. Higher ups, plural of higher up. Higher value, comparative form of high value, more high value. Hierarchies, plural of hierarchy. Hierarchy, eggcorn of hierarchy. Hired, simple past and past participle of hire. Hiring, rising higher, ascending. Highermost, uppermost, in the highest position. Highness, the state or quality of being higher. Hires, plural of hire. Higher Town, a hamlet in Advent Parish, near Bodmin Moor, Cornwall, England. West Grid Ref SX 1281. Higher up, alternative form of higher up. Higher ups, plural of higher up. Highest, superlative form of high, most high. Highest and mightiest, superlative form of high and mighty, most high and mighty. Highest common factor, alternative form of greatest common divisor. Highest common factors, plural of highest common factor. Highest functioning, superlative form of high functioning, most high functioning. Highest grade, superlative form of high grade, most high grade. Highest off the hog, superlative form of hay off the hog, most hay off the hog. Highest on the hog, superlative form of hay on the hog, most hay on the hog. Highest speed, superlative form of high speed, most high speed. Highest budget, superlative form of high budget, most high budget. Highest costs, superlative form of high cost, most high costs. Highest fat, superlative form of high fat, most high fat. Highest fiber, superlative form of high fiber, most high fiber. Highest functioning, superlative form of high functioning, most high functioning. Highest gloss, superlative form of high gloss, most high gloss. Highest grossing, that has the highest gross earnings. Highest grown, superlative form of high grown, most high grown. Highest growth, superlative form of high growth, most high growth. Highest income, superlative form of high income, most high income. Highest IQ. Superlative form of IQ, most IQ. Highest level. Superlative form of high level, most high level. Highest octane. Superlative form of high octane, most high octane. Highest paid. Superlative form of high paid, most high paid. Highest paying. Superlative form of high paying, most high paying. Highest performance. Superlative form of high performance, most high performance. Highest pitched. Superlative form of high pitched, most high pitched. Highest powered. Superlative form of high powered, most high powered. Highest proof. Superlative form of high proof, most high proof. Highest quality. Superlative form of high quality, most high quality. Highest ranking. Superlative form of high ranking, most high ranking. Highest rated. That has the highest ratings. Highest resolution. Superlative form of high resolution, most high resolution. Highest risk. Superlative form of high risk, most high risk. Highest seated. Superlative form of high seated, most high seated. Highest speed. Superlative form of high speed, most high speed. Highest time. Superlative form of high time, most high time. Highest value. Superlative form of high value, most high value. A surname. Highfalutin. Alternative form of highfalutin. Highfalutin. Self-important, pompous, arrogant, or egotistical. Highfalutin. Alternative form of highfalutin. Highfalutination. A pompous or elevated form of language or speech. Highfalutin. Alternative spelling of highfalutin. Highfalutinism. Highfalutin language or behavior. Highfather. A respected, high-ranking male elder or leader, a patriarch, a forefather, a grandfather. Highfathers. Plural of highfather. High-heeled. A surname. High heels. Plural of Highfield. Highfields Caldecote. A newer settlement just north of the village of Caldecote, Caldecote Parish, South Cambridgeshire District, Cambridgeshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 3558. Highfill. A surname. Highfills. Plural of Highfill. Highlyer. A person who or a type of aircraft that flies at high elevations. Highflyers. Plural of highflyer. Highlyer. Alternative form of highflyer. Highflyers. Plural of highflyer. High-flying. Alternative form of high-flying. Highgate. A place name. Highgate resin. Copaline. Highgates. Plural of Highgate. Highgrove. A census-designated place in Riverside County, California, United States. High-handed. Alternative spelling of high-handed. High-handedly. In a high-handed manner. High-handedness. Alternative form of high-handedness. High-hearted. Alternative form of high-hearted. High-heartedly. Alternative form of high-heartedly. High-heartedness. Alternative form of high-heartedness. High. Present participle and gerund of high. Aish. somewhat high. Hijack. Alternative spelling of hijack. Hijacked. Simple past and past participle of hijack. Hijacker. Alternative spelling of hijacker. Hijackers. Plural of hijacker. Hijacking. Present participle and gerund of hijack. Hijackings. Plural of hijacking. Hijacks. Plural of hijack. Hijinks. Alternative spelling of hijinks. Hikey. Alternative form of high key. Hiking. Alternative spelling of high king. Hikings. Plural of hiking. Highland. Of or related to Highland or the Highlands. Highland cattle. A breed of beef cattle originating in the Scotland with long horns and a long shaggy coat. Highland County. One of 88 counties in Ohio, United States. County seat. Hillsborough. Highland cow. Synonym of Highland cattle. Highland dance. A type of Scottish set-step routine dancing. Highland dances. Plural of Highland dance. Highland dancing. A style of dancing, often competitive, based on the traditional dances of the Scottish Highlands. Highland fling. A solo dance of the Scottish Highlands. Highland flings. Plural of Highland fling. Highland Gaelic. The Scottish Gaelic language, as distinguished from the now defunct dialects of Lowland Gaelic. Highland Games. Festivals held throughout the year and in many countries of the world, involving competitive events, whose purpose is to celebrate the culture and heritage of Scotland and especially the Scottish Highlands. Highland Papua. A province of Indonesia on the island of New Guinea. Highland Park. A neighborhood of Birmingham, Alabama, United States. Highland Peak. A mountain in the Sierra Nevada in Alpine County, California. Highland Papaluca. A variety of Papaluca spoken in the municipalities of Sotapan, Tatahuicapan, Huipanda, Acampa, and Benito Juarez in the state of Veracruz, Mexico. Highland Range. A mountain range in Clark County, Nevada. Highland Tinamou. A Tinamou, Nothocircus bonaparte. Highland Tinamous. Plural of Highland Tinamou. Highland Wildcat. The Scottish Wildcat. Highland Wildcats. Plural of Highland Wildcats. Highlander. A person from the Highlands. Highlanders. Plural of Highlander. Highlandish. Of the Scottish Highlands. Highlandism. The culture and practices of the Scottish Highlands. Highlandman. A male Highlander. Highlandman. Plural of Highlandmen. Highlandery. Highlanders collectively. Highlands. The mountainous northern area of Scotland. Highlands and Islands. The Highlands. Highlands County. One of 67 counties in Florida, United States. County seat, Sebring. Highlands East. A township municipality in Haliburton County, Ontario, Canada. Highlands Baywood Park. A census-designated place in San Mateo County, California, United States. Hilarious. Alternative form of hilarious. Highlight. Being a style of briefs with narrow sides that sit high on the wearer's waist. Hileless. A recreational drug that does not give the user a high. Isley, a village and civil parish in Shropshire, England. OS grid ref so 7483. Highleys, plural of highly. Highlier, comparative form of highly, more highly. Highliest, superlative form of highly, most highly. High life, alternative letter case form of high life. iLife, a lifelike cellular automaton with the rule B36/S23. Highlifes, plural of high life. Highlight, an area or is spot in a drawing, painting, or photograph that is strongly illuminated. Highlightable, capable of being highlighted. Highlighted, having highlights. Highlighter, a marker pen used to highlight text. Highlighters, plural of highlighter. Highlighting, present participle and gerund of highlight. Highlightings, plural of highlighting. Highlights, plural of highlight. Highline, an elevated slackline, a slackline which is mounted across a deep drop, a slackline that is strung up high. Highliner, a successful fisherman who catches significant numbers of fish. Highliners, plural of highliner. Highlines, plural of highline. Highlining, slacklining at elevation above the ground or water. When rigged correctly, using a leash, no impact with the ground is possible. Highlight, simple past and past participle of highlight, highlighted. Highlight, misspelling of highlight. Highlighted, misspelling of highlighted. Highlighter, misspelling of highlighter. Highlights, misspelling of highlights. Highlighting, misspelling of highlighting. ILO, an article of men's footwear, typically made of leather, lower in height than a boot, rising just above the ankle, with laces in the front. Highlos, plural of hilo. Highly, in a high or esteemed manner. Highly composite number, a positive integer that has more divisors than any smaller positive integer. Highly composite numbers, plural of highly composite number. Highly sensitive person, a person with a particularly high measure of sensory processing sensitivity. Highly sensitive persons, plural of highly sensitive person. Highly superior autobiographical memories, plural of highly superior autobiographical memory. Highly superior autobiographical memory, synonym of hyperthymesia. Highly enriched uranium, enriched uranium containing at least 20% uranium-235. Some applications, such as fission weapons and naval reactors, use uranium enriched as high as 80-95% uranium-235, and therefore capable of sustaining a nuclear fission chain reaction without needing a moderator. Used in nuclear weapons and in a few types of nuclear reactors requiring very high power density or high neutron flux. Highly strung, synonym of high strung. Hyman, a man of rank, especially a high rank, a superior. Hyman, plural of hymen. High-minded, alternative form of high-minded. High-mindedly, alternative form of high-mindedly. High-mindedness, quality of be made it. Highmore, a surname. Hymos, Hyes, Hynam, a village and civil parish in Tewkesbury District, Gloucestershire, England. OS grid ref so 7919. Hynect, alternative form of Hynect. Highness, the style of a prince, princess, or someone of equivalent rank. Highness, archaic spelling of highness. Highnesses, plural of highness. Hyped, highwayman. Hypads, plural of hypad. High bass, a high pass filter. High pass filter, an audio filter that discards lower frequencies while preserving higher ones. High pass filters, plural of high pass filter. High passes, plural of high pass. High point, alternative form of high point. High pointer, a climber who attempts to climb or has climbed each of the U.S. state high points. High pointers, plural of high pointer. High pointing, the sport of ascending to the point with the highest elevation within a given region. High points, plural of high point. High price, rare spelling of high priced. High priest, alternative form of high priest. High priesthood, the office or dignity of the high priest. High priesthoods, plural of high priesthood. High priestly, or pertaining to a high priest. High priests, plural of high priest. High priestship, the office of a high priest. High priestships, plural of high priestship. High profile, misspelling of high profile. High reaching, extending upward by a long distance, tall. High resolution, misspelling of high resolution. High rise, alternative spelling of high rise. High rises, plural of high rise. High risk, alternative spelling of high risk. High road, alternative spelling of high road. High roads, plural of high road. High run, a series of successful shots that is lengthy for the player's level of skill. High runs, plural of high run. Eyes, plural of high. High school, alternative form of high school. High school boy, a male student of a high school. High school boys, plural of high school boy. High schooler, high school student. High schoolers, plural of high schooler. High school girl, a female student of a high school. High school girls, plural of high school girl. High schools, plural of high school. Eye set, of a house built on high stumps. Highsmith, a surname. Highsmiths, plural of highsmith. High speed, alternative form of high speed. High spot, highlight significant event. High spots, plural of high spot. High stand, an interval during which the sea level was above the edge of a continental shelf. High stands, plural of high stand. High street, alternative spelling of high street. High streets, plural of high street. High strikes, pronunciation spelling of hysterics. Eyes, a surname. Hidell, to move at full speed, especially in retreat. Hidellis, to hurry often, to flee. Hightailed, simple past and past participle of hightail. Hightailed it, simple past and past participle of hightail it. Hightailing, present participle and gerund of hightail. Hightailing it, present of hightail it. Hightails, third person singular simple present indicative of hightail. Hightails it, third person singular simple present indicative of hightail it. Obsolete form of height. Heights, plural of height. High, obsolete form of height. Hythe-Bourne, a locality near Widrington Station, Northumberland, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 2693. Highs, plural of hive. High-dye, alternative form of high-tie. High-dads, plural of high-tie. Hide, present participle and gerund of height. Highlight, misspelling of highlight. Hydopies, plural of hydobe. Hydobe, alternative form of high-toby. Heighten, a surname. High-top, alternative form of high-top. High-tops, plural of high-top. Hightower, a surname. Hightown, a suburb of Combleton, Cheshire East District, Cheshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 8762. Heights, plural of height. Item, the most formal level of attire. Highty-tighty, obsolete form of hoity-toity. Highveld, the inland plateau of South Africa and neighboring countries, containing Greater Johannesburg. Highwall, the unexcavated face of exposed overburden and coal in a surface mine. High walls, plural of high wall. High water, synonym of high water. High waters, plural of high water. Highway, a number of places in England. Highway Code, the official road safety manual for the United Kingdom covering pedestrians, animals, cyclists, motorcyclists, and drivers. Highway Engineer, a civil engineer who designs, builds, and maintains roads, bridges, and tunnels. Highway Engineers, plural of highway engineer. Highway hypnosis, an automatic mental state in which a person continues to drive a vehicle safely and correctly, but without the recollection of having done so. Highway patrol, any police unit which is primarily responsible for overseeing and enforcing of regulations on roads and highways. Highway patrols, plural of highway patrol. Highway robberies, plural of highway robbery. Highway robbery, the act of robbing a traveler on a public road. Highway yellow, synonym of federal yellow. Highway yellows, plural of highway yellow. Highway robberies, plural of highway robbery. Highway robbery, alternative form of highway robbery. Highway, provided with highways. Highwayless, without a highway. Highway. Resembling or characteristic of a highway. Highwayman, a person, usually mounted on horseback, who robbed travelers on public roads. Highwayman, plural of highwayman. Highways, plural of highway. Highways Agency, an executive agency of the Department for Transport in the United Kingdom with responsibility for managing the core road network in England, superseded by Highways England. Highways and byways, collectively, the roads and paths of a given place. Highwaywoman, the female equivalent of a highwayman. Highwaywomen, plural of highwaywoman. High wire, a wire strung high above the ground which is used for acrobatic stunts. High wire walker, an acrobat who performs tightrope walking on a wire which is at an especially high elevation above the ground, usually with the aid of a pole for balance. High wire walker, an acrobat who performs tightrope walking on a wire which is at an especially high elevation above the ground, usually with the aid of a pole for balance. High wire walkers, plural of high wire walker. High wire walker, alternative form of high wire walker. High wire walkers, plural of high wire walker. High wires, plural of high wire. Highway, a neighborhood of Handon, New Haven County, Connecticut, United States. Highway, a market town and civil parish with a town council in Swindon Borough, Wiltshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 2092. High wrought, highly excited, overwrought, worked up. Higginbotham, a surname. Higginbothams, plural of Higginbotham. Hively, a surname. Edwis, plural of Higley. Higmen, a surname. Headmans, plural of Higmen. Hans, initialism of His Imperial German Majesty's ship, a ship prefix for a ship of the Imperial German Navy, usually for prior to the Dreadnought era, prior to the build-up to WWI. Hegnet, a surname. Hindby, initialism of Have I Got News for You. Hignite, a surname. Hignites, plural of Hignite. Higinakami, a Japanese folding pocket knife. Obsolete form of eager. Heders, plural of Hager. Higri, Bibri. Alternative form of hire a picra. Hedison, a surname originating as a patronymic. Hegson, a surname. Higati, a surname from Japanese. Ira, a surname. Hiras, plural of Higura. Higero, a calabash tree. Higeros, plural of Higero. Higumen, alternative form of Higumen. Higumens, plural of Higumen. Initialism of His or Her Imperial Highness. Hi, alternative form of he. Eyes, plural of he-hi. Ed, one of the components of the binary planetoid LEMPO. Initialism of high-intensity interval training, a form of exercise based on short bursts of intense effort, such as sprinting. Aihene, a county of Estonia. Him, the second largest island of Estonia. Hedza, alternative spelling of hijab. Hijabs, plural of hijab. Hijab, a traditional headscarf worn by Muslim women, covering the hair and neck. Hijab, alternative spelling of hijab. Hijab, wearing a hijab. Hijabber, one who wears a hijab. Hijabbers, plural of hijabber. Hijabi, A person, usually a woman, who wears a hijab. Hijabifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of hijabify. Hijabify. Of a woman to veil oneself with a hijab. Hijabes. Plural of hijabi. Hijabesta. A Muslim woman or girl who dresses stylishly while conforming to the Islamic modesty code hijab. Hijabestas. Plural of hijabesta. Hijabization. The adoption of the hijab, the increasing visibility of the hijab. Hijabes. To adorn or cover with a hijab, to veil with hijab-like scarves. Hijabest. Simple past and past participle of hijabiz. Hijabezes. Third person singular simple present indicative of hijabiz. Hijabizing. Present participle and gerund of hijabiz. Hijabos. Not wearing hijab. Hijabophobia. Fear of hijabs, Islamophobia directed at hijabi women. Hijabs. Plural of hijab. Hijabs. Plural of hijab. Hijabster. A trendy hijabi. Hijabsters. Plural of hijabster. Hijack. To forcibly seize control of some vehicle in order to rob it or to reach a destination, especially an airplane, truck, or a boat. Hijackable. Capable of being hijacked. Hijack. Simple past and past participle of hijack. Hijacky. A victim of a hijacking. Hijackies. Plural of hijacky. Hijacker. Someone who hijacks. Hijackers. Plural of hijacker. Hijacking. Present participle and gerund of hijack. Hijackings. Plural of hijacking. Hijacks. Plural of hijack. Hijackware. Malicious software that commandeers other software, especially a web browser, so as to affect its behavior. Hijada. Alternative form of hera. Hijadas. Plural of hijada. Hijagang. A Mayday traditional boathouse located inside the Kangla fort of Imphal. Hija. A Mayday surname from Manipuri. Hijara. Alternative form of hera. Hijaras. Plural of hijara. Hejaz. Alternative form of Hejaz. Hijazi. A group of early Angular Arabic scripts that developed in the Hejaz region of the Arabian Peninsula. Hijazi Abe. An Arabic dialect spoken primarily in Jeddah, Mecca, Medina, and Taif in Saudi Arabia. Hideous. Pronunciation spelling of hideous. Hedi. A city in Oda Prefecture, Japan. Hejiri. Sargassum fusiform, a brown seaweed used in Japanese cuisine. Hijinks. Alternative spelling of hijinks. Hijinks. Alternative spelling of hijinks. Hijinks. Alternative spelling of hijinks. Hijiri. A surname from Japanese. Helms. Initialism of His Imperial Japanese Majesty's ship and Imperial Japanese Navy ship An informal ship prefix used for worship of the Imperial Japanese Navy, usually in reference to the period from the Meiji Revolution to the Washington Naval Treaty. Hijau, a barangay of Mako, Davao de Oro, Philippines. Hira, the flight of Muhammad and his followers from Mecca to Yathrib, later Medina, in 622 C, which forms the first year of the Islamic era A1. Hira Farsi, a secret language spoken by South Asian Hira and Kathai communities. Hira, alternative form of Hira. Heras, plural of Hera. Heras, plural of Hera. Hijr, the Islamic lunar calendar, begins with the migration of Muhammad, 16 July 622 AD. Months begin at sunset on the day of visual sighting of the new moon. Haikabal, alternative form of Haikabal. Hikaru, a female given name from Japanese. Hikaru, a unisex given name from Japanese. Hai, a long walk, usually for pleasure or exercise. High gout, to lean over the edge of a boat in order to counterbalance its weight when it is tilted to avoid heeling. Hike the Appalachian Trail, to engage in an extramarital affair. Hike up, to lift, to tug or pull upwards. Hikeable, suitable for hiking. Hikeathon, a charity event in which participants go hiking. Hikeathons, plural of hikeathon. Ite, simple past and past participle of hike. Hiked out, simple past and past participle of hike out. Hiked the Appalachian Trail, simple past and past participle of hike the Appalachian Trail. Hiked up, simple past and past participle of hike up. Hiker, one who hikes, especially frequently. Hiker's rash, synonym of golfer's vasculitis. Hikers, plural of hiker. Hikes, plural of hike. Hikes out, third person singular simple present indicative of hike out. Hikes the Appalachian Trail, third person singular simple present indicative of hike the Appalachian Trail. Hikes up, third person singular simple present indicative of hike up. Pity, a copper coin used in Japan in the Sengoku period, equal to 10 mon. Hikikomori, a Japanese phenomenon whereby a person becomes a recluse from society, typically remaining isolated in a single room at home for a very long period. Hikikomoris, plural of hikikomori. Hiking, present participle and gerund of hike. Hiking boot, a type of resistant boot designed for hiking. Hiking boots, plural of hiking boot. Hiking out, present participle and gerund of hike out. Hiking pole, synonym of trekking pole. Hiking poles, plural of hiking pole. Hiking the Appalachian Trail. Present participle and gerund of hike the Appalachian Trail. Hiking up, present participle and gerund of hike up. Hikings, plural of hiking. Hegidoshi, a kimerite in which the attacker pulls on his opponent's arm, shoulder, or mawashi while backing away. Hege, a kimerite in which the attacker grabs his opponent's arm with both hands and pulls him past him while moving backwards and to the side. Dedgua, wisdom and understanding about the divine. Dedmas, plural of hikmah. Dedmath, alternative form of hikmah. Hikmat, plural of hikmat. Hivo, a census-designated place in Lincoln County, Nevada, United States. Hefe, a protest march, typically involving a long journey. Hekwe, simple past and past participle of hikoi. Hikwe, present participle and gerund of hikoi. Hepwa, plural of hikoi. Hikuli, alternative form of hikuri peyote. Hikuri. Hut. Initialism of hardware in the loop. Hill, plural of hillam. Hillabago, a barangay of Dagami, late Philippines. Heller, alternative form of Hiller hilarious. Hillari, a trigonal hexagonal scale nohedral light brown mineral containing hydrogen, oxygen, silicon, sodium, and zirconium. L, of or pertaining to a hilum. Els, plural of hill. Held, a surname. Helens, plural of Hilland. Heller, relating to or near a hilum. Heller appendage, the part of a spore which attaches to the sterigmata at the end of a basidium. Hiller appendages, plural of Hiller appendage. Hiller appendices, plural of Hiller appendix. Hiller appendix, the part of a spore which attaches to the sterigmata at the end of a basidium. Heller, alternative form of Hiller hilarious. Hilaria, ancient Roman religious festivals celebrated on the March equinox to honor Cybele. Hileo, a surname from Spanish. Hilarios, plural of hilario. Hilarious, very funny, causing great merriment and laughter. Hilariously, in a hilarious manner, so as to amuse greatly. Hilariousness, the characteristic of being hilarious. Hilarity. Hilarities, plural of hilarity. Hilarity, a great amount of amusement, usually accompanied by much laughter. Hilarographine, any moth of the tortoisid tribe Hilarographini. Hilarographines, plural of hilarographine. Hellers, clipping of hilarious. Hillard. A male given name from Latin. Hilary term, the second term of the legal year, running from January to March or April, during which the upper courts of England and Wales and Ireland sit to hear cases. Hilary terms, plural of Hilary term. Hilde, alternative form of Hulba. Hilbert, a male given name from the Germanic languages. Hilbert cube, a metrizable topological space which is the product of a countably infinite number of closed intervals. Hilbert cubes, plural of Hilbert cube. Hilbert curve, a continuous fractal space filling curve. Hilbert curves, plural of Hilbert curve. Hilbert kind of archery used for multidimensional objects. Hilbert arteries, plural of Hilbert artery. Hilbert space, a generalized Euclidean space in which mathematical functions take the place of points, crucial to the understanding of quantum mechanics and other applications. Hilbert spaces, plural of Hilbert space. Hilbert spaces theorem, a theorem stating that a polynomial ring over a Noetherian ring is Noetherian. Hilbertian, relating to David Hilbert 1862–1943, German mathematician. Hilbor, a surname, Hillborns. Plural of Hillborn. Helen, a surname. Hellblends. Plural of Hilbun. Hilver, a surname from Old English. Hilderns, plural of Hilburn. Helch, to hobble. Helps, simple past and past participle of Hilch. Heltes, third person singular simple present indicative of Hilch. Helche, present participle and gerund of Hilch. Held, a surname. Helda, a female given name from the Germanic languages used since Middle Ages. Heldas, clipping of St. Hilda's, referring to St. Hilda's College, Oxford. Hildebast, a member or alumnus of St. Hilda's College, Oxford. Hildebasts, plural of Hildebasts. Hildebeest, Hillary Clinton. Hildebrand, a surname from German. Hildebrand, a surname from German. Hildebrand rules. The unofficial acceptance of the use of one's spouse's private documents in court during a divorce. Hildebrandian, of or relating to Pope Gregory Roman 7 c.1015-1085, born Hildebrand of Savannah, venerated as a saint in the Catholic Church. Hildebrandians, plural of Hildebrandian. Hildebrandic, relating to or supporting Hildebrandism. Hildebrandine, synonym of Hildebrandian. Hildebrandism, the spirit and policy of Hildebrand Pope Gregory Roman 7, 1073-85, unbending assertion of the power of the Church, etc. Hildebrands, plural of Hildebrand. Hildegard, a female given name from German. Hildegard, a female given name from the Germanic languages, variant of Hildegard. Helden, a surname. Hildenborough, a village and civil parish in Tonbridge and Malling Borough, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 5648. Hildenbrand, a surname. Hildenbrands, plural of Hildenbrand. Heldens, plural of Hilden. Hildebrand, a surname. Hildebrands, plural of Hildebrand. Hilderic, a male given name of mainly historical use, borne by a king of the Vandals. Hilde, a wretch, a contemptible person. Hildings, plural of Hilding. Hildosrated, any emanate in the family Hildosratidae. Hildosratids, plural of Hildosrated. Hildreth, a female given name. Hildreths, plural of Hildreth. Hildra, a surname. Hildress, plural of Hildreth. Helds, plural of Hild. Heil, a surname. Heilman, a surname. Heilmans, plural of Heilman. Heiler, a surname. Heilers, plural of Heiler. Heiles, a surname. Eileen is, plural of Heiles. Heiley, a surname. Heiles, plural of Hiley. Hilferdingian, relating to the views of Rudolf Hilferding, in particular pertaining to the theory that imperialism was primarily the product of finance. Helverdy, a surname from Irish. Helverdies, plural of Hilferty. Hilger, a surname. Hilgardite, a vitreous mixed borate and chloride mineral of calcium. Hilgardites, plural of Hilgardite. Hilve, a village and civil parish in King's Lynn and West Norfolk District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TF 6298. Hilgenburg, a surname from German. Hilgenbergs, plural of Hilgenburg. Hilgendorf, a surname from German. Hilgendorfs, plural of Hilgendorf. Hilder, a surname. Hilders, plural of Hilger. Heli, plural of Hilles. Hiligenen, language of the native people of Iloilo and nearby areas of Panay, Guimaras, and Negros Island. Hiligenans, plural of Hiliganen. Halite, misspelling of highlight. Helighted, misspelling of highlighted. Helighting, misspelling of highlighting. Halites, misspelling of highlights. Halazuhuria, a village and commune of Batasani County, Romania. Halite, informal spelling of highlight. Helde, past participle of hilite. Halites, plural of hilite. Helidin, present participle and gerund of hilite. Helidings, plural of hiliding. Helper, a surname. Helders, plural of Hilker. Capitol Hill, the U.S. Congress. Hill cane, a species of short bamboo native to the Appalachian Mountains and Piedmont in the southeastern United States, Arenaria Appalachiana. Hill canes, plural of hill cane. Hill censer, an ancient Chinese censer in the shape of a hill. Hill censer, plural of hill censer. Hill chain, an elongated line of hills that usually includes a succession of more or less prominent hilltops, domed summits or cuppen, hill ridges and saddles, and which, together with its associated lateral ridges and branches, may form a complex topographic structure. Hill Chorlton, a small village in Chapel and Hill Chorlton Parish, Newcastle-under-Lyme Borough, Staffordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 8039. Hill City, a small city in Pennington County, South Dakota, United States. Hill Climb, a sporting event during which vehicles are driven or ridden up a steep incline. The goal is to reach the highest level on the slope. Hill climbing, alternative form of hill climbing. Hill climbs, plural of hill climb. Hill country blues, a genre of country blues from Mississippi. Hill County, one of 56 counties in Montana, United States. County seat, Havre, named after James J. Hill Fire, synonym of forest fire. Hill Mary, a Uralic language spoken in the Gonomoryiski, Uinsky, and Kelmarsky districts of Russia. Hill of Beans, something of no importance. Hill of Down, a townland in County Meath, Ireland. Hill of Fear, a village in Ross-shire, Highland Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NH 8378. Hill Partridge, any partridge of the genus Arborophila, of which numerous species inhabit southern Asia and the East Indies. Hill partridges, plural of hill partridge. Hill pigeon, Columba rupestris, a species of pigeon widely spread throughout northern Asia. Hill rat, a prospector. Hill rats, plural of hill rat. Hill river poison, the plant Gastrolobium palastaceum. Hillside, alternative spelling of hillside. Hillsides, plural of hillside. Hill sphere, the region in which a given astronomical body dominates the attraction of satellites. Hill spheres, plural of hill sphere. Hill start, the act of starting a motor vehicle moving forwards from a complete stop when going uphill, typically requiring the use of the handbrake. Hill starts, plural of hill start. Hill station, in South and Southeast Asia, a small community located at a relatively high elevation which serves as a retreat or vacation location during the hot summers. Historically, a village or military post so used by colonial officials. Hill stations, plural of hill station. Hill to dayon, an issue to pursue with a wholehearted conviction or a single-minded focus, with little or no regard to the cost and no intent of equivocation or compromise. Hill town, the former name of the unincorporated community of Old Hilltown, Monterey County, California. Hill town, a town located among hills, especially when built there to make invasions difficult. Hill towns, plural of hill town. Hill fort, a prehistoric fortification constructed on a hill. Hill forts, plural of hill fort. Hill-like, alternative form of hill-like. Hill-Robertson effect, the phenomenon whereby genetic recombination allows evolution to progress more quickly. Hill-Robertson effects, plural of Hill-Robertson effect. Hillside, alternative spelling of hillside. Hillsides, plural of hillside. Hill station, alternative spelling of hill station. Hill stations, plural of hill station. Hilltopping, a reproductive behavior of butterflies and certain other insect species in which individuals congregate on hilltops in order to find partners and mate. Hill troll, a troll that lives in or under a hill. Hill trolls, plural of hill troll. Hillard, a surname from French. Hillary, a unisex given name from Latin. Hillary care, alternative form of Hillary care. Hillary care, alternative form of Hillary care. Hillary care, the Clinton Health Care Plan of 1993. Hillary care, alternative form of Hillary care. Hillarygate, the Hillary Clinton email controversy. Hillarynomics, the economic ideas of Hillary Clinton. Hillarys, plural of Hillary. Hillbillied, simple past and past participle of hillbilly. Hillbillies, plural of hillbilly. Hillbilly, someone who is from the hills, especially from a rural area with a connotation of a lack of refinement or sophistication. Hillbilly heroin, oxycodone, Percocet, or similar opioid/opiate drugs when used as recreational drugs. Hillbilly hot tub, a makeshift hot tub improvised from common objects frequently found in or around one's homestead, including bath tubs, truck tires, swimming pools, or truck beds, plus a heat source. Hillbilly hot tubs, plural of hillbilly hot tub. Hillbilly mango, a pawpaw asimina triloba. Hillbilly music, a mix of Appalachian, Southern, and Western music performed by rural white people in a range of styles for commercial recording in the early United States popular music industry, the precursor to country music. Hillbilly, present participle and gerund of hillbilly. Hillbilly, befitting, resembling, or characteristic of a hillbilly. Hillbillyism, the attitudes or behavior of hillbillies. Hillbilly-like, resembling a hillbilly. Hillclimb, an instance of climbing ascending a hill in a car, especially competitively. Hill climber, one who takes part in hill climbing. Hill climbers, plural of hill climber. Hill climbing, a form of motorsport in which drivers compete against the clock on an uphill course. Hill climbs, plural of hill climb. Hellgraft, the skills-related form of motorsport in which drivers compete against the clock on an uphill course. Hill climbs, plural of hill climb. Hellgraft, the skills related to outdoor survival in a hilly habitat. Helgrest, a town in KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. Helgrests, plural of Hillcrest. Hillary, a surname. Hillarys, plural of Hillary. Hillebrand, a surname. Hillebrandite, an orthorhombic pyramidal mineral containing calcium, hydrogen, oxygen, and silicon. Hillebrands, plural of Hillebrand. Though, simple past and past participle of Hill. Hillegas, a surname from German. Hillegasses, plural of Hillegas. Hillegom, a village and municipality of South Holland, Netherlands. Hell, a male given name from Hebrew. Hell sandwich, an Ashkenazi sandwich made with matzo and either horseradish or lettuce, a modern attempt at complying with a food requirement in Haggadah. Hillel sandwiches, plural of Hillel sandwich. Helen, a surname. Hillenbrand, a surname. Hillenbrands, plural of Hillenbrand. Hillenburg, a surname from German. Hillenbergs. Helland, a hamlet in Claverley Parish, Shropshire, England, on the border with Staffordshire. OS Grid Ref So 8094. Hillenmeyer, a surname from German. Helens, plural of Helen. Heller, a surname. Hellers, plural of Hiller. Hillary, a surname. Hillaries, plural of Hillary. Hillerød, a city and municipality in North Zealand, Denmark. Hillesheim, a surname from German. Hillesheims, plural of Hillesheim. Hellestat, a surname from Norwegian. Hellestads, plural of Hillestad. Hilly, a surname. Helles, plural of Hilly. Helvope, Hellspeople. Helfort, alternative spelling of Hillfort. Helforts, plural of Helfort. Helle, a number of places in Scotland. Hellhouse, a neighbourhood in Huddersfield, Metropolitan Borough of Kirklees, West Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 1417. Hillhouses, plural of Hillhouse. Helium, a surname. Hellier, a surname. Helliers, plural of Hillier. Hilly, obsolete form of Hilly. Hellier, a surname originating as an occupation for a tiler. Hellies, Superlative form of hilly. Most hilly. Hilligoss, a surname from German. Hilligosses, plural of Hilligoss. Hilliter, a surname. Hilliters, plural of Hilliker. Helen, a surname. Helenus, the property of being hilly or having hills. Helle, a surname from Old English. Hellenden, a London borough on the west side of Greater London. Helens, plural of Hilling. Hellenton, a village and civil parish in King's Lynn and West Norfolk District, Norfolk, England. OS grid ref TF 718,255. Helens, plural of Hillen. Hellis, a surname. Hellizes, plural of Hillies. Hellish, hill-like or rather hilly. Hellite, a triclinic pinaquidal mineral containing calcium, hydrogen, magnesium, oxygen, phosphorus, sodium, and zinc. Alex, a surname. Helljack, a hillbilly or redneck. Helljacks, plural of hilljack. Hilli, resembling a hill or hills. Hillman, a surname. Hillman, a surname. Hillmans, plural of Hillman. Hillman, plural of Hillman. Hiller, a surname. Hillers, plural of Hilmer. Hilm Orton, a suburb and ward in Rugby Borough, Warwickshire, England. OS grid ref SB 5374. Illa, obsolete form of hello. Illava, obsolete spelling of hello. Hillole, simple past and past participle of hilloa. Hilloing, present participle and gerund of hilloa. Hilloas, third person singular simple present indicative of hilloa. Li, obsolete spelling of hillock. Malak, a surname from Middle English. Alakt, having hillocks. Hillocks, plural of hillock. Hillocky, resembling a hillock. Hillocks, plural of hillock. Bellowed, simple past and past participle of hillow. Hillows, third person singular simple present indicative of hillow. Hilloe, present participle and gerund of hillow. Hillows, third person singular simple present indicative of hillow. Else, a surname. Hills and valleys, female anatomy. Hill hoists, a rotary closed line with adjustable height by means of a rotating handle. Hills hoists, alternative form of hills hoist. Hills hoists, plural of hills hoists. Hills hoists, plural of hills hoists. Hill of beans, plural of hill of beans. Hills today on, plural of hill today on. Hillsboro, a town in West Virginia, named for early settler John Hill. Hillsboro, a number of places in English-speaking countries. Hillsborough County, one of 67 counties in Florida, United States. County seat, Tampa. Hellscape, a hilly landscape. Hellscapes, plural of hillscape. Hillsdale, a suburb of southeastern Sydney, New South Wales, Australia. Hillsdale County, one of 83 counties in Michigan, United States. County seat, Hillsdale. Houses, plural of hills. Hillside, a graphical representation of a surface as if illuminated from one side. Hillside, simple past and past participle of hillside. Hillades, plural of hillshay. Hill-sitting, present participle and gerund of hillshade. Hillside, a place in England. Hillsides, plural of hillside. Hillslope, a slope of a hill. Hillslopes, plural of hillslope. Hillsman, a surname. Hillsmans, plural of hillsman. Hillsman, plural of hillsman. Hillspeople, the members of a tribe inhabiting the hills. Hillstar, one of several varieties of hummingbirds, principally of genus Oreatroculus, which live at higher altitudes. Hillstars, plural of hillstar. Hillstream, a swiftly flowing stream, typically one that runs down a hillside. Hillstream loach, any of many hyophilic fish of the family Balatoridae. Hillstream loaches, plural of hillstream loach. Hillstreams, plural of hillstream. Hillstrom, a surname. Hillstroms, plural of hillstrom. Hillel, a town, the county seat of Carroll County, Virginia, United States. Hillside, a number of places in the United States. Hilltop Youth, young Israeli nationalist hardliners who establish anti-Palestinian outposts in the West Bank without the legal approval of Israel. Hilltopper, someone who lives on the top of a hill. Hilltoppers, plural of hilltopper. Hilltopping, alternative spelling of hilltopping. Hilltops, Hilltops Council, a local government area in the Southwest Slopes region, New South Wales, Australia. Hilltown, a community in Digby County, Nova Scotia, Canada. Hilltowns, plural of hilltown. Hill tribe, a tribe that inhabits a hilly region. Hill tribes, plural of hill tribe. Hilul Hashim, alternative form of Chilul Hashim. Elul, a community in New South Wales, Australia. Hillwalker, a person who takes part in hill walking. Hillwalkers, plural of hillwalker. Hillwalking, the pastime of walking in hilly countryside. Hiller, toward a hill, toward the hills. Hillwards, toward a hill. Hillwash, sediment that accumulates at the base of a slope. Hillwashes, plural of hillwash. Hillwoman, a woman belonging to a hill tribe. Hillwomen, plural of hillwoman. Hillwort, Calaminda nepeta, a perennial herb in the mint family. Hilly, abundant in hills. Having many hills. Hilliard, a surname. Hilliards, plural of Hilliard. Hellier, a surname. Helliers, plural of Hillier. Hella, a female given name from the Germanic languages in occasional use at the turn of the 20th century. Hilmarua, a census-designated place in Merced County, California, United States. Hillmarton, a village and civil parish in north-central Wiltshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 0275. Helles, a surname from German. Helmesies, plural of Hilmas. Ilo, the largest town on the island of Hawaii and Hawaii Kati, Hawaii, located at the eastern corner of the island. Hilongos, a municipality of late Philippines. Hiloni, an irreligious and slash or lightly observant Jew. Hylonim, plural of Hiloni. Hylat, a traditional healing practice involving chiropractic manipulation and massage. Hilperton, a village and civil parish near Trowbridge, Wiltshire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 8759. Helsa, Tenulosa Elisha, a fish in the herring family and a popular food fish in South Asia. Hilsebek, a surname. Hilsebex, plural of Hilsebek. Helsa, alternative form of Hilsa fish. Helsas, plural of Hilsa. Helsey, a suburb of Portsmouth, Hampshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 6503. Hilson, a surname. Helsons, plural of Hilson. Helf, a surname. Hilt's law, a geological law stating that the deeper coal is found, the higher its rank carbon content. It holds true when the thermal gradient is entirely vertical. Helte, having a hilt. Helte, present participle and gerund of hilt. Heldlas, without a hilt. Hildner, a surname. Hildners, plural of Hiltner. Helson, a surname. Hilton Head, a low country resort town and barrier island in Beaufort County, South Carolina, United States. Hilton House, a hamlet in West Stoughton Parish, Metropolitan Borough of Bolton, Greater Manchester, England. OS Grid Ref SD 6308. Helts, plural of hilt. Helty, a surname. Helties, plural of Hilty. Helts, a surname. Heltzes, plural of hilts. Hilum, the eye of a bean or other seed, the mark or scar at the point of attachment of an ovule or seed to its base or support. Hellas, a Hillum. Hilverenbeek, a village and municipality of North Brabant, Netherlands. Hilversum, a municipality of North Holland, Netherlands. Hilwan, a barangay of Tapaz, Capiz, Philippines. Hilliard, a surname. Hilliards, plural of Hilliard. Hellire, a surname. Hellires, plural of Hillire. Initialism of His Imperial Majesty. The honorific alternative letter case form of him, sometimes used when referring to God or another important figure who is understood from context. Her, accusative of he slash she. Him slash herself, himself or herself, singular of themselves, used as a reflexive and gender-neutral reference to the third person singular. Himachal Pradesh, a state in northern India. Capital, Shimla. Himachalang, the bicyclic sesquiterpene 4AS9AS2599 tetramethylhydro 1H benzo 7 aniline that is the basis of many natural products. Himachalans, plural of Himachalang. Himadri, synonym of Great Himalayas. Himalaya, alternative form of Himalayas. Himalayan, of or relating to the Himalayas. Himalayan balsam, a large annual plant, Impatiens glandulifera, native to the Himalayas, which has become invasive in many other places. Himalayan black lord tit, Maxillophis anthogenes, a small bird of the tit family Paridae. Himalayan black lord tits, plural of Himalayan black lord tit. Himalayan blackberries, plural of Himalayan blackberry. Himalayan blackberry, Rubus armeniacus, a blackberry species native to West Asia. Himalayan blue poppies, plural of Himalayan blue poppy. Himalayan blue poppy, any of species Mechanopsis grandis, a hardy herbaceous perennial with blue flowers of the eastern Himalayas. Himalayan brown bear, Ursus arctos isabelinus, a brown bear of the western Himalayas. Himalayan brown bears, plural of Himalayan brown bear. Himalayan cypress, a cypress tree of species Cupressus tuberosa, native to the mountainous northern regions of the Indian subcontinent, primarily the Himalayas. Himalayan cypresses, a cypress tree of species Cupressus tuberosa, native to the mountainous northern regions of the Indian subcontinent, primarily the Himalayas. Himalayan cypresses, plural of Himalayan cypress. Himalayan field rat, a rat that lives in the Himalayas and Southeast Asia. Taxonomic name Rattus nitidus. Himalayan field rats, plural of Himalayan field rat. Himalayan griffon vulture, an old world vulture, Gyps himalayensis. Himalayan griffon vultures, plural of Himalayan griffon vulture. Himalayan marmot, a marmot living on the Himalayan mountains, Marmota himalayana, closely related to the groundhog. Himalayan marmots, plural of Himalayan marmot. Himalayan mountains, synonym of Himalayas. Himalayan palm civet, synonym of mast palm civet. Himalayan palm civets, plural of Himalayan palm civet. Himalayan Persian, synonym of Himalayan cat breed. Himalayan Persians, plural of Himalayan Persian. Himalayan plateau, synonym of Tibetan plateau. Himalayan red bear, synonym of Himalayan brown bear. Himalayan red bears, plural of Himalayan red bear. Himalayan salt, a form of rock salt from the Punjab region, sometimes pinkish in color, used for seasoning food and for making decorative lamps, etc. Himalayan shrew, an Asian species of shrew, Soriculus nigricans. Himalayan shrews, plural of Himalayan shrew. Himalayan striped squirrel, Asiatic striped squirrel Tamiops micheleniae. Himalayan striped squirrels, plural of Himalayan striped squirrel. Himalayan wolf, a canine of subspecies Canis lupus chanco of Asian highlands. Himalayans, plural of Himalayan. Himalayas, the mountain range in south-central Asia which extends about 2,414 km 1,500 mi through Kashmir, northern India, southern Tibet, Nepal, Sikkim, Bhutan, and Assam. It contains 9 of the world's 10 highest peaks, including Mount Everest/Kamalama. Himalayish, belonging or relating to a certain variously defined subgroup of the Tibeto-Burman languages. Himalaya, a nymph and mistress of Zeus. Himalayan, of or relating to the irregular Jovian moon named for Himalaya. Hivalo, Himalayas. Himama, a barangay of Bado, late Philippines. Himamayalan, a city in Negros Occidental Philippines. Hymenamide, any of a class of compounds isolated from the tube worm Serpula hymentoids, some of which are fungicidal. Hymenamides, plural of hymenami. Hymentandraceous, of or relating to the Hymentandraceae. Hymentalophed, any fish in the family Hymentalophidae. Hymentalophids, plural of Hymantalophid. Imara, a town and administrative unit in the municipality of Himare, Vlora, Albania. Thiller, alternative form of Himara. Himara, alternative form of Himara. HIMARS, acronym of High Mobility Artillery Rocket System, a light multiple rocket launcher. Hymiscalum, a phenolic sesquiterpenoid with EUPAC name 6,2-hydroxy-5-methylphenyl 6-methylheptane 2,1. Hymatia, plural of hymation. Hymation, a rectangular cloak of linen or wool worn in ancient Greece, usually over a chiton. Hymatians, plural of hymation. Himavat, a Hindu deity, the personification of the Himalayas. Hila, a moribund Bantu language of Gabon. Himbacean, an alkaloid isolated from the bark of Australian magnolias, whose action as a muscarinic receptor antagonist may be useful in Alzheimer's disease research. Imbecile, pronunciation spelling of imbecile. Imbeciles, plural of imbecile. Hivtha, a physically attractive man who lacks intelligence, the male equivalent of a bimbo. Himbus, plural of himbo. Ha, a surname from German. Heimkat, an Asian hairstyle consisting of straight, usually cheek-length side locks and a frontal fringe. The rest of the hair is usually worn long and straightened. Heimkatz, plural of Heimkut. Heimbaugh, a surname from German. Heimbaughs, plural of Heimbaugh. Haidani, a male fan of Yuri. Haimji, a city in Hyogo Prefecture, Japan. Hyojin, a fan of Yuri. Haimjoshi, a female fan of Yuri. Heimtho, a female given name from Japanese. Hevel, a surname. Hedels, plural of Himmel. Hymen Terava, a genre of traditional choral polyphonic music from Tahiti. Hymrose, the Greek god of uncontrollable desire, often depicted as a winged child attendant to Aphrodite. Heims, plural of Heim. Hid, a city in Toyama Prefecture, Japan. Himjorai, alternative form of Himyarite. Himjarites, plural of Himjarai. Himjaritic, alternative form of Himyaritic. Himley, a village and civil parish in South Staffordshire District, Staffordshire, England. OS Grid Ref So 8000. $791. Penlingoj, an ancient hamlet in formerly Hinlingoj San, Beaverscough Herd, Priesto Ant, Stevens Commune, Region Zealand, Denmark, founded in the 5th century BC, notable for its archaeological remains. Himlingoj, rare spelling of Himlingoj. Himmel, synonym of Himalayas, the Central Asian mountain range. Hevel, a surname from German. Himmelberger, a surname from German. Himmelbergers, plural of Himmelberger. Pedals, plural of Himmel. Himmelsbad, a surname from German. Keves, plural of Hemi. Hemminghausen, a community in Neheim, Höchster District, North Rhine-Westphalia, Germany. Kib, a Himalayan type of cat. Hemes, the state or quality of being a specified male person. Sympathetic, exhibiting or pertaining to sympathy, inappropriately sympathetic to men or boys, especially ones guilty of sexual transgressions. Sympathize, to exhibit sympathy, to inappropriately sympathize with men or boys, especially ones guilty of sexual transgressions. Sympathy, inappropriate sympathy given to men or boys, especially those who are guilty of sexual transgressions. Health, plural of him. Himself, honorific alternative letter case form of himself, sometimes used when referring to God or another important figure who is understood from context. Himself/herself, reflexive of he/she. Himself, obsolete spelling of himself. Himsal, obsolete form of himself. Himselves, him, used to indicate the reference as an entity with more than one self. Himyar, an ancient kingdom based in modern Yemen. Himyari, synonym of Himyaritic. Himyarite, an inhabitant of the ancient kingdom of Himyar. Himyarites, plural of Himyarite. Himyaritic, Old South Arabian. Hiva, initialism of How I Met Your Mother, a U.S. sitcom first aired in 2005. Hut, a surname. Henabangan, a municipality of Samar, Philippines. Henabuyan, a barangay of Dagami, late, Philippines. Henana, Heliotropium anamalam, a heliotrope of the Pacific Islands. Hinako, a female given name from Japanese. Henan, synonym of Bainin, the Japanese derived name. Hinano, a transliteration of the Japanese female given name Japanese letter Japanese letter Japanese letter. Hinapalan, a barangay of Alangalang, late, Philippines. Hinata, a female given name from Japanese. Hanatad, a barangay of Katarman, northern Samar, Philippines. Hinatsu, a surname from Japanese. Hanatuan, a municipality of Surigao del Sur, Philippines. Hinao, Aliakapis Den. Hinatsu, a surname from Japanese. Hanatuan, a municipality of Surigao del Sur, Philippines. Hinao, Aliakapis Dentatus, a tree of New Zealand. Hinor, former name of Hanavar Indian town. Hinanana, Theravada Buddhism. Hinge Pai, a surname. Hinkapis, plural of Hinge Pai. Hincaster, a hamlet and civil parish in South Lakeland District, Cumbria, England. OS Grid Ref SD 5084. Heads, a surname. Hinsasti, a city, municipality, and district of Moldova. Hinchcliffe, a surname from Old English. Hinchcliffes, plural of Hinchcliffe. Hith, a commune of Haiti. Hitti, a surname. Hinties, plural of Hinchy. Hedgley, a surname. Hinchley Wood, a suburban village in Elmbridge Borough, Surrey, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 1565. Henshaw, a surname. Henshaw, a surname. Henschloffs, plural of Hinchliff. Hinchman. A surname. Hinchmans, plural of Hinchman. Hit, a surname. Hinckley, a surname. Hinckley and Basford, a local government district with borough status of Leicestershire, England, formed in 1974 with its headquarters in Hinckley. Hinckley's, plural of Hinckley. Hinks, plural of Hink. Haiti, snobbish, conceited. Hind, a surname transferred from the nickname. Hind claw, a claw on a hind limb. Hind claws, plural of hind claw. Hind fee, plural of hind foot. Hind foot, alternative form of hindfoot. Hind leg, either of the two legs toward the rear of a four-legged animal. Hind legs, plural of hind leg. Hind limb, a posterior limb on an animal. When referring to quadrupeds, the term hind leg is often instead used. Hind limbs, plural of hind limb. Hind quarters, alternative form of hindquarters. Hind teeth, alternative spelling of hind tit. Hind teats, plural of hind teat. Hind tit, an inferior source of food or other resources. Hind tits, plural of hind tit. Hind wing, either member of the pair of wings closer to the tail. Hind wings, plural of hind wing. Hendel, the son of Babur, the first Mughal emperor. Hinda, a municipality of late Philippines. Hindali, Hindustani. Hindi Urdu. Hindawi, a surname from Arabic. Hindberries, plural of hindberry. Hindberry. The raspberry. Hindbrain, the posterior part of the brain comprising the cerebellum, pons, and medulla, the rhomencephalon. Hindbrains, plural of hindbrain. Hindgas, a test of a mathematical model by using data from a past event. Hindcasted, calculated as a hindcast. Hindcasting, testing by use of hindcasts. Hindcasts, plural of hindcasts. Hindclaw, alternative form of hindclaw. Hindclaws, plural of hindclaw. Hindcloth, a protective cloth used to cover a pillow from dust when not in use. Hindcrown, the rear part of a crown, the top of a bird's head. Hindcrowns, plural of hindcrown. Head, an English surname transferred from the nickname. Hindi, archaic form of Hindi. Hindemithyan, of or relating to Paul Hindemith 1895-1963, German musician. Hindenburg, a catastrophic bug that destroys data and may potentially shut down a system or cause a major malfunction. Hindenbugs, plural of Hindenburg. Hindenburg, a German commercial passenger-carrying rigid airship that was destroyed by fire on May 6, 1937. Hindenburgian, of or relating to Paul von Hindenburg 1847-1934, German field marshal and statesman who led the Imperial German Army during World War I and later became president of Germany, playing a key role in the Nazi seizing of power. Hinder, a surname. Hinder Sea, synonym of Mediterranean Sea. Hinderable, able to be hindered. Hindrance, archaic spelling of hindrance. Hindrances, plural of hindrance. Hinderclay, a village and civil parish in mid-Suffolk district, Suffolk, England. The parish has a short border with Norfolk OS grid ref TM 0276. Hindered, simple past and past participle of hinder. Hinderer, a surname from German. Hinderers, plural of hinderer. Hinderist, second indicative of hinder. Hindera, third person singular simple present indicative of hinder. Hindering, present participle and gerund of hinder. Hindering impediment, an impediment to marriage that is impedient, i.e. serves to make the marriage illicit but valid. Hindering impediments, plural of hindering impediment. Hinderingly, in a hindering manner. Hinderland, alternative form of hinterland. Hinterlands, plural of hinderland. Hinderland, alternative spelling of hinderling. Hinderling, a worthless, degenerate person or animal. Hinderlings, plural of hinderling. Hinderlands, plural of hinderland. Hinderlitter, a surname. Hinderlitters, plural of hinderlitter. Hinderly, in the hinder or rear position. Hinderment, hindrance. Hinderments, plural of hinderment. Hindermost, hindmost. Hinder part, the rear part especially of an animal. Hinder parts, plural of hinder part. Hinders, a surname from German. Hindrances, plural of hinders. Hindersang, causing hindrance or setback, impeding, contrary, adverse. Problematic. Hinderwell, a village and civil parish in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Scarborough District OS grid ref NZ 7916. Hint, a surname. Hindfeet, plural of hindfoot. Hindwing, either of the posterior rear pair of fins of an ichthyosaur. Hindfins, plural of hindfin. Hindflipper, either of the pair of hind flippers of a pinicht. Hindflippers, plural of hindflipper. Hindfoot, a rear foot. Hindforemost, with the hind part first or in front. Hindyat, the caudal part of the alimentary canal of an embryo, including the colon and the rectum, in humans and some other animals. Hindyats, plural of Hindgat. Hindhead, a village in Haslemere Parish, Waverley Borough, Surrey, England OS grid ref SU 8835. Hindheads, plural of hindhead. Hindi, modern standard Hindi, is standardized and Sanskritized version of the Hindustani language, which is based on Kharibali. Hindi Urdu, the language which constitutes the Hindi and Urdu registers. Himnian, a native Indian plural often same as singular. Hindians, plural of Hindian. Hindiness, the quality or state of being Hindi. Hindish, a crossover of Hindi and English language. Hindkey, alternative form of hindkey. Hindkeys, plural of hindkey. Hindkey, the Hindko language. Hindkis, plural of Hindki. Hindko, an Indo-Aryan language spoken in northern Pakistan. Hindkowan, a member of an Indo-Aryan linguistic cultural group native to the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Pathahar Plateau, and Azad Kashmir regions of Pakistan. They speak various Hindko dialects of Landa Western Punjabi. Hindkowans, plural of Hindkowan. Hindle, a surname. Hindley, alternative spelling of hind leg. Hind legs, plural of hindley. Hindles, plural of hindle. Hindley, a town in the metropolitan borough of Wigan, Greater Manchester, England. OS Grid Ref SD 6204. Hindley Green, a suburban village east of Hindley, metropolitan borough of Wigan, Greater Manchester, England. OS Grid Ref SD 6303. Hindley screw, a screw cut on a solid whose sides are arcs of the periphery of a wheel into whose teeth the screw is intended to work. Hindley-Milner type system, a classical type system for the lambda calculus with parametric polymorphism, notable for its completeness and its ability to infer the most general type of a given program without programmer-supplied type annotations or other hints. Hindley-Milner type systems, plural of Hindley-Milner type system. Hindleys, plural of Hindley. Hindlim, alternative spelling of hind limb. Hindlimbs, plural of hindlim, alternative spelling of hind limbs. Hindlip, a small village and civil parish served by Hindlip, Martin Hussingtree and Sowerp Combined Parish Council in Wychavon District, Worcestershire, England, northeast of Worcester. OS Grid Ref SO 8858. Hindlish, a crossover of Hindi and English language. Hindlaw, a tress or lock of an individual's hair that covers the hind part of the head. Hindlocks, plural of hindlock. Hindlook, a look back, a look in review, afterlook. Hindman, a surname. Hindman's theorem, a theorem stating that if S is an IP set and S equals C1C 2CN, then at least one CI contains an IP set. Hindmans, plural of hindmen. Hindmargin, the hindmost edge, especially when it differs in some property from the rest of the body part. Hindmarginal, of or pertaining to the hindmargin. Hindmargins, plural of hindmargin. Hindmarsh, a surname from Old English. Hindmarshes, plural of hindmarsh. Hindmilk, the milk secreted during the later part of breastfeeding, typically high in fat and low in protein. Hindmilks, plural of hindmilk. Hindmost, superlative form of hind. Most hind. Hindneck, the area just below the nape of the neck of a bird. Hindnecks, plural of hindneck. Indology, alternative form of Indology. Hindleveston, a village and civil parish in North Norfolk District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TG 0329. Hindu. Hindu Kush, alternative form of Hindu Kush. Hindu cow, alternative form of Hindu Kush. Hindu Kush, alternative form of Hindu Kush. Hindu Kush, archaic form of Hindu Kush. Hinduism, dated form of Hinduism. Hindus, plural of Hindu. Hindustan, archaic form of Hindustan. Hindustan, obsolete form of Hindustani. Hindustani. Dated form of Hindustani. Hindustanis, plural of Hindustani. Hindustains, plural of Hindustan. Hindustani, archaic form of Hindustani. Hindustanis, plural of Hindustani. Hindustan, alternative spelling of Hindustan. Hindustani, dated form of Hindustani. Hindustanis, plural of Hindustani. Hindustani, archaic form of Hindustani. Hindustani, dated form of Hindustani language. Hindustanis, plural of Hindustani. Hinduism. Misspelling of Hinduism. Hinduists, Hindu. Hinduists, plural of Hinduists. Hind part. Synonym of hinder part. Hind parts, plural of hind part. Hind paw, a hind paw. Hind paws, plural of hind paw. Hind pocket, a pocket located in the rear, back pocket. Hind pockets, plural of hind pocket. Hind quarter, either rear half of a side of beef, mutton, veal, lamb, or by extension from another edible mammal. Hind quarters, plural of hind quarter. Hindrance, something which hinders, something that holds back or causes problems with something else. Hindrances, plural of hindrance. Hindrance, obsolete form of hindrance. Hindrances, plural of hindrance. Hinder, archaic form of hinder. Hinds, a surname. Hinds County, one of 82 counties in Mississippi, United States. County seats: Raymond and Jackson. Hindses, plural of hinds. Hindside, backside. Hindsides, plural of hindsight. Hindsight, realization or understanding of the significance and nature of events after they have occurred. Hindsight is 20/20. In hindsight, things are obvious that were not obvious from the outset. One is able to evaluate past choices more clearly than at the time of the choice. Hindsightism, a tendency to look at past events with the benefit of hindsight. Hindsightly, of or pertaining to hindsight, retrospective. Hindsights, plural of hindsight. Hindstomach, the hindyat. Hindstomachs, plural of hindstomach. Hindthought, consideration or questioning of events or decisions after they have occurred. Hindthoughts, plural of hindthought. Hindu, of or relating to Hinduism or to Hindus and their culture. Hindu Kush, a mountain range in Afghanistan and Pakistan. Hindu numeral, synonym of Arabic numeral. Hindu numerals, plural of Hindu numeral. Hindu push-up, an exercise in which one goes from downward-facing dog to upward-facing dog, and vice versa. Hindu Rashtra, the idealized administration of India under a theocratic government as a Hindu state as sought by Hindu nationalists. Hindu squat, synonym of Bathak type of knee bend exercise. Hindu Arabic numeral, synonym of Arabic numeral. Hindu Arabic numerals, plural of Hindu Arabic numeral. Hindu Kush, alternative form of Hindu Kush. Hindu Kush, alternative form of Hindu Kush. Hindu Kush, alternative form of Hindu Kush. Hinduness, alternative spelling of Hinduness. Hindudom, Hindu Rashtra. Hindu, alternative spelling of Hindavi. Hinduize, alternative form of Hinduize. Hinduize, simple past and past participle of Hinduize. Hinduizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Hinduize. Hinduish, resembling or characteristic of Hindus or Hinduism. Hinduizing. Present participle and gerund of Hinduize. Hinduism, a religion, philosophy, and culture native to India characterized by the belief in reincarnation and a supreme oneness personified in many forms and natures. Hinduisms, plural of Hinduism. Hinduists, a proponent of Hinduism. Hinduistic, of or pertaining to Hinduism. Hinduistically, in a Hinduistic manner, in terms of Hinduism. Hinduists, plural of Hinduists. Hinduization, the act or process of Hinduizing. Hinduize, to convert to Hinduism. Hinduize, simple past and past participle of Hinduize. Hinduizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Hinduize. Hinduizing, present participle and gerund of Hinduize. Hindu Kush, alternative form of Hindu Kush. Hindulant, synonym of India. Hindulans, plural of Hinduland. Hindumasia, hatred of Hinduism and Hindu people. Hinduism, showing hostility and hatred against Hinduism and Hindu people. Hinduness, the quality of a Hindu. Hindophobe, a person who hates, dislikes, or is prejudiced against Hinduism and Hindus. Hindophobes, plural of Hindophobe. Hindophobia, fear or hatred of Hindus or Hinduism. Hindophobic, having or showing a dislike of, prejudice, or hatred against Hindus or Hinduism. Hindophobics, plural of Hindophobic. Hindus, plural of Hindu. Hindustan, the entire region of the Indian subcontinent. Hindustan, archaic form of Hindustani. Hindustani, archaic form of Hindustani. Hindustanius, plural of Hindustani. Hindustan, plural of Hindustan. Hindustani, related to India, varying historically from the entire Indian subcontinent to India north of the Deccan, especially the plains of the Ganges and Jamuna. Hindustanis, plural of Hindustani. Hindutha, Hindudom. Hindutas, plural of Hindutha. Hindutvadi, a supporter of Hindutva or Hindu nationalism. Hindutvadis, plural of Hindutvadi. Hindutvis, a supporter of Hindutva or Hindu nationalism. Hindutvists, plural of Hindutvis. Hindvi, alternative spelling of Hindavi. Hindur, toward the posterior extremity. Hindwards, Hindur. Hindwater, the amniotic fluid that comes out after the baby's head during childbirth. Hindwaters, plural of Hindwater. Hindley, Alternative spelling of hind wing. Hindwings, plural of hindwing. Hai, a surname. Hainus Tipo, a goddess of night and death who rules the underworld in Maori mythology. Heinlein, a surname from German. Heinleins, plural of Heinlein. Hyman, a surname. Hymens, plural of Heinemann. Heiner, a surname. Heinerman, a surname. Heinermans, plural of Heinerman. Heiners, plural of Heiner. Heinz, a surname from Irish. Heinsberg, a town in Chittenden County, Vermont, United States. Hinesley, a surname. Hinesleys, plural of Hinesley. Hinesville, a city, the county seat of Liberty County, Georgia, United States. Heine, alternative spelling of Heine. Heinies, plural of Heine. Inform, pronunciation spelling of inform. H. A Chinese surname from Diachu. Dingshabi, a class of demonesses, giantesses, witches in Meitei folklore, mythology, and religion. Het, a surname. Hinge joint, a type of joint where motion is restricted to one plane as in the knee or elbow. Hinge joints, plural of hinge joint. Hinge of Africa, Cameroon. Hinge on, to depend on. To be contingent upon. Hinge termination, the abruptly truncated end of a napped stone flake that did not reach across the entire face of the core stone, also applied to the site of the break on the core. Hinge terminations, plural of hinge termination. Hinge upon, alternative form of hinge on. Hingeback, alternative form of hingeback. Hingeback tortoise, synonym of hingeback. Hingebacks, plural of hingeback. Hingeable, able to be hinged. Hingeback, any turtle of the genus Cynixes. Hingebacks, plural of hingeback. Heads, affixed by a hinge as a door. Hinged on, simple past and past participle of hinge on. Hinged tortoise, synonym of hingeback. Hinged tortoises, plural of hinged tortoise. Hinged upon, simple past and past participle of hinge upon. Hinged back tortoise, synonym of hingeback. Hinged back tortoises, plural of hinged back tortoise. Hindley, by means of a hinge. Hinder, present participle and gerund of hinge. Hingeless, without hinges, non-hinged. Hingelessness, absence of hinges. Hinge-like, resembling or characteristic of a hinge. Hingedent, the connection between the two halves of a bivalve shell. Hindiments, plural of hingement. Hanger, a hinged fastener. Hingers, plural of hinger. Hinges, plural of hinge. Hinges on, third person singular simple present indicative of hinge on. Hinges upon, third person singular singular simple present indicative of hinge upon. Hinge-wise, in the manner of a hinge. Hindi, out of sorts, slightly unwell, ill. Hindim, a league in the Inner Mongolia Autonomous Region in northern China. Heda, a market town and civil parish with a town council in South Norfolk District, Norfolk, England OS Grid Ref TG0202. Hewa, a prefecture in eastern Fujian province of Imperial China corresponding to the modern-day prefecture-level city of Pushan. Hinge, present participle and gerund of hinge. Hingermon, present participle and gerund of hinge on. Hinging upon, present participle and gerund of hinge upon. Hindal, a surname. Hingdals, plural of Hingo. Teulesh, a variety of English spoken by native Hindi speakers using many Hindi words or constructions. His, plural of Hing. Hinston, a surname. Hinstons, plural of Hingston. Hia, a municipality of Ifugao, Philippines. Hinigaran, a municipality of Negros Occidental, Philippines. Hindu, a person of mixed Hindu and Jewish parentage. Hindus, plural of Hindu. A surname. Hink Pink, a game in which players guess a rhyming phrase, given definitions or synonyms of the words. Hink Pinks, plural of Hink Pink. Henfa, a surname from German. Henkels, plural of Hinkel. Higgy Pinky, alternative form of Hink Pink. Hingy Pinkies, plural of Hinky Pinky. Heidye, comparative form of hinky, more hinky. Heidies, superlative form of hinky, most hinky. Henka, a surname. Henkel, plural of Hinkle. Hinkley, a surname. Hinkley Point, a headland in West Somerset, Somerset, England, which is the location of 2 nuclear power stations, with a third under construction in 2019 OS Grid Ref SD 2146. Hinkleys, plural of Hinkley. Hinks, plural of Hink. Hinkson, a surname. Hinksons, plural of Hinkson. Hinkenbooby, synonym of hokey-cokey dance. Higgy, acting suspiciously, strange, unusual, acting in a manner as if having something to hide or seemingly crooked. Hinkebunk, a the wisp. Hinkebunks, plural of Hinkepond. Hemon, a surname. Penmans, plural of Hinman. Hanna, a surname. Hennens, plural of Hennen. Hennencap, a surname from German. Hennencamps, plural of Hinnencamp. Hinnerdale, hindquarters, butt. Hinnerdales, plural of Hinnerdale. Hinners, a surname from German. Hinnerses, plural of Hinners. Pity, alternative form of Hinny term of endearment. Pennet, simple past and past participle of Hinny. Hennes, plural of Hinny. Pity, alternative form of Hinny term of endearment. Pennet, simple past and past participle of Hinny. Hennes, plural of Hinny. Hennosen, non-standard form of innocent representing a hypercorrection in age-dropping accents. Ted, the ship of characters Harry Potter and Ginny Weasley of the Harry Potter series. A present participle and gerund of Hini. Hino, a city in Tokyo Prefecture, Japan. Hinoben, a municipality of Negros Occidental Philippines. Hinouma, the year of the fire horse in the sexagenary cycle of the Japanese traditional calendar, last occurring in 1966. Women born in these years supposedly make poor wives. Hinojaos, a surname. Henajasa, a surname from Spanish. Henajosas, plural of Hinajosa. Hinajosa, a surname from Spanish. Hinajosas, plural of Hinajosa. Hinopi, a tree species Chamaecyparis obtusa, the Japanese cypress. Hinoki cypress, an evergreen shrub or tree, Chamaecyparis obtusa. Hinoki cypresses, plural of Hinoki cypress. Heniciflavome, a cytotoxic biflavonoid found in hinoki and other plants. Hinokinen, a particular lignin is substituted butyrolactolin that is used as a trypanoside. Henokiercinol, any of a group of compounds derived from agathocyanol by the addition of a vital side chain. Henokiercinols, plural of henokiercinol. Hinokis, plural of hinoki. Henokidal, a natural monoterpenoid found in the wood of trees in the family Cupressaceae. Henlogan, a barangay of Dagami. Late Philippines. Hinamaru, the national flag of Japan, consisting of a large red disc representing the sun in the center of a white rectangular horizontal background. Henestrosa, a surname from Spanish. Henestrosas, plural of Henestrosa. Hedos, a surname. Henots, plural of Henot. Hes, plural of Hen. Hesh, a surname from German. Hentes, plural of Henge. Hinsdale, a surname. Hinsdale County, one of 64 counties in Colorado, United States. County seat, Lake City. Henselite, a trigonal hexagonal scalenohedral mineral containing aluminum, hydrogen, lead, oxygen, phosphorus, strontium, and sulfur. Hissa, a surname. Hinios, plural of Hinshaw. Hinshelwood, a surname. Hensley, a surname. Hensleys, plural of Hensley. Henslough, a surname. Henson, a surname. Hensons, plural of Henson. Henstye, a village and civil parish in northeast Shropshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 6926. Het, Iku. Hentable, that can be hinted at, or alluded to. Hent, simple past and past participle of hint. Hintend, the posterior of a person or object. Hintends, plural of hinten. Hen, agent noun of hint, someone who hints. Hinterland, the land immediately next to and inland from a coast. Hinterlander, one who lives in the hinterland. Hinterlanders, plural of hinterlander. Hinterlands, plural of hinterland. Hintermeyer, a surname from German. Hintermeyers, plural of Hintermeyer. Hintermost, most remote, closest to the outer edge or back. Henders, Plural of Hinter. Hintersarten, a village and municipality in the Black Forest, Baden-Württemberg, Germany. Himdata, a tat in Yare region formerly known as Enzeta. Hintika set, a set with certain openness and completeness properties. Hintika sets, plural of Hintika set. Hintikian, of or pertaining to the work of Jaakko Hintikka, Finnish philosopher and logician. Hinting, the act of giving a hint or suggestion. Hintimly, in a hinting manner. Hintings, plural of hinting. A telephone service that provides, usually for a fee, hints on how to proceed if one is stuck in a specific online game. Henton, a suburb of Port Stephens, Hunter Region, New South Wales, Australia. Hinton Charter House, a village and civil parish in Bath and North East Somerset Council area, Somerset, England. OS Grid Ref SD 7758. Hinton on the Green, a village and civil parish served by Hinton on the Green and Aston Somerville Parish Council in Wychavon District, Worcestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 0240. Hinton St George, a village and civil parish in Somerset, England, previously in South Somerset District. OS Grid Ref SD 4212. Hinton Waldres, a village and civil parish in Vale of White Horse District, Oxfordshire, England, historically in Berkshire. OS Grid Ref SU 3799. Hinton in the Hedges, a village and civil parish in West Northamptonshire District, Northamptonshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 5536. Hensons, plural of Hinton. Hets, plural of hint. Hensa, a surname. Hence, a surname. Hensi, a surname. Hensas, plural of hints. Henanangan, a municipality of Southern Leyte, Philippines. Penandan, a municipality of Southern Leyte, Philippines. House, a surname. Hendaseas, plural of hens. Henoi, a village in Podington Parish, Bedford Borough, Bedfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 9361. Hanksell, a small village in with Hinksville Parish, Ashford Borough, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TR 0442. Hinksman, a surname. Hinksmens, plural of Hinksmen. Hankston, a village and civil parish in South Cambridgeshire District, Cambridgeshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 4945. Hets, a surname. Hence, a surname. Hymnus, plural of hints. Hinneman, a surname. Hinnelens, plural of hinsmen. Hyadante, any fish in the family Hyadontidae, the Munaz. Hyadantes, plural of Hyadante. Synonym of New Zealand mint. Hyanmir, alternative form of Xenu. Hyanmir, alternative form of Xenu. Hyardale, a rare sorosilicate mineral that contains zirconium, calcium, sodium, and fluorine. A surname. Eddy, a census-designated place in Del Norte County, California, United States. Acronym of Home Information Pack. a diminutive of the female given name Hippolyta. Hip and shoulder, a bump of an opponent using the side of the body, i.e. roughly the hip through to the upper arm and shoulder. The upper arm is held close against the body. Such a bump is considered fair play unless it is a push in the back or hits the opponent's head at high contact. Hip and shoulders, plural of hip and shoulder. Hip bath, synonym of sitz bath. Hip bass, plural of hip bath. Hip bone, one of two roughly symmetrical skeleton parts, each composed of the fused iliac, ischial, and pubic bones that together form the sides of the pelvis. Hip bones, plural of hip bone. Hip boot, a tall boot that extends up to the hip, typically made of rubber, initially designed to be worn by fishermen. Hip boots, plural of hip boot. Hip check, a maneuver performed by an ice hockey player to take another player out of the play. A maneuver whereby the performer uses his hip to crash into another player to check their movement. Hip checked, simple past and past participle of hip check. Hip checking, present participle and gerund of hip check. Hip checks, plural of hip check. Hip dip, a naturally occurring indentation on the side of the hip. Hip dips, plural of hip dip. Hip dysplasia, in dogs, an abnormal formation of the hip socket, causing lameness and arthritis of the joints. Hip dysplasias, plural of hip dysplasia. Hip flask, a container designed to hold small amounts of alcohol, especially spirits, for personal consumption on the go. Hip flasks, plural of hip flask. Hip fracture, a break to the upper quarter of the femur, the femoral head, or the femoral neck, impairing the hip joint. Hip fractures, plural of hip fracture. Hip hora, alternative spelling of hip hooray. Hip hooray, an exclamation of congratulations or celebration, especially in response to a call for 3 cheers for the person. Often the person calling for the cheers will yell hip, the crowd replying hooray. Hip hurrah, alternative spelling of hip hooray. Hip hop, alternative form of hip hop. Hip hop soul, a subgenre of contemporary R&B music that fuses R&B or soul singing with hip hop musical production. Hip hopa, a rap or hip hop musical piece or album which takes an operatic form. Hip hoperas, plural of hip hopera. Hip hoppy, alternative form of hip hoppy. Hip hopster, alternative form of hip hopster. Hip hopsters, plural of hip hopster. Hip house, a musical genre combining hip hop and house music. Hip joint, a joint formed where the pelvic acetabulum and the head of the femur meet. Hip joint arthrosis, synonym of coxarthrosis. Hip joint disease, synonym of coxarthrosis. Hip joints, plural of hip joint. Hip lock, a lock in which a close grip is obtained and a fall attempted by a heave over the hip. Hip locks, plural of hip lock. Hip pack, fanny pack US, bum bag British. Hip packs, plural of hip pack. Hip pocket, a pocket found near of just behind the hip in a pair of trousers or a skirt. Hip pocket frog, either of 2 species of frog, Acidarlingtoni and Asawolumbin, endemic to eastern Australia, notable in that the males have subcutaneous pouches on their hips in which they carry their tadpoles until they metamorphosize. Hip pocket frogs, plural of hip pocket frog. Hip pockets, plural of hip pocket. Hip replacement, a surgical procedure in which the hip joint is replaced by a prosthetic implant. Hip replacements, plural of hip replacement. Hip roof, a roof formed from inclined, planar ends and sides joined at their edges to form hips, the longer sides forming a ridge at the top. Hip roofs, plural of hip roof. Hip speed, the speed of rotation of the hips of a batter during a swing. Hip speeds, plural of hip speed. Hip thrusts, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see hip thrust. Hip thrust pad, synonym of barbell pad. Hip thrust pads, plural of hip thrust pad. Hip thrusts, plural of hip thrusts. Hip tree, a dog Rose Canina. Hip trees, plural of hip tree. Hip wet, the act of grabbing a teammate's hips in order to propel oneself forward. Hip whips, plural of hip whip. Hip flask, alternative spelling of hip flask. Hip flasks, plural of hip flask, alternative spelling of n hip flask knockout equals 1. Hip grinding, a sexual gyrating of the hips when dancing. Hip hop, an African American urban youth culture based on rap music, breakdancing, etc. Hip hop honey, synonym of video vixen. Hip hop honeys, plural of hip hop honey. Hip hopra, alternative form of hip hopra. Hip hopras, plural of hip hopra. Head hopped, simple past and past participle of hip hop. Hip hopper, a member of the hip hop culture. Hip hoppers, plural of hip hopper. Hip hopping, present participle and gerund of hip hop. Hip hoppy, relating to or characteristic of the hip hop culture or hip hop music. Hip hops, third person singular simple present indicative of hip hop. Hip hopster, a member of the hip hop culture, a hip hop artist. Hip hopsters, plural of hip hopster. Hip huggers, tight-fitting pants trousers with a waistline that rests on the hips. Hip hurrah, to give forth a hip hurrah, to express elation. Hip pocket, of a talent agent to informally represent an actor, screenwriter, etc. without signing a formal contract. Hip pocket client, a person who is being provisionally represented by an agent but is not yet signed by the agency. Hip pocket clients, plural of hip pocket client. Hip pocket flask, a hip flask. Hip pocket flasks, plural of hip pocket flask. Hip shooter, a person who shoots from the hip. Hip shooters, plural of hip shooter. Hip shooting, the act of shooting from a hip. Hip tot, alternative form of hip shot. HEVA, acronym of Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act. Hip ball, an ancient Mesoamerican ball game where the ball was kept in play by striking it with the hip. Hip bone, alternative spelling of hip bone. Hip bones, plural of hip bone. Hipta, the realm or status of being hip. Had, a throw in which the wrestler lifts his opponent from the ground, swings him to one side, knocks up his nearer thigh from the back with the knee, and throws him on his back. Hyped, simple past and past participle of hype. Hyper, A wrestler who uses the hype technique. Hybers, plural of hyper. Hypes, plural of hype. Hipfire, in first-person shooter games, the ability to shoot from the hip without taking aim first. Hip flask, alternative spelling of hip flask. Hip flasks, plural of hip flask. Alternative form of hip-hop. Hethar, descriptive of a type of jeans which are tight around the hip. Hethars, jeans which have a tight waistline. Hippification, the effects on a neighborhood of an influx of hipsters. Hybing, present participle and gerund of hype. Hepkins, a surname transferred from the given name. Hepkinses, plural of Hipkins. Hepless, without hips. Hiplessness, absence of hips. Heplight, a Ghanaian style of music that fuses high life and hip-hop. Peplai, resembling or characteristic of a hip joint of the body. Hepline, the line of a garment around the hips. Heplines, plural of hip line. Heftly, in a hip way. Hetness, the characteristic of being hip, coolness, trendiness. Hednesses, plural of hitness. Hypocholesterolemic, misspelling of hypocholesterolemic. Hypocrisies, plural of hypocrisy. Hypocrisy, obsolete spelling of hypocrisy. Hepidiploid, misspelling of hypodiploid. Hepacy, hipsters collectively. Hippolito, a surname from Spanish, an anglicized form of Hippolito or a Filipino surname. Hippolitos, plural of Hippolito. Hip-hop tester, a device used to perform dielectric withstand test. Hip-hop testers, plural of hip-hop tester. Abbreviation of hippocampus. A surname. Alternative form of hippo. Hipar, an ancient Greek cavalry officer. Hipparchian, of or relating to the ancient Hipparchus. Hipparchs, plural of hipparch. Hipparchus, an ancient Greek astronomer, geographer, and mathematician. Hipparion, an extinct pony of the genus Hipparion. Hipparionine, an extinctors of the tribe Hippiamini. Hipparions, plural of Hipparion. Hippistrine, an indole alkaloid found in plants of the Amaryllidaceae family. Hippeastrum, any plant of the genus Hippeastrum. Hippeastrums, plural of hippeastrum. Having hips or a feature resembling hips. Hipped roof, synonym of hip roof. Hipped roofs, plural of hipped roof. Hipped roofs, plural of hipped roof. Hippes, plural of hippias. Hever, a hip boot. Hipperholm, a village in the metropolitan borough of Calderdale, West Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 1225. Hippers, plural of hipper. Hipperson, a surname originating as a matronymic or as a patronymic. Hippus, superlative form of hip, most hip. Hippity hot, alternative spelling of hippity hop. Hippity hot, simple past and past participle of hippity hop. Hippity hoppity, hopping and skipping. Hippity hopping, present participle and gerund of hippity hop. Hippity hops, plural of hippity hop. Hedes, a member of the ancient Greek cavalry, a man who owned a war horse. Hedede, a veterinarian specializing in horse care. Heteders, plural of hippiator. Hede, relating to hippias. Hebiatico, relating to hippiasry. Hedes, synonym of hippiasry. Hedes, a veterinarian who treats horses. Hedes, plural of hippiaphis. Hede, the branch of veterinary medicine dealing with horses. Hede, relating to horses or horse riding. Hede, any sand crab in the family Hippidae. Hippidiform, any horse similar to those of the extinct genus Hippidian. Hippidiforms, plural of hippidiform. Hedids, plural of hippid. Hed, a teenager who imitated the beatniks. Hippie chimp, a bonobo. Hippie chimps, plural of hippie chim. Hippie clinic, a free clinic in the 1960s and 1970s. Hippie clinics, plural of hippie clinic. Hippie punching, criticism of the political left, especially when used to position oneself as a moderate. Hippie trail, the journeys taken by hippies and others in the 1960s and 1970s, typically involving cheap travel. Hippie trails, plural of hippie trail. Hip-the-dippy. Hippie. Hippidippus, plural of hippidippy. Hippidom, hippies as a collective group, the world of hippies. Hippify, converted or translated into a hippie style. Hevel, the state or quality of being a hippie. Heddish, alternative spelling of hippyish. Hippyism, the activities, beliefs, and traits of hippies. Pepili, resembling or characteristic of a hippie. Hippimobile, a vehicle used or implied to be used by hippies. Hippimobiles, plural of hippimobile. Happiness, alternative form of hippiness. Header, comparative form of hippie, more hippie. Hippis, plural of hippie. It is, superlative form of hippie, most hippie. Hippietistic, very hippyish. Hippie, theater curtain. Happiness, the quality of being a hippie. Hippie, present participle. And gerund of hip. Heppins, plural of hippin. Hebbish, alternative form of hippish. Unevenly by hopping. Hippity hoppity, alternative form of hippity hoppity. Hippity hoppity, get off my property. Stop trespassing on my property and be quick about it. Hippity hop, moving by hopping, having an uneven gait. Hippity hoppity, alternative form of hippity hop. Hippity hops, plural of hippity hop. Hevel, a surname. Hevler, a surname. Hipplers, plural of hippler. Pebble, plural of hipple. Hypio, initialism of highest paid person's opinion. Hippo, flipping of hippopotamus. Hippo birdie to you. Happy birthday to you. Hippo flies, plural of hippo fly. Hippo fly, a species of biting horsefly found around southern Africa, Tabanus bigotatus. Hippo grass, either of the plants Echinochelloa stagnina or Vascia cuspidata. Hippo grasses, plural of hippo grass. Hippo, horse. Hippobossid, any of the species in the Hippoboscidae family of parasitic flies. Hippoboscids, plural of hippoboscid. Hippoboscoid, any fly of the superfamily Hippoboscidae. Hippoboscoids, plural of hippoboscoi. Hippocalcin, a particular calcium-binding protein. Hippocamp, a small moon of Neptune. Hippocampal, pertaining to the hippocampus. Hippocampally, with regard to the hippocampus. Hippocampectomies, plural of hippocampectomy. Hippocampectomized, to undergo hippocampectomy. Hippocampectomized, simple past and past participle of hippocampectomize. Hippocampectomy, excision of the hippocampus, typically as part of a lobectomy. Hippocampi, plural of hippocampus. Hippocampion, of or relating to the hippocamp, a creature in Greek mythology. Hippocampi, relating to the hippocampus. Hippocampacortical, relating to or connecting the hippocampus and the cortex. Hippocampafugal, radiating from the hippocampus. Hippocampoptal, traveling towards the hippocampus. Hippocamposptal, relating to or connecting the hippocampus and the septum of the brain. Hippocamps, plural of hippocamp. Hippocampus, a mythological creature with the front head and forelimbs of a horse and the rear of a fish. Hippocampuses, plural of hippocampus. Hippocos, the ritual killing of a horse as an offering. Hippocausts, plural of hippocausts. Hippocentaur, centaur. Hippocentaurs, plural of hippocentaur. Hippospala, having a head shaped like that of a horse. Hippocras, a cordial made from a spiced wine mixed with sugar and spices, usually including cinnamon, which are strained out by a cloth before the drink is consumed. Hippocratation, of or relating to the Hippocrataceae. Hippocrates, a transliteration of the ancient Greek male given name letter 1F31 Pi Pi Omicron Kappa Rho Alpha Tau Eta Sigma Hippocrates, notably born by Hippocrates of Kos, an ancient Greek physician, circa 5th century BC, sometimes called the father of medicine. Hippocrates sleeve, alternative form of Hippocrates sleeve. Hippocrates sleeves, plural of Hippocrates sleeve. Hippocrates sleeve, a conical strainer of fine cloth used in the preparation of hippocras. It can be made by stitching together two adjacent sides of a square piece of cloth. Hippocrates sleeves, plural of Hippocrates sleeve. Hippocration, Hippocratic. Hippocratic, pertaining to or in accordance with the theories of ancient Greek physician and philosopher Hippocrates. Hippocratic face, a face that appears drawn and sunken as a result of long illness or hunger. Hippocratic faces, plural of Hippocratic face. Hippocratic oath, an oath sworn by newly qualified physicians that they will observe the medical ethics that derived from Hippocrates. Hippocratic oaths, plural of Hippocratic oath. Hippocratic sleeve, a conical strainer of fine cloth used in the preparation of Hippocras. It can be made by stitching together two adjacent sides of a square piece of cloth. Hippocratic sleeves, plural of Hippocratic sleeve. Hippocratic wreath, the rim of hair that remains around the outer part of the scalp in cases of male pattern baldness. Hippocratic wreaths, plural of Hippocratic wreath. Hippocratical, Hippocratic. Hippocratism, the medical philosophy or system of Hippocrates. Hippocrene, a fountain on Mount Helicon, sacred to the Muses and formed by the hooves of Pegasus, the waters of which were supposed to give poetic inspiration when imbibed. Hippocrepian, one of an order of freshwater bryozoophytic Talima or Lophopoda in which the tentacles are on a lophophore, shaped like a horseshoe. Hippocrepians, plural of Hippocrepian. Hippocrepiform, shaped like a horseshoe. Hippodam, a seahorse or hippocampus. Hippodamia, alternative spelling of hippodamia. Hippodamia, alternative spelling of hippodamia. Hippodams, plural of hippodame. Hippodamia, various female ancient Greek mythological figures, especially the Queen of Pisa as the wife of Pelops. Hippodamian, relating to or characteristic of the Greek figures Hippodamus or Hippodamia. Hippodrome, a horse racing course. Hippodrome, simple past and past participle of hippodrome. Hippodromes, plural of hippodrome. Hippodromic, relating to a hippodrome. Hippodroming, present participle and gerund of hippodrome. Hippodromus, one who trains or rides horses as part of a circus. Hippodromists, plural of hippodromus. Hippodromo, a barangay of Cebu City, Cebu. Philippines. Hippogonal, being a move in a board game similar to a knight's move in chess, i.e. leaping m squares in one of the orthogonal directions and n squares in the other. Hippogras, alternative form of hippogras. Hippogriff, a mythical beast, half griffin and half horse, supposedly the offspring of a griffin and a filly. Hippogriffin, alternative form of hippogriff. Hippogriffins, plural of hippogriffin. Hippogriffs, plural of hippogriff. Hippogriff, alternative spelling of hippogriff. Hippogriffs, plural of hippogriff. Hipplet, of or pertaining to horses. Hippocrates, alternative spelling of Hippocrates. Hippolyte, resembling or characteristic of a hippopotamus. Hippolyte, a kind concretion or kind of bezoar from the intestines of a horse. Hippolytes, plural of hippolyth. Hippolog, relating to hippology. Hippologist, one who studies horses. Hippologists, plural of hippologists. Hippology, the study of horses. Hippolyta, an Amazonian queen who possessed a magic girdle given to her by her father, Ares. Hippolyte, alternative form of Hippolyta. Hippolytid, any shrimp in the family Hippolytidae. Hippolytids, Hippolytid. Hippomancy, divination by the interpretation of the appearance and behavior of horses. Their neighing and stamping are particularly noted. Hippomans, an ancient love philtre obtained from a mare or foal in heat. Hippomania, a passion for horses. Hippomelanin, a black pigment found in tumors of horses. Hippometer, an instrument for measuring a horse's height in hands. Hippometers, plural of hippometer. Hippomobile, an early automobile invented by Etienne Lenoir in 1863. Hippomobiles, plural of hippomobile. Hippomorph, any odd-toed ungulate of the suborder Hippomorpha. Hippomorphic, or shaped. Hippomorphs, plural of hippomorph. Hipponactin, relating to or characteristic of the ancient Greek poet Hipponax, specifically using choliambic verse. Hipponactins, plural of hipponactin. Hipponicid, any sea snail in the family Hypponicidae. Hypponicids, plural of hipponicid. Hippopathological, relating to hippopathology. Hippopathology, the science of veterinary medicine of equines, the pathology of the horse. Hippopt, a plane curve defined by the equation x to plus y22 equals cx to plus di2, where it is assumed that c0 and cd. Hippopts, plural of hippopt. Hepatophage, someone who eats horse meat. Hippophages, plural of hippophage. Hippophae, eaters of horse meat. Hippophagism, the eating of horse meat. Hippophagus, a person that eats horse meat. Hippophagistic, synonym of hippophagus feeding on horseflesh. Hippophagus, plural of hippophagus. Hippophagus, feeding on horseflesh. Hippophagy, the eating of horse meat. Hippophile, a person who loves horses. Hippophiles, plural of hippophile. Hippophilia, the love of horses. Hippophilic, fond of horses. Hippopho, one who fears or dislikes horses. Hippophobes, plural of hippopho. Hippophobia, an irrational fear of horses or other hoofed animals like ponies, donkeys, or mules. Hippophobe, fearing or disliking horses. Hippopodiae, any cnidarian of the family Hippopodiidae. Hippopodids, plural of hippopodiae. Hippopotami, plural of hippopotamus. Hippopotamian, resembling or characteristic of a hippopotamus. Hippopotame, of or relating to a hippopotamus. Hippopotamid, any mammal of the family Hippopotamidae, the hippopotamuses. Hippopotamids, plural of hippopotamid. Hippopotamine, of pertaining to or characteristic of hippopotamuses, large, rotund, indulgent. Hippopotamoi, plural of hippopotamos, archaic form of hippopotamus. Hippopotamoid, any animal similar to a hippopotamus. Hippopotamoids, plural of hippopotamoid. Hippopotamos, archaic form of hippopotamus. Hippopotamoses, plural of hippopotamos. Hippopotamus, a large, semi-aquatic herbivorous African mammal of the family Hippopotamidae. Hippopotamus defense, a defensive opening in which a player places pawns on b6, d6, e6, and g6, brings out the knights and fianchettos the bishops on b7 and g7. Hippopotamus defenses, plural of hippopotamus defense. Hippopotamuses, plural of hippopotamus. Hippopotamus-like, resembling or characteristic of a hippopotamus. Hippopotamuses. Rare spelling of hippopotamuses, the plural of hippopotamus. Hippopotamonstrosquipedalian, of or pertaining to extremely long words. Hippopotamonstrosquipedaliophobia, the fear of long words. Hippopotamonstrosquipedaliophobia, misspelling of hippopotamonstrosquipedaliophobia. Hi-PPO, plural of hi-PPO. Hippos, plural of hippo. Hipposaur, any therapsid in the family Hipposauridae. Hipposaurids, plural of hipposaur. Hippocidera, any of the family Hippocideridae of Old World leaf-nosed bats. Hippociderids, plural of hipposiderid. Hipposudoric acid, a red quinoid carboxylic acid 3-carboxymplyl 5-hydroxy 1,4-A-trioxo 4-A-dihydro 1-H-fluorine 9-carboxylic acid present in the skin secretion of the hippopotamus. Hippotamus, obsolete spelling and common present-day misspelling of hippopotamus. Hippotaur, a creature that is half bull and half horse. Hippotors, plural of hippotaur. Hippotane, alternative form of ipotane. Hippotanes, plural of hippotane. Hippotherapy, a specialized physiotherapy treatment that involves having a patient ride a horse to facilitate movement responses. Hippotibrine, of or pertaining to a zebra s. Hippopotamus, one who studies hippotamy. Hippopotamus, plural of hippopotamus. Hippotamy, the anatomy of horses or the study thereof. Hippotragon, alternative form of hippotragon. Hippotragon, of pertaining to or resembling antelopes in the bovid subfamily Hippotraginae, the oryxes, roan and sable antelopes, etc. Hippotragons, plural of hippotragon. Hippotragons, plural of hippotragon. Hefs, a surname. Hippurate, any salt or ester of hippuric acid. Hippurates, plural of hippurate. Hippuria, the presence of excessive hippuric acid in the urine, as sometimes occurs in diabetes mellitus. Hippure, of or pertaining to hippuric acid or its derivatives. Hippuric acid, a benzoyl derivative of glycine. It occurs in urine, especially that of herbivores. Its potential as a biomarker in humans is being studied. Hippuricase, aminosilase. Hippurate, a plant of the former tribe Hippuridae, now considered to be part of the Callitrichae, a mare's tail. Hippurids, plural of hippurid. Hippuristinol, a polyoxygenated steroid present in the coral isis hippuris. Hippuristinoli, The spiricyclic compound 1R2, 3, 6 is 8R11, 12, 13, 15R 17R 20s, 21R2, 2, 3, 11, 17 pentamethylspiro 14, 16, 19 trihexaheptacyclo 11.8.1.12 20.01 15.03 12.06 11.0 17 21 tricosane 18 5-oxylane atyl acetate. Hippuric, a fossil bivalve mollusk of the genus Hippurididae, having a conical, cup-shaped undervalve with a flattish upper valve or lid. Hippurites, plural of hippurit. Hippuritic, of or pertaining to hippurites. Edus, pupillary athetosis, spasmodic dilation and contraction of the pupil between the sphincter and dilator muscles. Head, alternative spelling of hippie. Hippie crack, nitrous oxide used as a recreational drug. Hippie jump, a trick in which the rider jumps above the board, leaving it on the ground to pass under an object the rider is jumping over. Hippie jumped. Simple past and past participle of hippie jump. Hippie jumping, present participle and gerund of hippie jump. Hippie jumps, plural of hippie jump. Hippy dippy, suggesting or characterized by hippie attitudes. Hippidal, alternative form of hippidum. Headish, having characteristics of a hippie. Hippolyte, alternative form of hippolyte. Plural of HIP. HITS, abbreviation of human-induced pluripotent stem. Hefs, plural of hip. Hipshire, a surname. Hipshires, plural of hipshire. Heptot, having a dislocated hip. Hipster, a person who is keenly interested in the latest trends or fashions. Hipster glasses, plastic eyeglasses with thick, horn-rimmed, typically black frames, characteristically worn by members of the hipster and nerd subcultures. Hipsterati, people who are considered the elite in the hipster subculture. Hipsterdom, the state of being a hipster. Hipster, simple past and past participle of hipster. Hipsterification, the process of making or becoming a hipster or characteristic of hipsters. Hipstervy, to make or become a hipster or characteristic of hipsters. Hipstui, present participle and gerund of hipsterfy. Hipsterific, extremely hipsterish. Hipstering, present participle and gerund of hipster. Hipsterish, like a hipster, often pretentiously trendy. Hipsterishly, in a hipsterish manner, in a often pretentiously trendy fashion. Hipsterism, hetness. Hipsterisms, plural of hipsterism. Hipsterization, the process of changing something to appeal to the hipster subculture. Hipstroan, the space inhabited by hipsters. Hipstoli, resembling or characteristic of a hipster. Hipsterly, in a fashion characteristic of a hipster. Hipsters, plural of hipster. Hipsterville, the world of hipsters. Hipstery, characteristic of hipsters. Hipsterbia, alternative letter case form of hipsterbia. Hipsterbian, relating to hipsterbia. Hipsterbius, plural of hipsterbia. Hipswell, a village and civil parish in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Richmondshire District. The parish includes part of Catterick Garrison OS Grid Ref SC 1898. Heft, archaic form of hip. Heptard, a pretentious or foolish hipster. Heptards, plural of hiptard, Thebtot, a small portable personal computer. Heptard, a pretentious or foolish hipster. Heptards, plural of hiptard. Thebtot, a small portable personal computer somewhat like a smartphone. Heptops, plural of hiptop. Hepwood, a surname. Hepwoods, plural of hipwood. Hipwort, a fleshy, edible plant in the stonecrop family Umbilicus rupestris. HIDA, acronym of Health Information and Quality Authority, a healthcare watchdog in Ireland. Her, them singular, gender-neutral third-person singular object pronoun, coordinate with him and her. Hira, the grotto or cave in Saudi Arabia where Muhammad first received the Quran from Gabriel. Hirabayashi, a surname from Japanese. Hireable, able to be hired. Hirabal Mar, synonym of Mar. Harichandra, alternative form of Harichandra. Hirado, a city in Nagasaki Prefecture, Japan on its own island. Hiragana, alternative spelling of hiragana. Hiraganas, plural of hiragana. Urd, alternative form of hirage. Hurai, a surname. Hurais, plural of hurai. Hurricana, archaic form of hiragana. Hirakata, a city in northeastern Osaka Prefecture founded in 1947. Hirakawa, a city in Japan. Heraldo, a surname. Heraldos, plural of heraldo. Hiram, a king of Tyre, biblical character. Haramasa, sushi made from the yellowtail amberjack, Seriola lalandi. Huranik, of or pertaining to Hiram Abiff, the chief character in an allegorical legend connected with the initiation into the third degree of Freemasonry. Hiramo, a surname from Japanese. Hiranuma, a surname from Japanese. Hiraniagata, a name of Brahma, so called because he was born from a golden egg Manu SM ladder 1E5 BTI 1.9. Hiranyakeshipu, Hiranyakeshipu, son of Kashyapa and Didi, father of called because he was born from a golden egg Manu SM ladder 1E5 BTI 1.9. Hiranyakeshipu, Hiranyakeshipu, son of Kashyapa and Didi, father of Prahlada, slain by the Narasimha avatar of Vishnu. Hirata, a surname from Japanese. Hiratsuka, a city in Kitagawa Prefecture on the island of Honshu, Japan. Hiratsukas, plural of Hiratsuka. Hirayama, a surname from Japanese. Hirayamas, plural of Hirayama. Herbad, alternative form of Herbad, Zoroastrian priest. Herbads, plural of Herbad. Hartar, alternative form of Harkara. Ertara, alternative form of Harkara. Herkaras, plural of Herkara. Herkara, alternative form of Harkara. Herkara, alternative form of Harkara. Herkaras, plural of Herkara. Herkaras, plural of Herkara. Herkars, plural of Herkar. Ersasti, a village and commune of Ungeni Rayon, Moldova. Hersef, of pertaining to or derived from mutton suet. Persic acid, a type of oily acid, a mixture rich in capric and caproic acids made from mutton suet, having an odor similar to that of a goat, used in the early days of the production of soap and in soup making. Persa, persic acid. Harsian, of pertaining to or characteristic of goats. Arsoness, of or pertaining goats, Hircine. Hercosaurus, a mythical creature, half goat, half stag. Hercos, of or pertaining to goats, Hircine. Hercosity, the quality of being Hercos or goatish. Hercura, alternative form of Harkara. Hercura, alternative form of Harkara. Hercuras, plural of Hercura. Hercuras, plural of Hercura. Her, a surname originating as an occupation for a herdsman. Herdman, in Norwegian history, a member of a herd or royal household. Herdman, plural of herdmen. Herds, plural of herd. Hurdy-gurdies, plural of hurdy-gurdy. Hurdy-gurdy, obsolete form of hurdy-gurdy musical instrument. Hire, a surname. Hire car, a car that is hired or available for hire. Hire cars, plural of hire car. Hire out, to allow others to use temporarily in exchange for money. Hire purchase, a method of purchasing an item where the buyer hires it and takes possession of it and pays regular installments. Ownership is only transferred on payment of the final amount, abbreviated as HP. Hire purchases, plural of hire purchase. Hire system, the system of buying and selling things via hire purchase. Hireable, alternative spelling of hireable. Hired, the act of hiring something. Hired, simple past and past participle of hire. Hired gun, a person who is employed as an armed guard, enforcer, or mercenary and who is prepared to use gunplay or similar violent methods in order to assert the interests of their employer. Hired guns, plural of hired gun. Hired hand, a person who is employed to perform routine chores and manual labor, especially on a farm or ranch. Hired hands, plural of hired hand. Hired muscle, person who is hired or asked to perform tasks or duties requiring physical strength. Hired muscles, plural of hired muscle. Hired out, simple past and past participle of hire out. Hiree, someone who hires from a hirer. Hirees, plural of hiree. Hireless, without recompense, payment, or reward. Hireling, an employee who is hired, often to perform unpleasant tasks with little independence. Hirelings, plural of hireling. Hireman, hireling. Hireman, plural of hireman. Hire, a seductive woman, a courtesan. Hirens, plural of hiren. Hire, agent noun of hire, someone who hires. Hirers, plural of hirer. Hires, a surname. Hires out, third person singular, simple present indicative of hire out. Hiree, worthy of hire, employable. Hiri Madu, an official language of Papua New Guinea. It is a pidgin based primarily on Matu. Ire, alternative spelling of Hirik. Hiring, present participle and gerund of hire. Hiring Hall, an organization which has the responsibility of furnishing new recruits for employers who have a collective bargaining agreement with the trade union. Hiring halls, plural of hiring hall. Hiring out, present participle and gerund of hire out. Hirings, plural of hiring. Here, a Hebrew nikud vowel sign, a dot written beneath a letter. High-rise, initialism of high-resolution imaging science experiment, a camera on board the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter. Herkara, alternative form of Harkara. Herkara, alternative form of Harkara. Herkaras, plural of Herkara. Herkaras, plural of Herkara. Hurley, alternative form of hurling. Hurlings, plural of hurling. Herend, alternative form of hellman. Hermoi, plural of hermos. Hermologia, plural of hermologen. Hermologen, alternative form of hermologen. Hermos, alternative form of Hermos. Herms, initialism of His Imperial Russian Majesty's ship, a ship prefix for ships of the Imperial Russian Navy. Her, corner, nook, hiding place. Hernangen, a subdivision of the division period. Herns, plural of Hern. Hern, a transliteration of the Ukrainian surname Ge, Cyrillic letter 456 N Ili Ikatki Hernage. Hernek, a city in Donetsk Oblast in eastern Ukraine. Hiragawa, a town in Wakayama Prefecture, Japan. Hirohisa, a male given name from Japanese. Hiroko, a female given name from Japanese. Hirola, a type of antelope found in an area between Kenya and Somalia. Beatrigus hunteri or sometimes Damaluscus hunteri. Hirolas, plural of Hirola. Hiramitsu, a male given name from Japanese. Hayamo, a surname. Hirosaki, a city in Aomori Prefecture, Japan. Hiros, a surname from Japanese. Heroes, plural of heroes. Hiroji, a male given name from Japanese. Hiroshima, a prefecture in southwestern Honshu, Japan. Hiroshima Maiden, any of a group of Japanese women who were disfigured by the thermal flash from the fission bomb dropped on Hiroshima in 1945, and who subsequently went on a highly publicized journey to obtain reconstructive surgery in the United States in 1955. Hiroshima Maidens, plural of Hiroshima Maiden. Hiroshiman, of or relating to Hiroshima, Japan. Hiroshimans, plural of Hiroshiman. Hirota, a surname from Japanese. Hiodas, plural of Hirota. Hurtful, to walk with a limp, to drag a limb, to walk lamely, to move with a gait somewhere between walking and crawling. Harpal, simple past and past participle of herpal. Harpals, third person singular simple present indicative of herpal. Herfling, present participle and gerund of herpal. Herquai, alternative spelling of herseeing. Hurong, obsolete form of iram. Hurums, plural of hurom. Hura, obsolete form of iram. Hurons, plural of huron. Hurrient, having a strongly trilled sound, like that of a cat purring. Arth, that which belongs to her, there singular, possessive case of her, used in place of a noun, coordinate with his and hers. Hirsch, a hamlet in the rural municipality of Coalfields, Saskatchewan, Canada. Hirsch funnel. This conical-shaped butcher funnel is used for filtering small quantities of material. Hirsch funnels, plural of Hirsch funnel. Hirschberg, a surname from German. Hirschbergs, plural of Hirschberg. Hirschfeld, a surname. Hirschfield, a surname from German. Hirschfields, plural of Hirschfield. Hirschhorn, Hartshorn. Hirschhorn, plural of Hirschhorn. Harsky, a surname. Herskian, or relating to E. Hirsch, born 1928, American educator. Arskies, plural of Hersky. Hirschwim, a surname from German. Hirschwim, a surname from German. Hirschmans, plural of Hirschman. Hirschsprung disease, alternative form of Hirschsprung's disease. Hirschsprung's disease, congenital agangliononic megacolon, a disorder in which the bowel is obstructed by an aganglionic section of bowel and the colon becomes enlarged. Iri, a surname from German. Iris, plural of Hershey. Hers, the entire stock on a farm or stock under the charge of a shepherd. Herself, her, themselves, gender-neutral third-person singular object of a verb or preposition that also appears as the subject, coordinate with gendered himself and herself. Hersels, plural of Hersel. Hirsch, a surname. Hirschberg, a surname from German. Hirschbergs, plural of Hirschberg. Arias, plural of Hirsch. Hirschwin, a surname. Ast, a city in Luhansk Oblast in eastern Ukraine. Herson, a commune in Aisne Department, Hauts-de-France, France. Arsens, plural of Herson. Heist, a surname. Hurston, of or relating to Paul Hirst 1946-2003, British sociologist and political theorist. Heists, plural of Hearst. Hirsudism, misspelling of Hirsudism. Hirsudal, relating to the hair, especially in the context of nervous symptoms such as pulling or twisting the hair. Hirsute, covered in hair or bristles, hairy. Hirsutine, an alkaloid isolated from Uncaria and found in Yokukinson. Hirsutely, in a hirsute way, hairily. Hirsutine, a tricyclic hydrocarbon with EUPAC-MEM 3AR3BR6AS7AR3A55 trimethyl 3-methylidene 123B466A77 octahydrocyclopentane. Hirsuteness, the characteristic of being hirsute, hairiness. Arzets, plural of hirsute. Hirsutic, alternative form of hirsute, very rare, only found in the term hirsutic acid. Hirsutic acid, a hydrocarbon of biological origin having a carbon skeleton formally derived from isoprene. Hirsutidine, an O-methylated anthocyanin belonging to the anthocyanins found in Catharanthus roses petals and calices. Hirsutes, hirsudism. Hirsutes papillaris corni glandis, plural of Hirsutes papillaris corni glandis. Hirsutes papillaris genitales, Plural of Hirsutes papillaris genitalis. Hirsutes papillaris penis. Plural of Hirsutes papillaris penis. Hirsutes papillaris corni glandis. The medical condition of having pearly penile papules. Hirsutes papillaris genitalis. The medical condition of having pearly penile papules. Hirsutes papillaris penis. The medical condition of having pearly penile papules. Hirsutinolae. Any of a group of tricyclic sesquiterpene lactones present in Vernonia. Hirsutinolides. Plural of hirsutinoliism. Excessive and increased hair growth in locations where terminal hair is normally minimal or absent. Hirsutisms. Plural of hirsutism. Hirsutoi. Only used in hirsutoid papillomas. Hirsutoid papillomas. Synonym of pearly penile papules. Hirsutoid papillomatosis. Synonym of Hirsutes papillaris corni glandis. Hirsuchulus. Having small or sparse hairs. Hertz law, a Balto-Slavic sound law stating that the inherited Proto-Indo-European stress would retract to a non-ablating protonic vowel or a syllabic sonorant if it was followed by a consonantal non-syllabic laryngeal that closed the preceding syllable. Hardulus, with minute hairs. A surname. Hus, plural of hearth. Hardulus, minutely hirsute. Hardal, a surname. Hardals, plural of hurdle. Hardos, synonym of hirsute. Hirtshals, a town and port on the Skagerrak in the municipality of H. Joring, North Jutland, Denmark. Hirudin, a peptide obtained from the salivary glands of leeches that is used as an anticoagulant. Hirudimel, of or pertaining to leeches. Hirudin, of or relating to the leeches. Hirudinian, any leech of the subclass Hirudinia. Hirudinians, plural of Hirudinian. Hirudiniasis, infestation by leeches. Hirudini culture, the commercial production of leeches. Hirudinize, alternative form of hirudinized. Hirudinization, the process of making blood non-coagulable by the injection of hirudin. Hirudinize, to inject hirudin into blood to prevent coagulation. Hirudinize, simple past and past participle of hirudinize. Hirudinizes, third person singular simple present indicative of hirudinize. Hirudinizing, present participle and gerund of hirudinize. Hirudins, plural of hirudin. Hiruharama, a settlement in Gisborne District, New Zealand. Hiralaw, synonym of bivalirudin. Hirundine, of or relating to a swallow the bird, of or relating to the family Hirundinidae. Hirundines, plural of hirundine. Hirundinen, any bird in the family Hirundinidae, a swallow or martin. Hirundinids, plural of hirundinen. Hirundinus, hirundine. Hirundine, a particular steroid glycoside. Hirwan, a village and community served by Hirwan and Penderyn Community Council in Rhondda Cynon Taff Borough County Borough, Wales OS Grid Ref SN 9605. HEP, initialism of Health Information System or Hospital Information System. HEP, Honorific alternative letter case form of his, sometimes used when referring to God or another important figure who is understood from context. His and hers describes a pair of items designed for use by a couple, one by the man and the other by the woman. Is the idea an honorific title given to patriarchs? Is Britannic Majesty an elaborate formal title for a male British monarch? His bundle, synonym of bundle of his. His bundles, plural of his bundle. His Eminence, an honorific style for a cardinal. His Excellency, a title of respect for males used when referring to heads of state, heads of government, governors, ambassadors, ecclesiastics, such as Catholic bishops, nuncios, royalty, and those of equivalent rank. His Heels, His Nebs, His Highness, a title of respect for male royals. His Holiness, an honorific or title used to refer to a high-ranking religious leader. His Honor, form of address for a male mayor. His Imperial Highness, a title of respect for male emperors. His Imperial Majesty, him in reference to a male emperor. His Majesty, His Majesty. A title of respect used when referring to a king. His Majesty's Opposition, a more formal title for the official opposition, the largest opposition party in the House of Parliament, used when there is a king on the throne. His Nebs, mock title used to refer to an authoritative, bossy, or demanding man. His Na, a jack and knave. His Royal Highness, a title given to certain male members of a royal family, abbreviated HRH. His Royal Majesty, a title of respect used when referring to a king. His Worship, form of address for a male mayor. Him, alternative form of hisson. His or her, possessive form of he/she. Hisako, a female given name from Japanese. Hisamatsu, a surname from Japanese. Hisamitsu, a surname from Japanese. Hisarlik, an ancient city of Anatolia near modern-day Gursali in Çanakkale, Turkey. Hizathi, a male given name from Japanese. Hisatsinum, the ancestors of the Hopi people. Hizop, a surname. Hidaz, plural of Hisa. Hivda, an Islamic doctrine that requires upholding community morals and law and order. Hestai, a surname transferred from the given name. Histax, a surname originating as a patronymic. Hisgaf, a surname transferred from the given name. Hesdat, a surname transferred from the given name. Hestax, a surname originating as a patronymic. Iz, a surname. Hetel, a surname. Hessels, plural of Hissel. Heiser, a surname. Heisers, plural of Heiser. Heises, plural of Heis. Heisi, a surname from German. Heises, plural of Heisi. This alternative form of his. His, simple past and past participle of hish. His, third person singular simple present indicative of hish. He, alternative form of heish. Hische, present participle and gerund of hish. He, relating to the bundle of his. His singerite, an iron silicate with a dark brown or black color, formula Fe3C2OOH2H2O. Hissingerites, plural of Hissingerite. Hesde, a surname transferred from the given name. Hislam, Islam which reinforces masculinist attitudes or ideas or downplays women's issues. Heil, a surname. Heils, plural of Heil. Heslot, a surname. Hyslopite, a bright green variety of calcite. Heslots, plural of Hislop. Hismaic, a form of the ancient North Arabian language from the Hisma sand desert of southern Jordan and northwest Saudi Arabia. Hezon, Hispania, the Iberian Peninsula, a peninsula and historical region of southern Europe covering modern-day Spain, Portugal, and Andorra when under the control of ancient Rome, split into between 2 and 5 Roman provinces depending on the time period. Hispania Baetica, a province of the Roman Empire, located in the region of Hispania, in what is now southern Spain. Hispania Tarraconensis, one of 3 provinces of the Roman Empire in Hispania, which is now Spain. Hispanian, of, from, or pertaining to the historical region of Hispania. Hispanians, plural of Hispanian. Hispanic, of or relating to Spain. Hispanic America, the region comprising the countries in the Americas inhabited by Spanish-speaking people. Hispanic American, of or relating to Hispanic America, its people, or its culture. Hispanic Americans, plural of Hispanic American. Hispanically, in a Hispanic manner. Hispanicize, alternative spelling of Hispanicize. Hispanicize, simple past and past participle of Hispanicize. Hispanicizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Hispanicize. Hispanicizing, present participle and gerund of Hispanicize. Hispanicism, a Spanish language item as it appears in another language. Hispanicisms, plural of Hispanicism. Hispanicity, the quality of being Hispanic. Hispanicization, the act or process of rendering Hispanic. Hispanicizations, plural of Hispanicization. Hispanicize, to render Spanish as to customs, culture, pronunciation, or style. Hispanicized, simple past and past participle of Hispanicize. Hispanicizer, one who translates into Spanish, especially from Latin. Hispanicizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Hispanicize. Hispanicizing, present participle and gerund of Hispanicize. Hispanicness, the quality, characteristic, or state of being Hispanic. Hispanics, plural of Hispanic. Hispaniola, an island of the Caribbean divided politically into the independent nations of Haiti and the Dominican Republic. Hispaniola pine, Pinus occidentalis, a pine tree endemic to the island of Hispaniola. Hispaniola pines, plural of Hispaniola pine. Hispaniolan, of or relating to the Caribbean island of Hispaniola. Hispaniolan crossbill, Loxia megaplaga, a crossbill that is endemic to Hispaniola, Haiti, and Dominican Republic, and the only one of its genus in the Caribbean. Hispaniolan crossbills, plural of Hispaniolan crossbill. Hispaniolan pine, alternative form of Hispaniola pine. Hispaniolan pines, plural of Hispaniolan pine. Hispaniolan tanager, any passerine bird of the family Phoenicophylidae, native to Hispaniola. Hispaniolans, plural of Hispaniolan. Hispanales, alternative form of Hispaniales. Hispanales, simple past and past participle of Hispaniales. Hispanales is third person singular simple present indicative of Hispaniales. Hispanializing, present participle and gerund of Hispanialize. Hispanales, synonym of Spanialize. Hispanales, simple past and past participle of Hispanialize. Hispanales is third person singular simple present indicative of Hispanialize. Hispanializing, present participle and gerund of Hispanialize. Hispanism, the study of the Spanish language or culture. Hispanisms, plural of Hispanism. Hispanus, someone specializing in the study of Hispanic culture, language, etc. Hispanistics, Hispanic studies. Hispanists, plural of Hispanus. Hispanize, to make Spanish in character. Hispano, a Hispanic, a person of Spanish descent. Hispano, relating to Spain and Spanish culture. Hispano Arabic, of Spanish and Arabic admixture. Hispano-Americanism, the philosophical and political doctrines that tend toward the unification of all the nations of Hispanic America, specifically those countries that formed part of the Spanish Empire, including Spain itself. Hispano-medievalism, the study of medieval Spain. Hispano-medievalists, relating to the study of medieval Spain. Hispano-medievalists, plural of Hispano-medievalists. Hispanophile, a person who admires Spain, Spanish-speaking countries and people, or Spanish culture. Hispanophiles, plural of Hispanophile. Hispanopho, one who dislikes Hispanic people. Hispanophobes, plural of Hispanopho. Hispanophobia, fear, hatred of, hostility, or discrimination against Spaniards, Hispanic, Spanish people or culture. Hispanophobic, showing Hispanophobia. Hispanophone, Spanish-speaking. Hispanophones, plural of Hispanophone. Hispanos, plural of Hispano. Hispanosphere, the totality of Hispanic culture and society equivalent to the Anglosphere. Hispasian, a person who is half Asian and half Hispanic. Hispasians, plural of Hispasian. Hespi, pointed cabbage. Hispy cabbage, pointed cabbage. Hested, covered in short, stiff hairs. Hispidate, to make something hispid. Hispidated, simple past and past participle of hispidate. Hispidin, the phenolic compound 2E2,3,4-dihydroxyphenyl ethanyl 6-hydroxypyrin 4,1 present as a glycoside in some fungi. Hespidides, plural of hispidity. Hespidity, the quality of being hispid. Hispidly, in a hispid manner. Hispidose, having radiating branches that themselves have radiating branches. Hispidulin, a naturally occurring flavin with potential anti-epileptic activity. Hispidulus, minutely hispid, having tiny hairs. Hispine, any beetle of the former subfamily Hispini, now Cassidini. Hispines, plural of hispine. Hespinin, a particular steroid glycoside. Hespies, plural of hispi. Hispi, relating to or characteristic of the hispines. Hispides, plural of hispoi. Hes, a sibilant sound, such as that made by a snake or escaping steam, an unvoiced fricative. His entel, disclosing private information in a hostile manner. Hissal, capable of being pronounced with a hiss. Hissarlic, alternative form of hissarlic. Hus, simple past and past participle of hiss. Hisself, himself. Hesum, himself. Hivzar, one who hisses. Hizzers, plural of hisser. Hessus, plural of hiss. Hessa, third person singular simple present indicative of hiss. Heyan, hizzers, plural of hisser. Hessus, plural of hiss. Hessa, third person singular simple present indicative of hiss. Heyan, synonym of goose. Hessians, plural of Hessian. Hisse, alternative form of hissy tantrum. Hissy fit, alternative form of hissy fit. Hissy fits, plural of hissy fit. Heather, comparative form of hissy, more hissy. Hesses, plural of hissy. Hedias, superlative form of hissy, most hissy. Hissily, in a hissy manner. Hissiness, quality of being hissy. Hisse, present participle and gerund of hiss. Hissing adder. A hognose snake of genus Heterodon. Hissing cockroach, any member of the tribe Gromphodorhini of large, flightless, wood-inhabiting cockroaches that can produce a hissing sound by forcing air through their abdominal spiracles. Hissing cockroaches, plural of hissing cockroach. Hissing hot, very hot. Hissingly, while hissing, in a hissing fashion. Hissings, plural of hissing. Hivar, a surname. Hivars, plural of hisson. Hiwish, a surname. Hisse, accompanied with hisses. Hissy fit, a childish display of anger or frustration, an overly dramatic tantrum. Hissy fits, plural of hissy fit. Hissivit, alternative form of hissy fit. Hissy bits, plural of hissifit. Hissifit, alternative form of hissy fit. Hissifits, plural of hissifit. Huss, history in journal titles such as J. His Neurosky Journal of the History of Neuroscience. Huss, alternative form of histo used before vowels. Hest, abbreviation of historian. Histen, abbreviation of historical note. Histinen, plural of histen. Hestidine, misspelling of histidine. Histadrak, Israel's national trade union center representing the majority of trade unionists in the state of Israel. Histamine, dated form of histamine. Histaminase, a widely occurring flavoprotein enzyme that oxidizes histamine and various diamides. Histaminases, plural of histaminase. Histamine, an amine C5H9N3 formed by decarboxylation of histidine that causes dilatation of capillaries, contraction of smooth muscle, and stimulation of gastric acid secretion. It is released during allergic reactions. Histaminergic, of or pertaining to the effects of histamine at a receptor in an affected tissue. Histamines, plural of histamine. Histaminic, relating to or containing histamines. Histamines, plural of histamine. Histaminylation, modification by reaction with histamine. Histaminolations, plural of histaminylation. Histapyridine, a particular antihistamine with anticholinergic properties. Hestatin, any of a class of antimicrobial and antifungal histidine-rich proteins found in saliva. Hestatins, plural of histatin. Hested, simple past and past participle of his. Histal, a kind of organic soil, similar to a histasol but with permafrost near the ground surface. Hestals, plural of histal. Hister beetle, any beetle of the family Histeridae. Hysteranthus, alternative form of Hysteranthus. Hysteria, any of the numerous beetles in the family Histeridae, a clown beetle. Hysterids, plural of hysterid. Hesti, alternative form of histo. Hestile, pertaining to the hinge area of the carapace of an ostracod. Heste, relating to the tissues of the body. Histidase, histidinase. Histidases, plural of histidase. Histidine, dated form of histidine. Histidinemia, alternative spelling of histidinemia. Histidinemic, alternative form of histidinemic. Histidinase, histidine ammonia lyase, an enzyme that converts histidine into ammonia and uracanic acid. Histidine, the anion formed from histidine, any salt containing this anion. Histidinates, plural of histidinate. Histidine, an essential amino acid C6H9N3O2 found in most animal proteins, essential for tissue growth and repair. Histidinemia, a rare autosomal recessive metabolic disorder caused by a deficiency of the enzyme histidase. Histidinemic, relating to or exhibiting histidinemia. Histidines, plural of histidine. Histidinium, the cation formed by proteination of histidine. Histidinol, the amino alcohol 2-amino-3,1-H-imidazole 5-L-propan 1-ol that is an intermediate in the biosynthesis of histidine. Histidins, plural of histidine. Histidinuria, histidinemia. Histidinyl, a univalent radical derived from histidinol or histidine. Histidinylated, modified by the addition of a histidinyl group. Histidyl, the univalent radical derived from histidine. Histidyls, plural of histidyl. Histing, present participle and gerund of his. Histidio, alternative form of histo. Histioblast, any cell that is capable of forming tissue. Histioblasts, plural of histioblasts. Hesiosate, a macrophage derived from bone marrow found in connective tissue. Hesiocytes, plural of histiocyte. Hesioside, pertaining to connective tissue containing large white blood cells. Hesiacyte, resembling a histiocyte. Hesiacetone, a tumor consisting of histiocytes. Histiocytomas, plural of histiocytoma. Histiocytomata, plural of histiocytoma. Histiocytosis, plural of histiocytosis. Histiocytosis, an excess of histiocytes associated with various rare diseases. Histioid, synonym of histoid. Hesiological, alternative form of histological. Hesiology, alternative form of histology. Histoneutrophilic, histiocytic and neutrophilic. Hesiophagous, feeding on tissue. Hesiopterid, any fish in the family Histiopteridae, now considered to be the pentasaurid subfamily Histiopterini. Hesiopterids, plural of Hestiopteri. Hesiosarcoma, hesiocytic sarcoma. Hesiosarcomas, plural of Hestiosarcoma. Histiostigmata, any mite of the family Histiostigmatidae. Hisiostigmatids, plural of Histiostigmata. Hisiostigmata, any mite in the family Histiostigmatidae. Hisiostigmatids, plural of Histiostigmata. Histioidae, any squid in the family Histiodathidae. Histioides, plural of Histiodathy. Heseta, misspelling of histotroph. Hesiotrophy, misspelling of histotrophic. Histiotropism, misspelling of histotropism. Histo, clipping of histoplasma. Histo, tissue. Histonatomic, alternative form of histonatomical. Histonatomical, histological and anatomical. Histonatomically, in a histonatomical manner. Histonidamus, an anatomist whose specialty is histonatomy. Histonidamus, plural of histonidamus. Histonatomy, histological anatomy. Histontidin, synonym of histocompatibility antigen. Histontigins, plural of histontigin. Historchitectonics, the architectonics of cells. Historchitectural, relating to historchitecture. Historchitecturally, with reference to historchitecture. Historchitecture, the architectural structure of biological tissue. Historchitectures, plural of historchitecture. Histobacteriological, histological and bacteriological. Histoblasts, any histogenetic cell. Histoblasts, plural of histoblasts. Histoblath, an extension of the immunoblot technique used in the study of tissue. Histoblots, plural of histobloth. Histoblotting, present participle and gerund of histobloth. Histocassette, a cassette used to hold histological samples during processing. Histocassettes, plural of histocassette. Histochemical, of or pertaining to histochemistry. Histochemically, by the use of histochemistry. Histochemicals, plural of histochemical. Histochemist, one who studies histochemistry. Histochemistry, the branch of histology dealing with the chemistry of cells and tissues. Histochemists, plural of histochemists. Histosidorid, any primitive sea urchin of the family Histocydaridae. Histocydarids, plural of Histocydarid. Histoclear, a histological clearing agent. Histoclinical, relating to clinical histology. Histocompatibility, misspelling of histocompatibility. Histocompatibilities, plural of histocompatibility. Histocompatibility, the condition of being histocompatible. Histocompatibility antigen, any of the human leukocyte antigens H- which are the determinants of histocompatibility. Histocompatibility antigens, plural of histocompatibility antigen. Histocompatibility gene, any of the genes responsible for histocompatibility that encode polymorphic cell surface proteins. Histocompatibility genes, plural of histocompatibility gene. Histocompatible, having compatible antigens and thus being able to transplant organs of two individuals. Histoculture, tissue culture. Histocultured, simple past and past participle of histoculture. Histocultures, plural of histoculture. Histocoder, a device that assembles multiple histological images to form a three-dimensional structure. Histocoders, plural of histocoder. Histocyte, alternative form of histiocyte uncommon variant. Histocytes, plural of histocyte. Histocytic, misspelling of histiocytic. Histocytochemical, relating to histocytic chemistry. Histocytic chemistry, a combination of histochemistry and cytochemistry. Histocytological, relating to histocytology. Histocytologically, in a histocytological manner. Histocytology, a combination of histology and cytology. Histocytoma, misspelling of histocytoma. Histocytometry, cytometry of tissues. Samples. Histocytosis, non-standard form of histiocytosis. Histodiagnosis, histological diagnosis. Histodiagnoste, cytodiagnoste. Histodialysis, the breakdown of cellular tissue. Histodiand, describing a type of knife used in histology. Histodifferentiation, the differentiation of cell types during the development of an embryo. Histodifferentiations, plural of histodifferentiation. Histodynamic, histological and dynamic varying over time. Histoenzymatic, relating to the use of enzymes in histology. Histoenzymological, relating to histoenzymology. Histoenzymology, the application of histological techniques to enzymology. Histofluorescence, fluorescence by a cell or tissue when radiated, used to track the uptake of fluorescently tagged compounds. Histofluorescent, relating to histofluorescence. Histidin, any of the germ layers involved in histogenesis. Histogenesis, plural of histogenesis. Histogenesis, the formation and development of the tissues of an organism from embryonic cells. Histogenetic, of or relating to histogenesis. Histogenetically, in terms of histogenesis. Histogenic, of or pertaining to histogenesis. Histogenically, with reference to or by means of histogenesis. Histogenes, plural of histogeny. Histogenomics, the genomics of histogenesis. Histogens, plural of histogen. Histogeny, histogenesis. Histogram, a graphical display of numerical data in the form of upright bars with the area of each bar representing frequency. Histogrammatic, relating to or by means of a histogram. Histogrammatically, in a histogrammatic manner. Histogramming, the construction of histograms. Histogram, alternative form of histogram. Histogrammed, represented in the form of a histogram. Histograms, plural of histogram. Histogramming, the construction of histograms. Histograms, plural of histogram. Histograph, synonym of histogram. Histographer, one who describes organic tissues, a histologist. Histographers, plural of histographer. Histographic, relating to histography. Histographical, histographic. Histographs, plural of histograph. Histography, the process of describing or creating pictures of biological tissues and cells. Histohematin, one of a class of respiratory pigments widely distributed in the animal kingdom, capable of ready oxidation and reduction. Histohematins, plural of histohematin. Histi, resembling the normal tissues of the body. Histoimmunochemical, histological and immunochemical. Histoimmunochemistry, the application of histology to immunochemistry. Histoimmunofluorescence, histological immunofluorescence. Histoimmunological, histological and immunological. Histoimmunopathological, histoimmunological and immunopathological. Histoincompatibility, the property of being histoincompatible. Histoincompatible, not histocompatible. Histknife, a small, very sharp knife designed for the sectioning of biological specimens. Histknives, plural of histknife. Histolene, the monoterpene hydrocarbon pigment, the 1,8-diene used as a cytological clearing agent. Histolocalization, the localization of a compound in a specific tissue. Histolocalizations, plural of histolocalization. Histologic, of or pertaining to histology. Histological, pertaining to histology. Histologically, in a histological manner. Histologies, plural of histology. Histologist, one who studies histology. Histologists, plural of histologists. Histology, the study of the microscopic structure, chemical composition, and function of the tissue or tissue systems of plants and animals. Histolomorphometric, alternative form of histomorphometric. Histolopathologic, alternative form of histopathological. Histolopathological, histological and pathological. Histopathology, alternative form of histopathology. Histolyze, alternative form of histolyze. Histolyze, Simple past and past participle of histolyze. Histolyzes, third person singular simple present indicative of histolyze. Histolyzing, present participle and gerund of histolyze. Histolysis, breakdown of bodily tissues. Histolytic, related to or causing histolysis. Histolytically, by means of or in terms of histolysis. Histolyze, to cause or to undergo histolysis. Histolyze, simple past and past participle of histolyze. Histolyzes, third person singular simple present indicative of histolyze. Histolyzing, present participle and gerund of histolyze. Histomechanical, relating to the mechanical properties of tissue. Histometric, relating to histometry. Histometrical, alternative form of histometric. Histometry, the measurement or counting of cells. Histomicrograph, a histological micrograph. Histomicrographs, plural of histomicrograph. Histomicrotome, a histological microtome. Histomicrotomes, plural of histomicrotome. Histomolecular, relating to the molecules present in tissue. Histomonad, any protozoan of the genus Histomonas. Histomonads, plural of histomonad. Histomonal, relating to the histomonads. Hestimoniasis, a disease of birds, particularly chickens and turkeys, caused by parasitic infection with a protozoan, Histomonas melligrides. Histominosis, hestimoniasis. Histomorphometric, misspelling of histomorphometric. Histomorphometry, misspelling of histomorphometry. Histomorphic, relating to histomorphology. Histomorphologic, histomorphological. Histomorphological, of or pertaining to histomorphology. Histomorphologically, in a histomorphological manner. Histomorphologies, plural of histomorphology. Histomorphology, the use of histology to study the morphology of cells. Histomorphometric, of or pertaining to histomorphometry. Histomorphometrical, alternative form of histomorphometric. Histomorphometrically, by means of histomorphometry. Histomorphometrics, synonym of histomorphometry. Histomorphometries, plural of histomorphometry. Histomorphometrist, a person whose specialty is histomorphometry. Histomorphometrists, plural of histomorphometrists. Histomorphometry, the study of the microscopic structure of tissue, especially by means of computer-assisted analysis of microphotographs. Heston, a village in South Cambridgeshire District, Cambridgeshire, England. OS grid ref TL 4363. Histone, any of various simple water-soluble proteins that are rich in the basic amino acids lysine and arginine and are complex with DNA in the nucleosomes of eukaryotic chromatin. Histone deacetylase, any of a class of enzymes that remove acetyl groups from lysine amino acids in proteins, especially the histone proteins of the nucleus. Histone deacetylases, plural of histone deacetylase. Histones, plural of histone. Histoneurology, synonym of neurohistology. Histonomy, the science that deals with organic tissues and their formation, development, and functions. Histoparaffin, paraffin wax used in histology. Histopath, histopathology. Histopathogenesis, the origin and development of diseased tissue. Histopathologic, of or pertaining to histopathology. Histopathological, of or pertaining to histopathology. Histopathologically, in a histopathological manner. Histopathologies, plural of histopathology. Histopathologist, a person involved in histopathology. Histopathologists, plural of histopathologists. Histopathology, the microscopic study of tissue, especially of abnormal tissue as a result of disease. Histopathomorphology, histological pathomorphology. Histopathophysio, relating to the pathophysiology of tissue. Histophagus, alternative form of histophagus. Histopathology, misspelling of histopathology. Histophenotype, a histological phenotype. Histophenotypes, plural of histophenotype. Histology, the direct study of the evolution of the forms of biological cells and tissues rather than observation of its supposed ontogenic recapitulation. Histophysiology, alternative form of histophysiological. Histophysiological, relating to histophysiology. Histophysiology, the physiology or study of the functions of the cells and tissues in health. Histoplanimetric, relating to histoplanimetry. Histoplanimetry, the planimetry of tissue. Histoplasmin, an extract of the fungus Histoplasma capsulatum used in immunological tests for histoplasmosis. Histoplasmoma, an infectious granuloma of the lung caused by the parasitic fungus Histoplasma capsulatum. Histoplasmomas, plural of histoplasmoma. Histoplasmosis, plural of histoplasmosis. Histoplasmosis, a lung disease caused by a fungus, Histoplasma capsulatum, often asymptomatic otherwise with symptoms similar to those of flu. Histoplasmatic, of or relating to histoplasmosis. Histopoiesis, the formation and development of cells. Histoprocessing, the processing of tissue samples. Histoprocessor, a device that processes histological samples. Histoprocessors, plural of histoprocessor. Histoprognostic, relating to prognosis by examination of cells. Histoquantification, histological quantification. Histoquantitative, histological and quantitative. Hysteradiography, the radiography of soft tissue using long wavelength X-rays of low penetrating power. Hysterectomy, misspelling of hysterectomy. Historsin, a histological resin. Historsins, plural of historsin. Historial, historical. Historian, a writer of history. Historianess, a female historian. Historianesses, plural of historianess. Historians, plural of historian. Historiastic, an inferior historian. Historiasters, plural of historiaster. Historiated, adorned with decorative pictures that tell a story. Historic, very important, noteworthy, having importance or significance in history. Historic counties. Plural of historic county. Historic county. Any of the subdivisions of England established for administration by the Normans. Historic criticism. Archaic form of historical criticism. Historic district. A section of a city or town which contains older buildings considered valuable for historical or architectural reasons. Historic districts. Plural of historic district. Historic present. The historical present tense. Historic presence. Plural of historic present. Historic rhyme. Rhymes that were full rhymes in an older stage of the language, but have since become I-rhymes owing to sound changes. Historic rhymes are used by historical linguists to reconstruct the phonology of old languages. Historic rhymes. Plural of historic rhyme. Historic site. A place where an important event in history took place. Historic sites. Plural of historic site. Historical. Of, concerning, or in accordance with recorded history, particularly as opposed to legends, myths, and fictions. Historical costs. The original nominal monetary value of an economic item, the value at which an item was acquired by a company and was entered in its books. Historical costs. Plural of historical costs. Historical criticism. The systematic study of received texts, especially the Bible, as documents composed in a particular historical context with varying reliability as sources. Historical dictionaries. Plural of historical dictionary. Historical dictionary. A dictionary on historical principles. Historical fiction. Fiction based on real historical events, but in which the characters are not real and the minor events may not be realistic. Historical interpreter. A person employed by a museum, etc., to portray a historical character using appropriate clothing, speech style, etc. Historical interpreters. Plural of historical interpreter. Historical linguistics. The scientific study of language change. Historical materialism. A methodological approach to the study of society, economics, and history, looking for the causes of developments and changes in human society and the means by which humans collectively produce the necessities of life. Historical method. The techniques and guidelines by which historians use primary sources and other evidence to research and then to write history. Historical novel. A novel whose story is set in a particular historical setting. Historical novelist. One who writes historical novels. Historical novelists. Plural of historical novelists. Historical novels. Plural of historical novel. Historical present. The present tense is used when referring to real past events to add immediacy to what is being said or written. Historical research. Research performed using the historical method. Historical societies. Plural of historical society. Historical society. An organization dedicated to preserving, collecting, researching, and interpreting historical information or items, often related to a specific geographic area or time period. Historical sociology. A branch of sociology that focuses on how societies develop through history. Historical subject. The consciousness of a dead person. Historical subjects. Plural of historical subject. Historical critical. Pertaining to historical criticism. Historical grammatical. Alternative form of historico-grammatical. Historicalist. one who subscribes to the idea of historicalism. Historicalists, plural of historicalists. Historicalities, plural of historicality. Historicality, the quality of being historical. Historicalization, the framing of something in an historical perspective. Historicalizations, plural of historicalization. Historically, in a historic manner, with reference to history or the historical record. Historicalness, the quality of being historical. Historicals, plural of historical. Historicaster, synonym of historian and historian. Historicasters, plural of historicaster. Historycentric, focused or based on history. Historici, the erasure of history. Historicization, alternative form of historicization. Historicize, alternative form of historicize. Historicize, simple past and past participle of historicize. Historicizes, third person singular simple present indicative of historicize. Historicizing, present participle and gerund of historicize. Historicism, a theory that events are influenced by historical conditions rather than by people. Historicisms, plural of historicism. Historicis, of or pertaining to historicism. Historicistic, of or relating to historicism. Historicistically, in terms of historicism. Historicists, plural of historicists. Historicities, plural of historicity. Historicity, historical quality or authenticity based on fact. Historicization, act or process of historicizing. Historicizations, plural of historicization. Historicize, to treat from the perspective of history or historicism. Historicize, simple past and past participle of historicize. Historicizes, third person singular simple present indicative of historicize. Historicizing, present participle and gerund of historicize. Historic, obsolete form of historic. Historicness, the quality of being historic. Historico, history. Historico-cultural, relating to cultural history. Historico-grammatical, pertaining to, using or based on the textual analysis technique of using context and literary form to establish the meaning of the text at the time it was written. Historico-critical, of or relating to a form of literary criticism that aims to understand texts in their original historical context. Historico-critically, in a historico-critical fashion. Historico-cultural, relating to history and culture. Historico-dogmatic, relating to history and dogmatics. Historico-geographic, relating to history and geography. Historico-geographical, relating to history and geography. Historico-philosophical, relating to history and philosophy. Historico-political, relating to history and politics. Historico-prophetic, relating to history and prophecy. Historico-religious, relating to history and religion. Historics, plural of historic. History, archaic spelling of history. History, having much history. Histories, plural of history. Histories of ideas. plural of history of ideas. Historiette, a short history or tale. Historiettes, plural of historiette. Historification, the act or result of historifying. Historifications, plural of historification. Historify, simple past and past participle of historify. Historifies, third person singular simple present indicative of historify. Historify, to record in or as history. Historifying, present participle and gerund of historify. Historio, history. Historiograph, a graphical representation of bibliometric data. Historiographer, a scholar who studies historiography. Historiographers, plural of historiographer. Historiographerje, the position or office of historiographer. Historiography, relating to the writing of history. Historiographic metafiction, a type of postmodern historical fiction employing metafiction. Historiographical, related to historiography. Historiographically, in a historiographical manner, by means of a historiography. Historiographies, plural of historiography. Historiographs, plural of historiograph. Historiography, the writing of history, a written history. Historiawa, asking for the events it describes or similar ones to be enacted as found in some Greek, Egyptian, and other inscriptions. Historiali, plural of historiawa. Historioles, plural of historiola. Historiological, relating to a historiology. Historiologies, plural of historiology. Historiology, a discourse on history. Historiometry, pertaining to historiometry. Historiometrical, alternative form of historiometric. Historiometrically, in a historiometric manner. Historiometry, a statistical assessment of historical figures or phenomena. Historionomer, one versed in the phenomena of history and the laws controlling them. Historionomers, plural of historionomer. Historiophilosophical, relating to history and philosophy. Historiosophy, relating to historiosophy. Historiosophical, relating to historiosophy. Historiosophically, in terms of historiosophy. Historiosophy, the philosophy of history. Historius, involving or relating to history, historical. Historism, an influential 19th century school of thought in historiography that rejected universalist and anachronistic explanations of historical developments and instead emphasized the idiosyncrasies and organic developments of each culture and time period to be understood through critical interpretation of primary sources in the context of the unique conditions that produced them. Historisms, plural of historism. Historis, a proponent of historism. Historis, plural of historis. Historization, the process of historizing. Historizations, plural of historization. Historize, to relate as history. Historized, simple past and past participle of historize. Historizes, Third person singular simple present indicative of histerize. Historizing. Present participle and gerund of histerize. History. The aggregate of past events. History book. Singular of history books. History books. A notional place where events, people, or objects which are deemed memorable or important from a historical perspective are placed or recorded. History is written by the victors. History is often told according to the interpretation and biases of prevailing historical actors, often those who won or otherwise became dominant forces in society. History of the Four Kings. A pack of cards. History painting. A kind of painting that depicts a moment in a narrative story, often from classical mythology or the Bible. History paintings. Plural of history painting. History repeats itself. Things that have happened in the past will or tend to happen again in one way or another. History sheet. A rap sheet. History sheets. Plural of history sheet. History sheeter. A person with a criminal record, especially an extensive one. History sheeters. Plural of history sheeter. History bounding. Incorporating historical or historically themed elements into one's fashion as everyday wear, not as cosplay or a costume. History. Present participle and gerund of history. Hysteros. Lacking history. Historilessness. Absence of history. History-like. Resembling history. History-maker. One who makes history. History-makers. Plural of history-maker. History-wise. In terms of history. Histoscientist. A scientist whose specialty is histopathology. Histoscientists. Plural of histoscientists. Histoscore. Any of several histological scores. Histoscores. Plural of histoscore. Histosection. A section of tissue for histological examination. Histosections. Plural of histosection. Histosol. A soil comprised primarily of organic materials. Histosols. Plural of histosol. Histostaining. The staining of histological samples. Histostructural. Relating to histostructure. Histostructure. The structure of specific tissue. Histotaphonomic. Relating to histotaphonomy. Histotaphonomy. Histological taphonomy. Histotech. Clipping of histotechnologist or histotechnician. Histotechnical. Related to histotechnology. Histotechnician. A histological technician. Histotechnicians. Plural of histotechnician. Histotechnique. A histological technique. Histotechniques. Plural of histotechnique. Histotechnological. Related to histotechnology. Histotechnologically. In a histotechnological manner. Histotechnology. Plural of histotechnology. Histotechnologist. A scientist working in the field of histotechnology. Histotechnologists. Plural of histotechnologists. Histotechnology. The preparation of tissue for examination under a microscope as a field of study and practice. Histotechs. Plural of histotech. Histotomy. The dissection of organic tissues. Histotope. The portion of an antigen that reacts with or binds to a T cell. Histotopes. Plural of histotope. Histotoxic. Toxic to tissue. Histodexicity, the condition of being histotoxic. Histotrepsy, mechanical fractionation of the tissue using repetitive high-intensity ultrasound pulses. Histotroph, the uterine secretions involved in histotrophy. Histotrophic, relating to histotrophs or to histotrophy. Histotrophism, histotrophy. Histotrophs, plural of histotroph. Hestotrophy, a form of matrotrophy exhibited by some lie-bearing sharks and rays in which the developing embryo receives additional nutrition from its mother in the form of uterine secretions called histotroph. Histotropic, relating to the period of development of a larva within the stomach of a mammal. Histotropism, the attraction of a parasite to a particular tissue. Histotropy, misspelling of histotrophy. Histotype, any of a range of tissue types that arise during the growth of a tumor. Histotypes, plural of histotype. Histotypic, describing a three-dimensional culture of a single cell type. Histotyping, the analysis of histotypes such as in diagnosis and prognosis. Histovariability, the variability of cells or tissue. Histowax, wax used to embed histological samples. Histozoic, that lives within the tissue/cells of a host. Histozyme, a soluble ferment occurring in the animal body supposed to be responsible for many normal decompositions and synthetic processes. Histozymes, plural of histozyme. Histrulin, a non-apoptide analog of gonadotropin-releasing hormone with added potency. Histrion, a stage actor. Histrione, of or relating to actors or acting. Histrionic personality disorder, a personality disorder characterized largely by exaggerated emotions and inappropriate attention-seeking and seductive behavior typically caused by undue amounts of trauma and related stress during childhood. Histrionic personality disorders, plural of histrionic personality disorder. Histrionical, alternative form of histrionic. Histrionique, in a histrionic manner. Histrionicism, the histrionic art stage playing. Histrionicity, the condition of being histrionic. Histrionic, obsolete spelling of histrionic. Histrionixin, any of a group of neurotoxins present on the skin of poison dart frogs. Histrionixins, plural of histrionicotoxin. Histrionics, exaggerated, over-emotional behavior, especially when calculated to elicit a response, melodramatics. Histrionize, alternative form of histrionize. Histrionize, simple past and past participle of histrionize. Histrionizes, third-person singular simple present indicative of histrionize. Histrionizing, present participle and gerund of histrionize. Histrionism, histrionic behavior. Histrionisms, plural of histrionism. Histrionize, to act, to represent on the stage or theatrically. Histrionize, simple past and past participle of histrionize. Histrionizes, third-person singular simple present indicative of histrionize. Histrionizing, present participle and gerund of histrionize. Histrions, plural of histrion. Hests, plural of his. Hest, plural of hist. Acronym of high-intensity interval training. a city in Iraq. Hit a brick wall. Alternative form of hit a wall. Hit a home run. To hit a ball during an at-bat that results in all runners on base and the hitter scoring runs, the best result of an at-bat. Hit a lick. To earn a large sum of money in a short amount of time, usually illegally. Hit a ner. Alternative form of touch a ner. Hit a raw ner. Alternative form of touch a ner. Hit a six. To hit the ball hard enough to go out of the boundary of the field without touching the ground, thereby scoring the maximum of 6 runs. Hit a snag. To encounter an unexpected problem or delay. Hit a stain. To commit armed robbery. Hit a wall. To come up against an insurmountable problem. Hit above one's weight. Alternative form of punch above one's weight. Hit and giggle. Any of various sports, tennis, cricket, golf, etc. when played on a small scale or in a non-competitive way. Hit and hope. The practice of striking an object such as a ball or puck forcefully, with minimal thought or skill. Hit and ran. Simple past and past participle of hit and run. Hit and run. The crime of causing a traffic collision and leaving without acknowledging responsibility. Hit and runs. Plural of hit and run. Hit away. Alternative form of swing away. Hit bat. To retaliate. Hit batsman. A batter who is hit by a pitched ball and is awarded first base as a result. Hit batsman. Plural of hit batsman. Hit below one's weight. Alternative form of punch below one's weight. Hit bottom. To reach a nadir or lowest point. Hit by pitch. Alternative spelling of hit by pitch. Hit counter. A numerical display on a web page indicating the number of times the page has been accessed. Hit counters. Plural of hit counter. Hit different. To affect someone in a profound, usually positive way, to have a strong effect on one's emotions or mental state. Hit hard. Alternative form of hard hit. Hitful. To be especially memorable, meaningful, or significant, to be fully understood, believed, or appreciated. Hit into the long grass. Synonym of kick into the long grass. Hit. To start performing, start playing a song, etc. Hit and quit it. To have a sexual encounter for physical gratification and part company with the other partner immediately thereafter. To have a quickie one-night stand. Hit it, B. To have great success. Hit it for 6. To hit a cricket ball over the boundary of a cricket pitch and thus score 6 runs. Hit it off. To develop an amicable relationship with, especially in a sudden manner during an initial encounter. Hit it out of the park. Alternative form of hit one out of the ballpark. Hits it off. To develop an amicable relationship with, especially in a sudden manner during an initial encounter. Hit licks. Habitual of hit a lick. Hit like a ton of bricks. To have a sudden and significant emotional impact. Hit like a truck. Alternative form of hit like a ton of bricks. Hit lists. A roster of potential victims, especially a list of people to be killed. Hit lists. Plural of hit lists. Hitma. Alternative form of hitman. Hit me. Said by a player to ask the dealer to deal them another card. Hitman. Plural of hitman. Hit off. To describe with quick characteristic strokes. Hit off the line. Of a hound to pick up the scent of a quarry after a check. Hit on. to flirt with, to approach and speak to someone, seeking romance, love, sex, etc. Hit on all cylinders. Alternative form of fire on all cylinders. Hit on all six. Dated form of fire on all cylinders. Hit one hard. To affect somebody badly. Hit one out of the ballpark. Alternative spelling of hit one out of the ballpark. Hit one out of the ballpark. To hit a fair ball so well that the ball flies over all of the spectators' seats and lands outside the stadium. Hit one's marks. To be in the correct position, for instance setting up for a turn in racing or the right distance from the camera in filming. Hit one's straps. To perform at one's maximum, to begin to excel. To hit one's stride. Hit one's stride. When walking or running, to reach a full or comfortable pace. Hit out. To strike out with the fist, usually without planning or accuracy. Hit out of the park. To be exceedingly successful at a particular enterprise. Hit parade. A series of many hits in a row that are scored by one team. Hit parades. Plural of hit parade. Hit pause. To pause an activity, stop, terminate. Hit pay dirt. To strike it rich, to get lucky or have a big break. Hit pay dirt. Alternative form of hit pay dirt. Hit peas. A published article or post aiming to sway public opinion, especially by presenting false or biased information in a way that appears objective and truthful. Hit pieces. Plural of hit piece. Hit point. A unit of damage used to specify the amount of damage a character or object can withstand before it is defeated or destroyed. Hit points. Plural of hit point. Hit rock bottom. To reach the lowest possible state in one's life. Hit send. To send something, such as an email or a text message. Hit someone for 6. To score 6 points against a bowler by hitting the ball over the boundary. Hit someone when they are down. Synonym of kick someone when they are down, make things worse for someone in a difficult position. Hit someone when they were down. Simple past and past participle of hit someone when they are down. Hit squad. A squad of assassins. Hit squads. Plural of hit squad. Hit tests. The tests used in collision detection to determine whether two objects are touching. Hit tests. Plural of hit tests. Hit the accelerator. Synonym of hit the gas. Hit the ball twice. A rule law in cricket which when invoked results in the dismissal of a batsman out, whereby the batsman has deliberately hit the ball with his bat a second time for a reason other than to protect his wicket. Hit the big time. To become successful and widely known. Hit the board. To finish in first, second, third, or fourth place, thus appearing on the winner's board. Hit the books. To study, especially with particular intensity. Hit the bottle. To drink alcohol steadily and in excess, particularly in response to a setback. Hit the bricks. To travel about, especially on foot. Hit the buffers. To stop suddenly and unexpectedly. Hit the button. To be very satisfying. To hit the spot. Hit the ceiling. Alternative form of hit the roof. Hit the deck. To drop to a lying or other low position, especially quickly. Hit the dirt. To drop suddenly to the ground. Hit the phlegm. To have a dramatic, usually negative effect. Hit the floor. To get on the dance floor and dance. Hit the gas. to go faster. Hit the ground running, to begin an activity immediately and with full commitment. Hit the gym, to visit a gym in order to exercise. Hit the hay, to go to bed. Hit the head, to urinate or defecate, to go to the bathroom. Hit the headlines, to appear prominently in the news, especially on the front page. Hit the high notes, to produce or attain, at least for a period of time, an especially satisfactory degree of achievement or fulfillment. Hit the jackpot, to receive a more favorable outcome than imagined, especially by good luck. Hit the mark, to succeed or work very well, to do the trick. Hit the nail on the head, to identify something exactly, to arrive at exactly the right answer. Hit the net, to score a goal. Hit the pavement, to travel on foot as on a sidewalk. Hit the rack, to go to bed. Hit the road, to begin traveling in an automobile or other road vehicle. Hit the rock, to use crack cocaine. Hit the rocks, to reach a low point in one's pursuits. Hit the roof, to be explosively angry, to lose one's temper. Hit the sack, to go to bed. Hit the sauce, synonym of hit the bottle. Hit the sheets, to go to bed. Hit the shelves, to become available for purchase. Hit the shops, to become available for purchase at retail locations. Hit the shower, to take a shower. Hit the showers, alternative form of hit the shower. Hit the silk, to parachute, use a parachute. Hit the skids, to fail, to decline. Hit the spot, to be particularly pleasing or appropriate, to be just right. Hit the stores, to become available for purchase at retail locations. Hit the streets, to go out in search of something or for a specific purpose. Hit the trail, to leave or depart. Hit the wall, to experience sudden fatigue as a result of glycogen depletion, for example when cycling. Hit them licks, habitual of hit a lick. Hit too close to home, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See hit too close to home. Hit two birds with one shot, alternative form of kill two birds with one stone. Hit two targets with one arrow, synonym of kill two birds with one stone. Hit up, to visit with or contact someone, especially with a definite purpose. Hit up against, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See hit up against. Hit upon, to address. Hit ups, plural of hit up. Hit wicket, describing a method of dismissal of a batsman out in which the batsman hits his own wicket either with the bat or his body, usually while attempting to play the ball. Hit with, to do something intended to punish or hurt someone, especially as a sudden or surprise action. Hit with a stupid stick, used to describe someone who is stupid or unintelligent. Hit a pin, bagatelle, synonym of bagatelle, any of several smaller wooden tabletop games developed from the original bagatelle in which the pockets are made of pins. Hit and this, alternative form of hit or miss. Hit and run, alternative spelling of hit and run. Hit and runner, one who commits a hit and run, a type of motor accident. Hit and runners, plural of hit and runner. Hit and runs, plural of hit and run. Hit box, alternative form of hitbox. Hitboxes, hitbox. Hit by pitch. An official scoring play in which a batter is hit by a pitched ball and is awarded first base as a result, and where the batter is referred to as a hit batsman. Hit by pitch is plural of hit by pitch. Hit or miss. Inconsistent, unpredictable, erratic, sometimes succeeding and sometimes failing with no apparent pattern. Hit or miss transform. In morphology, an operation that detects a given configuration or pattern in a binary image using the erosion operator and a pair of disjoint structuring elements. Hit or miss transforms. Plural of hit or miss transform. Hit out. A match or session, particularly for practice. Hit outs. Plural of hit out. Hit parader. An artist or song that is in a hit parade, a top song or artist. Hit paraders. Plural of hit parader. Hit piece. Alternative spelling of hit piece. Hit pieces. Plural of hit piece. Hitron. Alternative form of hit and run type of accident. Hitruns. Plural of hitrun. Hitstit. To flee as the driver from the site of a motor vehicle accident without reporting it to the police or emergency services. Hitskit. Simple past and past participle of hitskip. Hit skipping. Present participle and gerund of hit skip. Hit skips. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit skip. Hit up. Alternative form of hit up. Hit tops. Plural of hit top. Hidachi. A Japanese company and brand name. Hidachiota. A city in Ibaraki Prefecture, Japan. Hit docs. An invisible shape, or part of a model in a video game, etc. Used in collision detection to determine whether another object collides with the model. Hitboxes. Plural of hitbox. Hit. A surname transferred from the given name. Hitchin ones get along. A problem or impediment. Hitchin ones get yap. Synonym of hitch in ones get along. Hitch one's wagon to. To rely on someone or something for success. Hitch one's wagon to a star. To commit to an aspirational goal or course of action that will lead to fulfillment. Hitch rack. Alternative form of hitch rack post for tying a horse. Hitch racks. Plural of hitch rack. Hitch up. To fasten up. Hitch high. Alternative spelling of hitchhike. Hitchhike. Simple past and past participle of hitchhike. Hitchhiker. Alternative spelling of hitchhiker. Hitchhikers. Plural of hitchhiker. Hitchhikes. Third person singular simple present indicative of hitchhike. Hitchhiking. Present participle and gerund of hitchhike. Titsau. A village and civil parish in Baberg District, Suffolk, England. OS Grid Ref TL 9851. Hitchcock. A surname transferred from the given name. Hitchcock County. One of 93 counties in Nebraska, United States. County seat, Trenton. Hitchcock. Reminiscent of the style of Alfred Hitchcock 1899-1980, British filmmaker and producer, suspenseful, of the nature of a psychological thriller. Hitchcockian, of or pertaining to Alfred Hitchcock 1899-1980, British filmmaker and producer, or his works, especially noted for suspense and psycho thrillers. Hitchcocks. Plural of Hitchcock. Hitchhot. A surname transferred from the given name. Hitchhacks, a surname originating as a patronymic. Hit, simple past and past participle of hitch. Hitched one's wagon to, simple past and past participle of hitch one's wagon to. Hitched one's wagon to a star, simple past and past participle of hitch one's wagon to a star. Hitched it up, simple past and past participle of hitch up. Hetchel, alternative form of hatchel. Hetcheled, simple past and past participle of hitchel. Hitcheling, present participle and gerund of hitchel. Hetchels, plural of hitchel. Hetten, a surname transferred from the given name. Hitchens, a surname originating as a patronymic. Hitchens razor, a philosophical razor stating that what can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. Hitchens is razor, alternative form of Hitchens razor. Hitter, a hitchhiker. Hitchers, plural of hitcher. Hitches, a surname originating as a patronymic. Hitches one's wagon to, third person singular simple present indicative of hitch one's wagon to. Hitches one's wagon to a star, third person singular simple present indicative of hitch one's wagon to a star. Hitches up, third person singular simple present indicative of hitch up. Hittai, to try to get a ride in a passing vehicle while standing at the side of a road, generally by either sticking out one's finger or thumb or holding a sign with one stated destination. Hitchhike, simple past and past participle of hitchhike. Hitchhiker, a person or thing that hitchhikes. Hitchhikers, plural of hitchhiker. Hitchhikes, third person singular simple present indicative of hitchhike. Hitchhiking, present participle and gerund of hitchhike. Hitchhiking, plural of hitchhiking. Hitchily, in a hitchy manner. Hitchin, a town in North Hertfordshire District, Hertfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 1829. Hitchin, pronunciation spelling of hitching. Hitchiness, the quality of being hitchy. Hitche, a surname transferred from the given name. Hitching one's wagon to, present participle and gerund of hitch one's wagon to. Hitching one's wagon to a star. Present participle and gerund of hitch one's wagon to a star. Hitching posts, a post to which a horse or other animal may be tethered to prevent it from straying. Hitching posts, plural of hitching posts. Hitching rail, a horizontal rail with vertical supports to which a horse can be hitched or tied up to. Hitching rails, plural hitching rail. Hitching top, present participle and gerund of hitch up. Hitching bar, a bar used to hitch a horse to a carriage. Hitching bars, plural of hitching bar. Hitchings, a surname originating as a patronymic. Hitchins, a Hitchinson, a surname originating as a patronymic. Iti, a member of an indigenous tribe formerly residing chiefly in a town of the same name on the east bank of the Chattahoochee River in present-day western Georgia, United States. Hitchitis, plural of hitchi. Hitchless, without a hitch. Hitchlessly, without a hitch in a hitchless manner. Hitchlessness, the quality of being hitchless, of going smoothly without problems. Hitchley, a surname. Hitchman, a surname. Hitchmens, plural of hitchmen. Hitchman, the marrying of two or more portions of one shipment that originate at different locations, moving under one bill of lading from one shipper to one consignee. Hitchmo, a surname. Hitchner, a surname. Hitchners, plural of Hitchner. Hitchon, a surname transferred from the given name. Hitrack, a post or railing to which horses are tied. Hitracks, plural of hitrack. Hitrail, a post or railing to which horses are tied. Hitrails, plural of hitrail. Hitchslap, a devastating put-down characteristic of Christopher Hitchens' 1949-2011 British-American author and journalist. Hitchslaps, plural of hitchslap. Hitch, simple past and past participle of hitch. Hitty, irregular, uneven, moving or progressing in jerks or spurts. Ditto, the fact of being a hit song, hit songs collectively. I, a surname. Heights, plural of height. Hut, a landing place on a river, a harbor or small port. Hither, to this place, to here. Hither and thither, to here and to there, one place after another, in different directions. Hither and yon, in, at, or to various places. Hither Green, a suburb in the borough of Lewisham, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 3974. Hithered and thithered, simple past and past participle of hither and thither. Hithering and thithering, present participle and gerund of hither and thither. Hithermost, nearest to this side. Hithers and thithers, third person singular simple present indicative of hither and thither. Hither side, the near side, this side. Hitherto, up to this or that time or point. Hithertofore, heretofore. Hitherunto, hitherto, hitherto. Hitherward, toward this place. Hitherwards, towards this place. Is, plural of high. Hidta, a hit, a premeditated murder for criminal or political purposes. Hitjobs, plural of hitjob. Hitler, alternative spelling of Hitlery. Hitler, a surname from Austrian German. Hitler Channel, the American television channel history. Hitler mustache, alternative spelling of Hitler mustache. Hitler mustaches, plural of Hitler mustache. Hitler mustache, synonym of toothbrush mustache. Hitler mustaches, plural of Hitler mustache. Hitler particle, a notional substance suggested to be present in people who hold fascist or bigoted views, or less commonly among small business owners. Hitler particles, plural of Hitler particle. Hitler salute, synonym of Nazi salute. Hitler salutes, plural of Hitler salute. Hitler Youth, the youth organization of the Nazi Party. Hitler's buzzsaw, the MG42 machine gun. Hitler's buzzsaws, plural of Hitler's buzzsaw. Hitler Y, pertaining to or having qualities similar to Adolf Hitler. Hitlerrest, reminiscent of German dictator Adolf Hitler 1889-1945. Hitler fan 1488. A notional neo-Nazi often invoked in discussions about e-moderation. Heddlerian, of relating to or resembling Hitler, the German chancellor, or his actions. Hitlerjens, plural of Hitlerjen. Hitlerisch, fascist Hitlerjen. Hitlerism, the political philosophy and practices of Adolf Hitler and the Nazi Party. Hitlerist, supportive or characteristic of Adolf Hitler. Hitlerist, plural of Hitlerist. Hitlerei, of or relating to Adolf Hitler, German politician and founder of the Nazi Party or his regimes or policies. Hitlerreichs, plural of Hitlerreich. Hitlerland, Germany, especially Nazi Germany. Hitlerlei, resembling Adolf Hitler, genocidal dictator of Germany or his actions or policies. Hitleronomics, extremely authoritarian and unlikable economic policy or philosophy. Hitlerology, the study of Adolf Hitler 1889–1945, dictator of Germany from 1933 to 1945. Hitlerophobia, a fear of Adolf Hitler. Hitlers, plural of Hitler. Hillary, Hillary Clinton, born 1947, American politician and diplomat, former First Lady 1993–2001 and Secretary of State 2009–2013 of the United States. Hitless, without any successful songs. Hitlessness, absence of hits. Hitless, alternative form of hit list. Hitlists, plural of hitless. Hitmaker, a musician who frequently produces hits, a star. Hitmakers, plural of hitmaker. Hitmaking, making hits, popular songs. Hitman, a male contract killer, especially one paid by a mafia. Hitmarker, an audiovisual cue indicating that an enemy has been hit. Hitmarkers, plural of hitmarker. Hitman, plural of hitman. Hitome, a female given name from Japanese. Hello, a barangay of Matalam, late Philippines. Hitout, alternative form of hitout. Hitouts, plural of hitout. Hit people, plural of hitperson. Hitperson, a hired killer, a hitwoman or hitman. Hitpersons, plural of hitperson. Hitpoint, alternative form of hitpoint. Hitpoints, plural of hitpoint. Hets, acronym of herrings in tomato sauce. Het, plural of HIT. Hets, alternative form of its. Hits a brick wall. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit a brick wall. Hits a lick. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit a lick. Hits a snag. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit a snag. Hits a stain. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit a stain. Hits a wall. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit a wall. Hits above one's weight. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit above one's weight. Hits and runs. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit and run. Hits away. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit away. Hits back. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit back. Hits below one's weight. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit below one's weight. Hits different. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit different. Hits home. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit home. Hits into the long grass. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit into the long grass. Hits it and quits it. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit it and quit it. Hits it big. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit it big. Hits it off. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit it off. Hits it up. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit it up. Het licks. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit licks. Hits like a ton of bricks. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit like a ton of bricks. Hits like a truck. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit like a truck. Hits off. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit off. Hits on. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit on. Hits on all cylinders. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit on all cylinders. Hits one out of the ballpark. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit one out of the ballpark. Hits out. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit out. Hits pause. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit pause. Hits pay dirt. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit pay dirt. Hits pay dirt. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit pay dirt. Hits send. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit send. Hits someone for 6. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit someone for 6. Hit someone when they are down. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit someone when they are down. Hits the accelerator. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit the accelerator. Hits the big time. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit the big time. Hits the board. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit the board. Hits the books. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit the books. Hits the bottle. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit the bottle. Hits the bricks. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit the bricks. Hits the buffers. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit the buffers. Hits the ceiling. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit the ceiling. Hits the deck. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit the deck. Hits the dirt. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit the dirt. Hits the fan. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit the fan. Hits the gas. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit the gas. Hits the ground running. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit the ground running. Hits the gym. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit the gym. Hits the hay. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit the hay. Hits the head. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit the head. Hits the headlines. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit the headlines. Hits the high notes. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit the high notes. Hits the jackpot. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit the jackpot. Hits the mark. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit the mark. Hits the nail on the head. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit the nail on the head. Hits the pavement. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit the pavement. Hits the rack. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit the rack. Hits the road. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit the road. Hits the rocks. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit the rocks. Hits the roof. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit the roof. Hits the sack. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit the sack. Hits the sauce. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit the sauce. Hits the sheets. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit the sheets. Hits the shelves. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit the shelves. Hits the shops. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit the shops. Hits the silk. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit the silk. Hits the skids. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit the skids. Hits the spot. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit the spot. Hits the stores. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit the stores. Hits the streets. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit the streets. Hits the trail. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit the trail. Hits the wall. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit the wall. Hits them licks. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit them licks. Hits too close to home. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit too close to home. Hits two birds with one shot. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit two birds with one shot. Hits two targets with one arrow. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit two targets with one arrow. Hits out. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit up. Hits up against. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit up against. Hits upon. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit upon. Hits with. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit with. Hits with the stupid stick. Third person singular simple present indicative of hit with the stupid stick. Hit scan. A calculation to find the point at which a given line intersects an object in the game world. Commonly used to determine whether a bullet or projectile hits a target. Hit scans. Plural of hit scan. Itself. Alternative form of itself. Hitzmann. A surname from German. Hitzmans. Plural of Hitzmann. Hetzen. A surname. Hetzens. Plural of Hitzen. A surname. Abbreviation of hit. Hittable. Able to be hit. Fit to be hit. Hit. Simple past and past participle of hit. Hit. Someone who is hit as opposed to doing the hitting. Hitties. Plural of hitty. Past participle of hit. Hitter. One who or that which hits. Hitters count. A count favorable to the batter in which there are more balls than strikes, especially a 3-0, 3-1, or 2-0 count. Hitters counts. Plural of hitters count. Hitters. Plural of hitter. Hittas. Second person singular simple present indicative of hit. Hit. Third person singular another simple present indicative of hit. Hit, a surname. Hit-all, an anti-aircraft or anti-satellite missile that is designed to hit its target, distinguished from a missile that is designed to explode near its target. Hit, pronunciation spelling of hitting. Hittin' a lick, present participle of hit a lick. Hittin' licks, present participle and gerund of hit licks. Hittin' them licks, present participle and gerund of hit them licks. Hit, a series of hits or blows directed at a person or object. Hitting a brick wall, present participle and gerund of hit a brick wall. Hitting a lick, present participle and gerund of hit a lick. Hitting a snag, present participle and gerund of hit a snag. Hitting a stain, present participle and gerund of hit a stain. Hitting a wall, present participle and gerund of hit a wall. Hitting above one's weight, present participle and gerund of hit above one's weight. Heading and running, present participle and gerund of hit and run. Hitting away, present participle and gerund of hit away. Hitting back, present participle and gerund of hit back. Hitting below one's weight, present participle and gerund of hit below one's weight. Hitting different, present participle and gerund of hit different. Hitting home. Present participle and gerund of hit home. Hitting into the long grass. Present participle and gerund of hit into the long grass. Hitting it and quitting it. Present participle and gerund of hit it and quit it. Hitting at bay. Present participle and gerund of hit at bay. Hitting it off. Present participle and gerund of hit it off. Hitting it up. Present participle and gerund of hit it up. Hitting licks. Present participle and gerund of hit licks. Hitting like a ton of bricks. Present participle and gerund of hit like a ton of bricks. Hitting like a truck. Present participle and gerund of hit like a truck. Heading off. Present participle and gerund of hit off. Heading on. Present participle and gerund of hit on. Hitting on all cylinders. Present participle and gerund of hit on all cylinders. Hitting on all six. Present participle and gerund of hit on all six. Hitting one out of the ballpark. Present participle and gerund of hit one out of the ballpark. Hitting out. Present participle and gerund of hit out. Hitting partner. A player with whom one practices playing rallies, though not as a coach. Hitting partners. Plural of hitting partner. Hitting pause. Present participle and gerund of hit pause. Hitting pay dirt. Present participle of hit pay dirt. Hitting pay dirt. Present participle of hit pay dirt. Hitting send. Present participle and gerund of hit send. Hitting someone for 6. Present participle and gerund of hit someone for 6. Hitting someone when they are down. Present participle and gerund of hit someone when they are down. Hitting the accelerator. Present participle and gerund of hit someone for 6. Hitting someone when they are down. Present participle and gerund of hit someone when they are down. Hitting the accelerator. Present participle and gerund of hit the accelerator. Hitting the big time. Present participle and gerund of hit the big time. Hitting the board. Present participle and gerund of hit the board. Hitting the books. Present participle and gerund of hit the books. Hitting the bottle. Present participle and gerund of hit the bottle. Hitting the bricks. Present participle and gerund of hit the bricks. Hitting the buffers. Present participle and gerund of hit the buffers. Hitting the ceiling. Present participle and gerund of hit the ceiling. Hitting the deck, present participle and gerund of hit the deck. Hitting the dirt, present participle and gerund of hit the dirt. Hitting the fan, present participle and gerund of hit the fan. Hitting the gas, present participle and gerund of hit the gas. Hitting the ground running, present participle and gerund of hit the ground running. Hitting the gym, present participle and gerund of hit the gym. Hitting the hay, present participle and gerund of hit the hay. Hitting the head, present participle and gerund of hit the head. Hitting the headlines, present participle and gerund of hit the headlines. Hitting the high notes, present participle and gerund of hit the high notes. Hitting the jackpot, present participle of hit the jackpot. Hitting the mark, present participle and gerund of hit the mark. Hitting the nail on the head, present participle and gerund of hit the nail on the head. Hitting the pavement, present participle and gerund of hit the pavement. Hitting the rack, present participle and gerund of hit the rack. Hitting the road, present participle and gerund of hit the road. Hitting the rocks, present participle and gerund of hit the rocks. Hitting the roof, present participle and gerund of hit the roof. Hitting the sack, present participle and gerund of hit the sack. Hitting the sauce, present participle and gerund of hit the sauce. Hitting the sheets, present participle and gerund of hit the sheets. Hitting the shelves, present participle and gerund of hit the shelves. Hitting the shops, present participle and gerund of hit the shops. Hitting the silk, present participle and gerund of hit the silk. Hitting the skids, present participle and gerund of hit the skids. Hitting the spot, present participle and gerund of hit the spot. Hitting the stores, present participle and gerund of hit the stores. Hitting the streets, present participle and gerund of hit the streets. Hitting the trail, present participle and gerund of hit the trail. Hitting the wall, present participle and gerund of hit the wall. Hitting them licks, present participle and gerund of hit them licks. Hitting time, the first moment in time in which a given process hits a given subset of the state space. Hitting times, plural of hitting time. Hitting too close to home, present participle and gerund of hit too close to home. Hitting two birds with one shot. Present participle and gerund of hit two birds with one shot. Hitting two targets with one arrow. Present participle and gerund of hit two targets with one arrow. Hitting up, present participle and gerund of hit up. Hitting up against, present participle and gerund of hit up against. Hitting upon, present participle and gerund of hit upon. Hitting with, present participle and gerund of hit with. Hitting with the stupid stick, present participle of hit with the stupid stick. Hitting this, scoring the most hits. Hitting is, plural of hitting. Hittite, a person of the Hittite kingdom, a Bronze Age kingdom of Anatolia. Hittites, plural of Hittite. Hittitological, relating to Hittitology. Hittitologist, an archaeologist, historian, linguist, or art historian who specializes in the study of the ancient Hittites and their Near Eastern empire, which was based in Hattusa in modern-day Anatolia. Hittitologists, plural of Hittitologists. The study of Hittites and their language and culture. Hittel, a surname. Hittals, plural of Hittel. Hittorf, too, an early form of vacuum tube. Hittorf tubes, plural of Hittorf tube, crystalline allotrope of phosphorus. Hets, plural of hit. Hitty missy, synonym of hit or miss. Hidamnar, a barangay of Degami, late Philippines. Head up, alternative form of hit up. Head ups, plural of hit up. Hitwoman, the female equivalent of a hitman. A female assassin for hire. Hitwomen, plural of hitwoman. Hitty, alternative form of hoity-toity. Hets, a surname. Hetsas, plural of hits. Heu, alternative spelling of heu. HIV, initialism of human immunodeficiency virus. HIV negative, not infected by HIV. HIV positive. Infected by HIV. HIV virus, synonym of HIV human immunodeficiency virus. HIV viruses, plural of HIV virus. HIV plus, abbreviation of HIV positive. HIV, abbreviation of HIV negative. HIV-1, initialism of human immunodeficiency virus 1. HIV-2, initialism of human immunodeficiency virus 2. HIV negative, alternative form of HIV negative. HIV positive, alternative form of HIV positive. HIV/AIDS, HIV and AIDS considered as a whole. Pio, the second largest island in the Marquesas, final resting place of Paul Gauguin and Jacques Brel, home of many tikis. Hive, a structure, whether artificial or natural, for housing a swarm of honeybees. Hive bee, the common honey bee. Hive bees, plural of hive bee. Hive mind, alternative spelling of hive mind. Hive minds, plural of hive mind. Hive nests, a large nest built and occupied by several pairs of birds together. Hive nests, plural of hive nests. Hive of activity, a very busy place. Hive of industry, synonym of hive of activity. Hive off, to separate from a larger group. Hive tool, a flat, handheld metal tool with a hook at one end and a scraper at the other, used by beekeepers to open and clean beehives. Hives tools, plural of hive tool. Hive up, to stash or lay away for later use. Hive mind, operating like a hive mind, unthinkingly conformist. Hive off, synonym of spin-off formation of subsidiary company. Hive offs, plural of hive off. Hive, simple past and past participle of hive. Hived off, simple past and past participle of hive off. Hived up, simple past and past participle of hive up. Hiveful, the amount contained in a hive. Hivefuls, plural of hiveful. Hireless, without a hive. High-like, resembling a beehive. Highly, a surname. Highways, plural of hively. Highmate, a bee or other creature that occupies the same hive as another. Highmates, plural of hivemate. High mind, a collection of minds somehow linked or unified, possibly as if by telepathy. Hive minds, plural of hive mind. Hider, one who collects bees into a hive. Hibernin, a voyager who wintered in First Nations camps. Hibernants, plural of hibernin. Hibernate, obsolete form of hibernate. Hibernated, simple past and past participle of hibernate. Hibernates, third person singular simple present indicative of hibernate. Hibernated, simple past and past participle of hibernate. Hibernates, third person singular simple present indicative of hibernate. Hibernating, present participle and gerund of hibernate. Hivers, plural of hiver. Hives, itchy, swollen, red areas of the skin which can appear quickly in response to an allergen or due to other conditions. Hives of activity, plural of hive of activity. Hives of industry, plural of hive of industry. Hives off, third person singular simple present indicative of hive off. Hives up, third person singular simple present indicative of hive up. Highward, towards a hive. Highwards, towards a hive. Hiving, present participle and gerund of hive. Hiving off, present participle and gerund of hive off. Hiving up, present participle and gerund of hive up. Helite, a member of one group of descendants of Canaan, son of Ham, according to the table of nations in Genesis 10:17 in the Bible. Hivites, plural of Hivite. An island of Vanuatu. Hiwai, alternative spelling of highway. Hiwasa, any of passive several ways of winning because the opponent makes a mistake. Hill, a member of a nomadic hunter-gatherer people of the South American flatlands. Iwis, plural of Hiwi. Hex, a surname. Hicksenbaugh, a surname. Hicksenbaws, plural of Hicksenbaugh. Hexas, plural of Hex. Peixguiana, a Carib language of Brazil. Hetson, a surname originating as a patronymic. Exploitation, a genre of exploitation film that relies on the stereotypical and often negative depiction of rural whites of the American South and Appalachia. Hexum, a surname. Hexons, plural of Hickson. Hut, an informal greeting. Hi, hello. Hi a doin'. A greeting tends to warrant a reply. Hayadu, a Meday ethnic female given name. Hiad, a Meday traditional race boat, especially of the royalties and nobles. Hiane, alternative form of Hyanje. Hyangje, the 8th month of Meday traditional lunar calendar. Hido, drawing attention to a preceding joke or pun. Hef, each of the roughly equal longitudinal 60 parts in which the Quran has been traditionally divided to ease its reading and memorization. Hizbah, alternative spelling of Hezbollah. Hizbah, alternative spelling of Hezbollah. Hev, plural of Hizbollah, alternative spelling of Hezbollah. Heiser, a surname from German. Heisers, plural of Heiser. Hizidi, alternative form of Hijiki. Hidas, house. His houses, plural of his house. The Hes. That's simple past and past participle of his. Helas, Third person singular simple present indicative of his. Hid. Alternative form of hizzy. His. Plural of hizzy. Hither. Present participle and gerund of his. Hedel. House, residence. Hedels. Plural of hizel. Isener. I dialect spelling of his honor, the mayor, especially of a large city. Hiseners. Plural of hisener. Hidas. Alternative form of hisaus. Hisauses. Plural of hisaus. A house, a residence. Any of the 12 sisters of the volcano goddess Pele, especially the youngest, whom Pele was given to raise. H-Day. Initialism of hind job. H-Jalmerite. A vitreous, gray mineral. HJB equation. Abbreviation of Hamilton-Jacobi-Bellman equation. H-Jalm. A surname. H-Jalmite. A discredited mineral species. H-Jalms. Plural of H-Jalm. H-Jalmslov transformation. A method for mapping an entire hyperbolic plane into a circle with a finite radius. H-Jalmslov transformations. Plural of H-Jalmslov transformation. H-Jalmslov's theorem. A theorem stating that if a set of points pi lying on a line is isometrically mapped to points pi on a different line, then the midpoints of the segments pi also lie on a line. H-Jalmslevian, of or relating to Louis H. Jalmslov 1899-1965, Danish linguist. H-Jam, H-Jurken. A town in Dovre municipality, inlanded, Norway, on the border with the county of Trøndelag, formerly part of the county of Oppland. H-Hjort. A surname. H-Hjorts. Plural of H-Hjort. H-J-R. Initialism of House Joint Resolution. H-J-R. Plural of H-J-R. H-J-S. Initialism of Henry Jackson Society. HJS. Plural of HJ. H-Joring. A town and municipality in North Jutland, Denmark. HK. Initialism of Hong Kong. HK. Abbreviation of Hook. HK-Pop. Alternative letter case form of HK-Pop. HK-Pop. Hong Kong pop music. HABH. Abbreviation of Hakadosh Baruch Hu. HKCU. HKey current user, part of the registry containing settings specific to the logged on user. HKer. Alternative form of Hong Konger. HKers. Plural of HKer. HF. Abbreviation of handkerchief. HAFA. Initialism of Hong Kong Football Association. HAFS. Plural of HKF. HKF. Abbreviation of Hong Kong International Airport. HALM. Abbreviation of HKey Local Machine. Part of the registry containing settings specific to the local computer. HAMA. Initialism of Hong Kong Monetary Authority. HKPF. Initialism of Hong Kong Police Force. HK-Pop. Alternative letter case form of HK-Pop. HK-Pop. Alternative letter case form of HK-Pop. HK-SAR. Initialism of Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. HAT. Initialism of Hong Kong Time. HKU, abbreviation of HKey users, part of the registry containing settings for each user profile loaded on the machine. HL7, a set of international standards for transfer of clinical and administrative data between software applications used by various healthcare providers. HLA, abbreviation of human leukocyte antigen. HLATIC, a surname from Czech. HLATIX, plural of HLATIC. HLATKI, a surname from the Slavic languages. HLATKIs, plural of HLATKI. H-Lawford, an Anglo-Saxon lord. H-Lawfords, plural of H-Lawford. HLI, initialism of human-like artificial intelligence. HLI, the largest minority ethnic group in Hainan, China. HLI, plural of HLI. H-Languang, alternative form of NH-Languini. HLA, plural of HLA. H-Lada, a surname from Czech. H-Lavesic, a surname from Czech. H-Lavesics, plural of H-Lavesic. H-Lavech, name. H-Lavax, plural of H-Lavak. H-Lavan, a transliteration of the Ukrainian surname Gel-El-A-Vel-A and H-Lavan. H-Lawity, a surname. H-Lawities, plural of H-Lavity. HLB, abbreviation of Huan Longbing. HLB, plural of HLB. H-Lebine, a municipality of Croatia. H-Lagu, a town in the Yangon region, Myanmar. H-Lep, misspelling of help. H-Lidic, a surname from Czech. H-Litskjalf, Odin's cloud throne above Asgard. H-Lur, abbreviation of hyperluminous infrared galaxy. H-Lur, plural of H-Lur. H-Litskjalf, alternative form of H-Litskjalf. HLL, initialism of high-level language. X, initialism of head and lateral line erosion. HLL, plural of HLL. HLLV, initialism of heavy lift launch vehicle. HLLV, plural of HLLV. H-Laban, a city in Poltava Oblast in central Ukraine. HLS, abbreviation of high-level synthesis. HLT, abbreviation of Hilton. H-Latu, a city in Semyoblast, Ukraine. HLX, abbreviation of hyperluminous X-ray source, an astrophysical X-ray source more luminous than ultraluminous X-ray sources ULX. H-Libo, a village in Bakhmach urban Hromada, Nizhyn Rayon, Chernihiv Oblast, Ukraine. H-Lyniny, a city Lviv Oblast, Ukraine. H-Aum, initialism of His Majesty the title of a king. HM, a shorter variant of hum. HM government, alternative form of HMG. HM mule, synonym of HM slave. HM slave, a Pokemon retained by the player to use hidden machine moves, certain moves that usually help in exploring the world of the games. HM slaves, plural of HM slave. HMA, initialism of high memory area. HMAC, initialism of hash-based message authentication code, a specific type of the message authentication code MAC involving a cryptographic hash function and a secret cryptographic key. HMAC, plural of HMAC. HMAR, a tribal people from northeast India who belong to Chinguki Mizo/Zo people. HBAS, His or Her Majesty's Australian Ship, the designation of Australian ships and naval bases. HMA, plural of HMA. HMAbai, a township in Myanmar. HMB, His or Her Majesty's Bark. HMBH, initialism of hypermassive black hole. HMBH, plural of HMBH. HMBS, initialism of His or Her Majesty's Bahamian ship, a designation for British ships from the Bahamas. HMC, initialism of Headmasters and Headmistresses Conference. HMCS, initialism of Her Majesty's Courts Service. HMC, plural of HMC. HMD, initialism of head-mounted display. HMS, abbreviation of hexamethyldisilazane. HMD, plural of HMD. HME, initialism of hepatomyomcephalopathy. HMF, 5-hydroxymethylfurfuran. HMFIC, initialism of head motherfucker in charge. HMFIC, plural of HMFIC. HMG, Her Majesty's Government, or His Majesty's Government, referring to the government of the United Kingdom or the government of certain other Commonwealth realms. HMH, initialism of Houghton Mifflin Harcourt, an American publisher. HMI, initialism of Human-Machine Interface. HMEGFIS, initialism of Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary and Fire and Rescue Services. HMIS, initialism of Homeless Management Information Systems, a unified database format encouraged by the U.S. Housing and Urban Development that allows streamlining continuum of care grants across jurisdictions. HMI, plural of HMI. HMLT, abbreviation of Hamlet. HMLTS, plural of HMLT. Initialism of Hidden Markov Model. Indicates thinking or pondering. HMED, simple past and past participle of whom. HMMF, alternative spelling of HMPH. HMing, present participle and gerund of whom. Elongated form of whom. HMMPH, alternative form of HMPH. Plural of whom. HMMS, third person singular simple present indicative of whom. HMMWV, abbreviation of High Mobility Multipurpose Wheeled Vehicle. HMNWV, plural of HMNWV. HMNB, initialism of Her or His Majesty's Naval Base, prefix used in the names of naval bases of the Royal Navy of the United Kingdom. HMNDAS, initialism of His or Her Majesty's New Zealand Ship, the designation of New Zealand ships and naval bases. HMO, initialism of Health Maintenance Organization. HMOFA, abbreviation of human male on female anthro, an interspecies relationship between a human man and a female furry. HMOFA, alternative form of HMOFA. HMOFA, plural of HMOFA. HMOFA, plural of HMOFA. HMong, a people who live predominantly in the mountainous regions of China, Vietnam, Laos, and Thailand, and in diaspora around the world. HMong Da, the white Hmong language. Hmong Njua, the Green Hmong language. Hmongic, of or relating to the Hmong people. Hmongness, the quality or state of being Hmong. Hmug Da, alternative form of Hmong Da. HMO, plural of HMO. HMP, initialism of Her/His Majesty's Penitentiary. HMPI, abbreviation of hexamethylphosphoramide. Humph, alternative form of humph. HMFed, simple past and past participle of humph. HMFing, present participle and gerund of humph. HMPFS, third person singular simple present indicative of humph. HMPH, alternative form of humph. HMFed, simple past and past participle of HMPH. HMthing, present participle and gerund of HMPH. HMPHS, third person singular simple present indicative of HMPH. HMPS, abbreviation of His or Her Majesty's Prison Service. HMP, plural of HMP. HMPV, alternative form of HMPV. HMQS, initialism of Her Majesty's Queensland Ship. HMRC, initialism of Her Majesty's Revenue and Customs. HMRG Deep, former name of Serena Deep, a deep in Mariana Trench, Pacific, second deepest place in the Mariana Trench, and third deepest place on Earth. HMS, initialism of His or Her Majesty's ship, prefix for ships in the Navy of a monarchy, such as the British Royal Navy. HM, plural of HM. HMSAS, initialism of His or Her Majesty's South African ship, a ship prefix for the South African Naval Forces or its predecessor South African Division of the Royal Naval Volunteer Reserve of the Dominion of South Africa, used from WWI through WW2. HMT, initialism of Human Metabolome Technologies. HMTD, initialism of hexamethylene triperoxide diamine, a high explosive. HMT, plural of HMT. HMTSS, initialism of His or Her Majesty's Tuvaluan State Ship, the designation of the sole Tuvaluan ship for sea patrol, the HMTSS Team at Ali. HMU, initialism of Hit Me Up, Contact Me at a Later Time. HMU, a dialect cluster of Hmongic languages of China. HMV, initialism of Heavy Maintenance Visit. HMS, initialism of Her Majesty's Victorian Ship, a designation for ships from Victoria, Australia. HMV, plural of HMV. HMWP, initialism of high molecular weight polyethylene. HMX, an explosive, octahydro 1,3,5,7 tetranitro 1,3,5,7 related to RDX. HMXB, initialism of high mass X-ray binary, a binary star system that is strong in X-rays and in which the normal stellar component is a massive star and the compact X-ray emitting component is a neutron star, black hole, or white dwarf. HMXB, plural of HMXB. HSHEN, abbreviation of Hausbetalman. HSHEN, used to tag a rhetorical question. HN, abbreviation of French Horin. HNA, initialism of hexatal nucleic acid. HNARICURT, a town in ancient Armenia at the border of Gyugark and Udik provinces on the Kira River, today in Kazakh district, Azerbaijan. HNA, plural of HNA. HNAT, a surname. HNAT, a surname from Ukrainian. HNATX, plural of HNATYAK. HNATIQ, a surname. HNC, initialism of Higher National Certificate. HNC, plural of HNC. HND, initialism of hexanitrotophenylamine. HNDBK, abbreviation of handbook. HNDBKS, plural of HNDBK. HND, plural of HND. Hnafataffel, an ancient Norse board game. HNL, highest no effect level, the highest level of exposure to a substance at which there are no adverse effects on test subjects. HNL, plural of HNL. HNG, initialism of horny net geek. HNDH, alternative form of HNNG moan indicating sexual arousal and or sexual frustration. HNG, plural of HNG. HNDEK, head nigga in charge. Hneven, a city in Vinnytsia Oblast in western Ukraine. HNAO, abbreviation of hexanitrohexazosorcetane. HNLMS, Her Dutch Majesty's Ship. HNMS, His or Her Norwegian Majesty's Ship. HNN, indicating thinking or pondering. HNNG, alternative form of HNNG moan indicating sexual arousal and or sexual frustration. HNNGGG, expressing struggle. HNNNG, a moan indicating sexual arousal and or sexual frustration. HNOMS, initialism of His or Her Norwegian Majesty's Ship. HNPCC, initialism of hereditary non-polyposis colorectal cancer. HNRNA, initialism of heterogeneous nuclear ribonucleic acid. HNRNA, alternative form of HNRNA. HNRNA, plural of HNRNA. HNRNAS, plural of HNRNA. HNRNP, abbreviation for heterogeneous ribonucleic protein particle. HNRNP, plural of HNRNP. HN, plural of HN. HNSW, initialism of hierarchical navigable small worlds. HNT, abbreviation of Huntingdonshire or Huntingdon. HNW, initialism of harsh noise wall. HNWI, initialism of high net worth individual. HNWI, plural of HNWI. HNY, initialism of Happy New Year. Of initialism of Hecla Roland Theram. Of a Central Eastern Indian Adivasi tribe numbering around 1 million, mainly following the religion of Sarna Doram. Hobak, alternative form of Wobak. Hobak, alternative form of Hobak. Hobags, plural of Hobag. Hokaimin, alternative form of Ho Chi Minh City. Ho Chi Minh City, the largest city of Vietnam. H letter 1E3 Chi Minh City, alternative spelling of Ho Chi Minh City. Ho ho, alternative form of ho, 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 deep laugh or chuckle. Ho ho ho, alternative form of ho, ho, ho. Ho ho, Alternative spelling of ho-hum. Hokua boho jaye. Superficial, incompetent, or having no substance despite appearances, skin deep, portraying oneself as greater than one actually is, all style and no substance. Poman 10, a residential area of Kowloon City District, Kowloon, Hong Kong. HO scale, a popular scale for model railroads, 187 scale. Ho stroll, an area of a town or city where prostitutes regularly solicit potential clients on the street. Ho strolls, plural of ho stroll. Ho tag, synonym of tramp stamp, a tattoo on a woman's lower back. Ho tags, plural of ho tag. Ho there, a call for attention. Haulalana. Haulalana is structure in local universe, an assembly of superclusters and voids, forming a spherical assemblage of matter with a central peak, roughly 1 billion light-years across, located next to, but not containing, Laniakea, our local supercluster where the Earth is contained within, thought to be a baryon acoustic oscillation, BO, the first such discovered, and the newest such found. Ho, ho, ho. A deep, hearty laugh or chuckle, most associated with Santa Claus. Ho that, a woman considered promiscuous. Ho bags, plural of ho bag. Ho chun, alternative form of Hechuan. Ho chunk, a member of the Ho Chunk Nation of Wisconsin, a Native American tribe that was formerly part of the Winnebago. Ho chunks, plural of ho chunk. Odad, alternative spelling of hodad. Hodads, plural of hodad. Hoi, synonym of hui. Hofe, alternative form of hefe. Hofe, alternative form of hefeng. Ho kas, a borough of Bergen County, New Jersey, United States. Ho ha, boring, not interesting, or novel. Ho Kaufman-McAllister syndrome, a rare congenital malformation syndrome with cleft palate, micrognathia, wormy in bones, congenital heart disease, dislocated hips, bowed fibulae, preaxial polydactyly of the feet, abnormal skin patterns, and missing tibia. Honan, alternative form of henan in its various senses. Hopiu, alternative form of hepu. Hope, alternative form of hebe. Hopai, alternative form of hebai. Hoduin, alternative form of Hessian Houghton City. Oh, initialism of Horn of Africa. Oh, a minority ethnic group of Vietnam regarded as Chinese. Ha Ben, a province of Vietnam. Oh, plural of HOA. Hoabenian, of, relating to, or exhibiting the features of the prehistoric Hoa Bin culture of Southeast Asia, characterized by certain types of stone artifact. Hochi, alternative form of Haching. Hoxin, alternative form of Hodson. Hoxins, plural of Hoxin. Hovli, a surname. Hodlis, plural of Hodli. Hov, a surname. Hodji, a sandwich made on a usually soft, long Italian roll, a submarine sandwich. Hojis, plural of Hoji. Hoblend, a surname. Hoblend solution, a hydroponic nutrient solution for growing plants, containing various salts, acids, and complex ions. Hoblends, plural of Hoblin. Hovle, A surname. Hovland, plural of Hoglin. Hos, plural of Ho. Hogwe. A surname. Hoji, alternative form of Hoji. Hohaoism, a local sect of Buddhism in the south of Vietnam. Hof, a surname. Hovie, comparative form of Hoki, more Hoki. Hokies, superlative form of Hoki, most Hoki. Hooks, plural of Hoke. Hovie, alternative spelling of Hoki, phony, as if a hoax, noticeably contrived. Up, a surname. Hong Sot, a claimed district of Da Nang, Vietnam. Hang Za, Paracel Islands, an archipelago of the South China Sea, Pacific Ocean. Hang Su Phi, a rural district of Hà Province, Vietnam. Hamil, obsolete spelling of Huang He. Homes, plural of home. Ho, surname. Ord Cross, a small village and civil parish in East Staffordshire District, Staffordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 1223. Hoarfrost, originally any frozen dew forming a white deposit on exposed surfaces. Hoarfrosts, plural of hoarfrost. Hoarfrosts, alternative form of hoarfrost. Hoarfrosts, plural of hoarfrost. Horau, a surname from French. Horaus, plural of horau. Hood, a surname. Hoard out, to completely fill up a room or space with clutter. Horaus, plural of horau. Hood, a surname. Hoard out, to completely fill up a room or space with clutter. Hoard Bar, a city of Tyre. Hoard House, a treasury. Ordwar, a treasurer. Hoarded, simple past and past participle of hoard. Hoarded out, simple past and past participle of hoard out. Hoarder, one who hoards, one who accumulates, collects, and stores, especially one who does so to excess. Hoarders, plural of hoarder. Hoardful, tending to hoard things, miserly. Hardy, comparative form of hoardy, more hoardy. Hardy is superlative form of hoardy, most hoardy. Hoarding, a roofed wooden shield placed over the battlements of a castle and projecting from them. Hoarding disorder, synonym of compulsive hoarding. Hoarding disorders, plural of hoarding disorder. Hoarding out, present participle of hoard out. Hoardingly, in a hoarding or miserly manner. Hoardings, plural of hoarding. Hoards, plural of hoard. Hoards out, third person singular simple present indicative of hoard out. Hoard song, characterized or marked by hoarding. Hoodie, tending to hoard, grasping. Oh, a surname. Horologic, a formal system of rules for reasoning about the correctness of computer programs based on Hoare triples, which describe the state of the system before and after various operations. Horologics, plural of horologic. Hoare triple, a formal description of how the execution of a piece of code changes the state of the computation in horologic, consisting of a command to be run, a precondition that holds true beforehand, and a postcondition that holds true afterwards. Hoare triples, plural of Hoare triple. Hood, moldy, musty. Hose, plural of hoar. Hoarfrost, alternative form of hoarfrost. Hoarfroste, covered with hoarfrost. Hoarfrosts, plural of hoarfrost. Hoarfrosty, covered with hoarfrost. Hoet, an old person with gray hair. Horads, plural of hoarhead. Hoarhound, alternative form of hoarhound. Hoarhounds, plural of hoarhound. Howdy, comparative form of hoary, more hoary. Howdy is it? Superlative form of hoary, most hoary. Hurriedly. In a hoary manner. Hoariness, the characteristic of being hoary. Hoarinesses, plural of hoariness. Hoary, present participle and gerund of hoar. Hoarness, the quality of being hoar. Hose, plural of hoar. Hoarse, having a dry, harsh tone to the voice as a result of a sore throat, age, emotion, etc. Hoarse as a crow, very hoarse. Hoarse, simple past and past participle of horse. Hoarsely, with a dry, harsh voice. Hoarsen, to make or become hoarse. Hoarsened, simple past and past participle of hoarsen. Hoarseness, the quality of being hoarse, of having a dry, harsh voice. Hoarsenesses, plural of hoarseness. Hoarsening, present participle and gerund of hoarsen. Hoarsens. Third person singular simple present indicative of hoarsen. Hoarser, comparative form of horse, more horse. Horses. Third person singular simple present indicative of horse. Horses, superlative form of horse, most horse. Horsing. Present participle and gerund of horse. Hoarstone, a stone designating the bounds of an estate, a landmark. Hoarstones, plural of hoarstone. Horithy, a wayfaring tree, Viburnum lantana. Hoey, white, whitish, or grayish white. Hoary bamboo rat, Rhizomes pruinosus, a species of rat. Hoary bat, Lasiurus cinereus, a vespertilionid bat that occurs throughout most of North America and much of South America, with disjunct populations in the Galapagos Islands and Hawaii. Hoary bats, plural of hoary bat. Hoary fox, Lycolopex vetulis, a wild canid endemic to Brazil. Hoary foxes, plural of hoary fox. Hoary fringe moss, Brachymetrium canescens, a moss in the family Grimiaceae. Hoary marmot, a rodent of the species Marmota caligata. Hoary marmots, plural of hoary marmot. Hoary redpaw, a passerine bird of species Acanthus hornamani. Hoary redpaws, plural of hoary redpaw. Hoary rockrose, the flowering plant Helianthemum olandicum. Hoary zara, synonym of hoary fox. Hoary zoros, plural of hoary zoro. Horypia, any of various plants of the genus Tephrosia. Horypias, plural of horypia. Plural of HOA. Hosta, synonym of Iahuasca. Hos, I cough. Hoste, simple past and past participle of hosts. Hosting, present participle and gerund of hosts. Hostman, a member of an old merchant guild in Newcastle, in charge of coal shipping, etc. Hostman, plural of hostmen. Hosts, plural of hosts. Hoche, infested. Swarming, teeming. Hotze, a bird of the species Opisthocomus hosen of the order Opisthocomiformes, with claws on the wing fingers of the juvenile and an enlarged crop used as a rumen. Houtsens, plural of hoaxen. Hoax, to deceive someone by making them believe something that has been maliciously or mischievously fabricated. Hoaxable, able to be hoaxed. Hoax, simple past and past participle of hoax. Hoaxy, one who is hoaxed. Hoaxies, plural of hoaxy. Hoaxer, someone who perpetrates hoaxes. Hoaxers, plural of hoaxer. Hoaxes, plural of hoax. Hoaxical, of or pertaining to a hoax, having the character of a hoax. Hoaxier, comparative form of hoaxy, more hoaxy. Hoaxiest, superlative form of hoaxy, most hoaxy. Hoaxay, present participle and gerund of hoax. Hoaxings, plural of hoaxing. Hoaxfly, resembling or characteristic of a hoax. Hoaxacost, the Holocaust, seen as a hoax. Hoaxster, alternative form of hoaxer. Hoaxsters, plural of hoaxster. Hoaxster, a hoaxer. Hoaxterism, the quality or state of being a hoaxster. Hoaxsters, plural of hoaxster. Hoaxy, resembling or characteristic of a hoax, prone to hoaxes. Hothe, alternative form of hosen. Hosens, plural of hosen. Har, a nickname for Robin or Robert. Hub, Collingwood, the four of hearts, considered an unlucky card. Haben na, archaic form of hobnob, drink together. Haben nobbed, simple past and past participle of haben na. Haben nobbing, present participle and gerund of haben na. Haben knobs, third person singular simple present indicative of haben nam. Hobnailed, alternative spelling of hobnailed. Hobnob, alternative form of hobnob. Hobnobs, plural of hobnob. Hoda, a surname. Hobacks, plural of hoback. Hoda, alternative form of hoback. Hobags, plural of hoback. Hobakchak, a Korean kanji made with pumpkin. Hove, a surname. Hobanob, archaic form of hobnob. Hobanobbed, simple past and past participle of hobanob. Hobanobbing, present participle and gerund of hobanob. Hobanobs, third person singular simple present indicative of hobanob. Hobanob, archaic form of hobnob. Hobanob, simple past and past participle of hobanob. Hobanobbing, present participle and gerund of hobanob. Hobanobs, third person singular simple present indicative of hobanob. Halbins, plural of Hoban. Hobart, the capital city of Tasmania, Australia, named for a Lord Hobart. Hobart brown. Argentina hobartia, a species of saturnine butterfly. Hobart browns, plural of Hobart Round, Hobart Town, Hobart, Hobartian, a native or inhabitant of the city of Hobart, Tasmania, Australia. Hobartians. Plural of Hobartian. Hoba, a surname from German. Hobas, plural of Hoba. Ha, a surname originating as a patronymic. Habed, Hoy, archaic form of Hobbledehoy. Habed Hoys, plural of Habed Hoy. Habardehoy, alternative form of Hobbledehoy. Habardehoys, plural of Habardehoy. Habardehoy, alternative form of Hobbledehoy. Habardehoys, plural of Habardehoy. Hab, simple past and past participle of hab. Habidehoy, alternative form of Hobbledehoy. Habidehoys, plural of Habidehoy. Haba, alternative form of hobble. Hobbles, third person singular simple present indicative of hobble. Hobber, a hobbing machine. Hobbers, plural of hobber. Hob, a surname originating as a patronymic. Hobbies, plural of hobs. Hobbier, of, relating to, or influenced by Thomas Hobbes or his philosophical theories. Hobbesianism, the philosophical system of Thomas Hobbes, support for this system. Hebraians, plural of Hebesian. Hobbyism, alternative form of hobbyism. Hobbises, alternative form of hobbist. Hobbises, plural of hobbises. Hobbit, alternative form of hobbit Old Welsh unit of weight. Alternative form of hobbledehoy, the form of hobbist. Hobbises, plural of hobbises. Hobbit, alternative form of hobbit Old Welsh unit of weight. Alternative form of hobbledehoy. Hobbiteois, plural of hobbiteoi. Hobbin, alternative form of Hebesian. Hobby, a surname. Hobbes, plural of hobby. Hobby, present participle and gerund of hob. Hobbino, a hob, a rustic or yokel. Hobbinos, plural of hobbino. Hobbins, a surname transferred from the given name. Hobbinses, plural of hobbins. Hobbes, a surname originating as a patronymic. Hobbish, Hebrien. Hobbesa. Hebesianism, the philosophical system of Thomas Hobbes, support for this system. Hobbes, one who follows the doctrines of Thomas Hobbes, a Hobbesian. Hobbestic, characteristic of Hobbism. Hobbists, plural of hobbis. Hobbit, a member of a fictional race of small humanoids with shaggy hair and hairy feet. Hobbitask, resembling hobbits, small fictional humanoid or their homes built into the sides of hills. Hobbit, of or relating to hobbits. Hobbitish, somewhat like a hobbit, resembling a hobbit. Hobbili, resembling or befitting a hobbit. Hobbiness, the state or quality of a habit. Hobbitry, the world of hobbits, hobbits collectively. Hobbes, plural of hobbit. Hobbitias, plural of hobbit. Hobbity, synonym of hobbit-like. Hodda, one of the short straps tied between the legs of unfenced horses, allowing them to wander short distances but preventing them from running off. Hobble chain. Chain used to fetter horses or cattle. Hobble chains. Plural of hobble chain. Hobble knot. Synonym of handcuff knot. Hobble rope. Alternative form of hobble rope. Hobble ropes. Plural of hobble rope. Hobble skirt. A skirt with a narrow enough hem to significantly impede the wearer's stride or hobble the wearer. Hobble skirts. Plural of hobble skirt. Hobble bush. Alternative spelling of hobble bush. Hobble bushes. Plural of hobble bush. Hobble chain. Alternative form of hobble chain. Hobble chains. Plural of hobble chain. Hobble de hoy. Alternative form of hobble de hoy. Hobble de hoys. Plural of hobble de hoy. Hobble de hoy. Alternative form of hobble de hoy. Hobble de hoys. Plural of hobble de hoy. Hobble rope. Alternative form of hobble rope. Hobble ropes. Plural of hobble rope. Hobble skirted. Wearing a hobble skirt. Hobble bush. A low bush of species Viburnum lantanoides, having long, straggling branches and pretty flowers, found in the northern United States. Hobble bush is plural of hobble bush. Hobbled. Simple past and past participle of hobble. Hobble tehoy. An awkward adolescent youth. Hobble tehoidum. Hobble tehoy hood. Hobble tehoy hood. The period or time of being a hobbled that way. Awkward adolescence. Hobble dawoyish. Resembling or characteristic of a hobble dawoy. Hobble dawoyishness. The quality of being hobble dawoyish. Hobble dawoyism. Hobble dawoyhood. Hobble dawoys. Plural of hobble dawoy. Hobbler. One who by tenure was to maintain a horse for military service, a kind of light horseman in the Middle Ages who was mounted on a hobby. Hobble row. A rope that ties the legs together, hobbling the person or animal that is so tied up. Hobble ropes. Plural of hobble row. Hobblers. Plural of hobbler. Hobbles. Plural of hobble. Hobble shaw. Uproar, commotion. Hobble shaws. Plural of hobble shaw. Hobble some. Characterized or marked by hobbling. Hobble teoi. Archaic form of hobble deoi. Hobble teois. Plural of hobble teoi. Hobblei. Gerund of hobble, the movement of one who hobbles. Hobblingly. With a hobbling motion. Hobblings. Plural of hobbling. Hobbly. Uneven, rugged. Hoppe. A pail with two handles. Hobbex. Plural of hobbeck. Hob. A surname. Hobbly. Uneven, rugged. Hoppe. A pail with two handles. Hobbex. Plural of hobbeck. Hob. A surname originating as a patronymic. Hobsian. Rare form of Hebesian. Hobby. An English surname transferred from the given name. Hobby bobbies. Plural of hobby bobby. Hobby bobby. A special constable. Hobby desk. Synonym of hobby table. Hobby desks. Plural of hobby desk. Hobby horse. The Irish hobby, an extinct breed of horse. Hobby horses. Plural of hobby horse. Hobby knife. Synonym of craft knife. Hobby knives. Plural of hobby knife. Hobby lantern. Will O the wisp? Hobby lanterns. Plural of hobby lantern. Hobby table. A table for recreational activities such as drawing or crafting, sometimes incorporating drawers or cupboards and sometimes capable of being tilted up and down. Hobby tables. Plural of hobby table. Hobby horse. Alternative spelling of hobby horse. Hobby horses. Plural of hobby horse. Hobby craft produced as a hobby. Hobby crafts. Plural of hobby craft. Hobby horse. Alternative spelling of hobby horse. Hobby horses. Plural of hobby horse. Hobby horsical. Pertaining to or having a hobby or whim, eccentric, whimsical. Hobby horsically. In a hobby horsical manner. Hobbyism. An interest in hobbies. Hobbyisms. Plural of hobbyism. Hobbyist. A person who is interested in an activity or a subject as a hobby. Essay. Avoid pertaining to hobbyists, amateurishly enthusiastic. Hobbyists. Plural of hobbyists. Hobbyless. Without a hobby or hobbies. Hobbily. Resembling or characteristic of a hobby interest. Hobby. A surname from Middle English. Hobby. Simple past and past participle of hobday. Hobdang. Present participle and gerund of hobday. Hobdays. Plural of hobday. Hobday. Woy. Alternative form of hobbledawoy. Hobdawoy. Plural of hobbywoy. Hobby. A surname. Hobbies. Plural of hobby. Hobby. Obsolete spelling of hebe. Hobler. A type of mounted infantry during the Middle Ages who rode on hobbies. Hoblers. Plural of hobler. Hobler. Alternative spelling of hobler. Hoblers. Plural of hobler. Hoberdawoy. Alternative form of hobbledawoy. Hoberdawoys. Plural of hoberdawoy. Hober. A surname. Hobergs. Plural of hober. Hobert. A surname. Hoberts. Plural of hober. Hobgoblin. A small, ugly goblin that makes trouble for humans. Hobgoblinish. Resembling or characteristic of a hobgoblin. Hobgoblinism. Synonym of hobgoblinry. Hobgoblinry. Tales or folklore involving hobgoblins. Hobgoblins. Plural of hobgoblin. Hob. A surname. Hobweds. Plural of hob. Hobouchin. An owl. Hobouchins. Plural of hobouchin. Hobhouse. A surname. Hobhouses. Plural of hobhouse. Hobbler. In English medieval like cavalryman. Hobblers. Plural of hobbler. Hobbler. Alternative form of hobbler light horseman. Hobblers. Plural of hobbler. Hobbit. A small mortar on a gun carriage in use before the howitzer. Hobbes. Plural of hobbit. Hobda. An odd job, temporary, unspecialized employment. Hobdab. Simple past and past participle of hobjob. Hobjobbing. Present participle and gerund of hobjob. Hobjobs. Plural of hobjob. Hobo, a surname from German. Hoblos, without a hob for cooking. Hobly, a surname. Hoblies, plural of hobly. Hoblin, a goblin or hobgoblin-like creature. Hoblins, plural of hoblin. Hoblaw, a rustic, boorish person, yokel. Hoblobs, plural of hoblaw. Hobbles, plural of hobble. Hoblin, a surname originating as a patronymic. Hobnail, a short nail with a thick head typically used in boot soles. Hobnail boot, a heavy-duty, hard-wearing work boot with hobnails in the sole to make them last longer and to provide grip on muddy ground. Hobnail boots, plural of hobnail boot. Hobnail liver, a liver that is shrunken, hard, and covered with projections like hobnails resulting from cirrhosis. Hobnail livers, plural of hobnail liver. Hobnailed, having hobnails. Hobnailer, a hobnail boot. Hobnailers, plural of hobnailer. Hobnailing, present participle and gerund of hobnail. Hobnails, plural of hobnail. Hobma, a toast made while touching glasses together. Hobnob, simple past and past participle of hobnob. Hobnobber, one who hobnobs. Hobnobbers, plural of hobnobber. Hobnobbery, the active ending. Hobnobbing, present participle and gerund of hobnob. Hobbobbings, plural of hobnobbing. Hobnobby, casually chatty on familiar speaking terms. Hobnobs, third person singular simple present indicative of hobnob. Hobnob, the hobness or its tuber. Hobo, a wandering homeless person, especially historical one illegally traveling by rail or derogatory a penniless, unemployed bum. Hobo bag, a handbag or purse characterized by a crescent shape, a slouchy posture, and a long shoulder strap. Hobo bags, plural of hobo bag. Hobo egg, synonym of egg in a hole. Hobo jow, a nickname given to some homeless people, especially ones named Joe, John, etc. Hobo jungle, a makeshift encampment adjacent to a railroad freight carrier's property where train hoppers/hobos, tramps, or bums congregate while waiting for their outbound train. Hobo jungles, plural of hobo jungle. Hobo spider, any of a number of poisonous funnel web spiders, especially Tegenaria agrestes, indigenous to Europe. Hobo spiders, plural of hobo spider. Hobo stew, synonym of mulligan stew. Hobo stews, plural of hobo stew. Hobo stove, consisting of a can without the top and with openings near the bottom. Hobo stoves, plural of hobo stove. Hobodem, the world or sphere of hobos. Hobo, archaic spelling of hobo. Hobo, simple past and past participle of hobo. Hobos, plural of hobo. Hoboglyph, a sign usually chalked on a wall or walkway left by a hobo tramp to advise others of local conditions. Hoboglyphs, plural of hoboglyph. Hobohemia, a community of hobos. Hobohemian, of or pertaining to a hobohemia. Hobohemians, plural of hobohemian. Hobohemias, plural of hobohemia. Hoboish, present participle and gerund of hobo. Hoboish, resembling or characteristic of a hobo. Hoboism, the lifestyle or practices of hobos, vagrancy. Hoboken, a district of Antwerp, Belgium. Hoboite, resembling or characteristic of a hobo. Hobos, plural of hobo. Hobosexual, a person sexually attracted to tramps or hobos. Hobosexuality, the quality of being homosexual. Hobosexuals, plural of hobosexual. Hobi, a hot boy or abo. Hobos, plural of habor. Habro, a town in Mariagerfjord Municipality, North Jutland Region, Denmark. Habra, a surname. Had, plural of Hav. Hobsbawm, a surname. Hadebamian, of or relating to Eric Hobsbawm, 1917-2012, British Marxist historian of the rise of industrial capitalism, socialism, and nationalism. Hobson, a surname originating as a patronymic. Hobson's, ellipsis of Hobson's choice, the voice. Hobson's choice, a situation where an individual is presented with the illusion of a free choice, but in reality, there is only one option available, accepting the offer or having nothing at all. Hobson's choices, plural of Hobson's choice. Hobson Jobson, any Indian religious observance, especially the Muharram. Hobson Jobson, alternative letter case form of Hobson Jobson. Hobson Jobsonism, a word or phrase borrowed by one language from another and modified in pronunciation to fit the set of sounds the borrowing language typically uses. Hobson Jobsonisms, plural of Hobson Jobsonism. Hobson Jobsons, plural of Hobson Jobson. Hobson Jobsons, plural of Hobson Jobson. Hobsonville, a suburban area in Auckland, New Zealand, on the north side of Waitemata Harbour and named after William Hobson. Hove, a village in Hobie with Rotherby Parish, Melton Borough, Leicestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 6717. Hobie with Rotherby, a civil parish in Melton Borough, Leicestershire, England. A South Arabian language spoken in Yemen and Oman. Hosi, initialism of House of Commons. Hakartite, a tetragonal scale-nohedral brownish-gray mineral containing iron, silver, sulfur, and tin. Hahiku, alternative form of Hachiku. Hakowian, of or pertaining to Thomas Hackle C.1368 1426, English poet and clerk. Hakuian, alternative form of Hakovian. Hako, a bird, the crested curassow or royal pheasant, Crax elector. Hakos, plural of Hako. Hakos, plural of Hako. Height, initialism of homosexual obsessive-compulsive disorder and anxiety disorder experienced by non-homosexuals characterized by recurring thoughts or fears that one is homosexual. Hosema, alternative form of Al-Hosema. Hosni, a commune of Vaslui County, Romania. Hosvar, a surname from Slovene. Hosvars, plural of Hosvar. Hochber, A surname. Hochberg. Plural of Hochberg. Hodsdaw, a part stadtteil of the town of Erkrath, North Rhine-Westphalia, Germany, formerly a municipality. Hochelaga, a former village in the island of Montreal, St. Lawrence River, North America. Hochelaga Archipelago, a cluster of islands located at the confluence of the Ottawa and St. Lawrence Rivers. Hochelaga Maisonneuve, a neighborhood of Mercier Hochelaga Maisonneuve, both city of Montreal, island of Montreal, region of Montreal, province of Quebec, Canada, a former district of Montreal. Hochelagate, a monoclinic white mineral containing calcium, hydrogen, niobium, oxygen, sodium, and strontium. Hotchipotches, plural of hotchipotch. Hotchalter, a surname. Hotchalters, plural of Hotchalter. Hotheimer, a wine from Hochheim, Maine, Germany. Hotheimers, plural of Hochheimer. Hotchiku, alternative form of Hotchiku. Hochkirch, a municipality of Botzen District, Saxony, Germany. Hodgman, a surname. Hodgmans, plural of Hodgman. Hochmeister, a Grand Master of the Teutonic Order. Hochmeisters, plural of Hochmeister. Hochstyled, a surname from German. Hochstein, a surname. Hochsteins, plural of Hochstein. Hochstadler, a surname. Hochstadlers, plural of Hochstadler. Hotshaw, a surname from Polish. Hochwohlgeboren, high-born, aristocratic, of noble birth. Hosai posai, plural of hocus pocus. Hasicudo, any South American rodent in the genus Oxymicterus. Hotic, a Rhenish wine of a light yellow color, either sparkling or still, from the Hochheim region, often applied to all Rhenish wines. Hochdelai, a food accoutrement used to secure the hock-hind legs of a bird such as a chicken or turkey during roasting and are typically composed of heat-resistant nylon or metal. Hockalox, plural of hock-lock. Hock Monday, the Monday of the Old Festival of Hochtai. Hock process, Humine process. Octide, alternative form of Hochtide. Hock Tuesday, the Tuesday of the Old Festival of Hochtai. Octai, alternative form of Hochtai. Hockaday, a surname. Hockadays, plural of Hockaday. Hockamore, a Rhenish white wine. Hockshoe, obsolete form of Hockshoe. Hockday, synonym of Hocktide. Oct, simple participle of Hock. Hockenberry, a surname. Hockenberries, plural of Hockenberry. Hockenberry, a surname from German. Hockenberries, plural of Hockenberry. Hockenheim, a town in Rhein-Neckar-Kreis district, Baden. Württemberg, Germany. Hockenheim, a former civil parish now in Tarvin Parish, Cheshire West and Chester District, Cheshire. England OS Grudref SJ 4765. Hockenhalls, plural of Hockenhall. Hockensmith, a surname. Hockensmiths, plural of Hockensmith. Hawker, one who hawks or pawns an item. Hockerville, an eastern suburb of Bishop's Stortford, East Hertfordshire District, Hertfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 4921. Hawkers, plural of hawker. In medieval music, a rhythmic linear technique using the alternation of notes, pitches, or chords. A single melody is shared between two or occasionally more voices such that alternately one voice sounds while the other rests. Hockative, employing hockets. Hocketing, the act of traversing a hocket. Hocketer, a person who traverses a hocket. Hawkus, plural of hocket. Otte, a surname. Hocketer, obsolete form of hocketer. Hawkus, plural of hocket. Hockey, any of a family of sports in which hockey sticks are used to move a ball or puck into a goal. Hockey bag, a large bag for all the equipment of a hockey player. Hockey skates, hockey stick, shin pads, shoulder pads, helmet, puck, etc. Hockey bags, plural of hockey bag. Hockey ball, a small hard ball used in the sport of hockey field hockey. Hockey balls, plural of hockey ball. Hockey hair, the mullet hairstyle. Hockey mom, a soccer mom. Hockey moms, plural of hockey mom. Hockey net, a goal cage that contains the scoring zone where the hockey puck must enter to score a goal. Hockey nets, plural of hockey net. Hockey player, an ice hockey player. Hockey players, plural of hockey player. Hockey puck, a small black flat roundel of hardened rubber used as a playing piece in ice hockey to score points by moving the puck into the opponent's goal net. Hockey pucks, plural of hockey puck. Hockey rink, an ice surface delimited and with goal nets which people play ice hockey. Hockey rinks, plural of hockey rink. Hockey skate, a type of ice skate used in ice hockey with a smooth skate blade attached to a skate boot via two pillars, one at the heel and one at the ball of the foot. Hockey skates, plural of hockey skate. Hockey sock, a form-fitting ankle-to-thigh garment without a foot section worn over protective gear by ice hockey players. Hockey socks, plural of hockey sock. Hockey stick, a stick used to handle the ball in field hockey, having a flat-faced hook at the end. Hockey stick curve, a curve on a graph depicting a statistical or numerical trend with a long gradual rise followed by a steep increase over the short term. Hockey stick curves, plural of hockey stick curve. Hockey sticks, plural of hockey stick. Hockey stop, a method of stopping by rapidly bringing the feet perpendicular to the direction of motion. Hockey stops, plural of hockey stop. Hockey tape, fabric tape used to wrap the hockey blade of a hockey stick. Hawk air, a hockey player. Hawk airs, plural of hawk air. Hawkeyes, a hockey player. Hawkeyes, plural of Hawkeyes. Hockulus, without hockey. Hockuli, resembling the game of hockey or some aspect of it. Hockeys, plural of hockey. Hockey town, a nickname for any of a number of cities, towns, or communities in the United States or Canada that have a history and reputation of participating in the sport of ice hockey. Hotto, a civil parish in Breckland District, Norfolk, England, which includes the village of Great Hockham. The civil parish is also often called Great Hockham, OS Grid Ref TL 9592. Hockley, a suburb of Perth, in the city of Wanneroo, Western Australia, named after landowner Herbert Hocking. Hocking County, one of 88 counties in Ohio, United States. County seat, Logan. Hockings, a surname. Hockall, a knob in cordage caused by twisting against the leg. Hockled, simple past and past participle of hockle. Hockles, third person singular simple present indicative of hockle. Hockley, a place name. Hockley County, one of 254 counties in Texas, United States. County seat, Levelland. Hockleys, plural of Hockley. Hockling, present participle of hockle. Hockley, present participle and gerund of hockle. Hogman, a surname. Hogmans, plural of Hogman. Hotney, a surname. Hottis, plural of Hock. Hot shop, a pawn shop. Hawk shops, plural of hawk shop. Hawk Day, a medieval English festival celebrated on the second Monday and Tuesday after Easter Sunday. The festivities involved men and women tying each other up and demanding a kiss or other payment for release. Alcohol, hypochlorous acid. Hodum, initialism of hypertrophic obstructive cardiomyopathy. Hockham, plural of Hockham. Hocken, cyanic acid CNO. Huff, alternative form of HOCO. Hove, alternative form of HOCO. Hove, clipping of homecoming tradition in colleges and high schools. HOCO queen, synonym of homecoming queen. HOCO queens, plural of HOCO queen. Hove, plural of HOCO. Hocos, plural of HOCO. Hocus, plural of HOCO. Huff, alternative spelling of hokum. Hokims, plural of hokum. Hocus, to play a trick on, to trick someone, to hoax, to cheat. Pocus and pocus, alternative form of hocus pocus. Hocus pocus, alternative spelling of hocus pocus. Hocus pocus, alternative form of hocus pocus. Hocus pocusers, plural of hocus pocus. Hocus pocus, a phrase used by a stage magician, etc., as a magical incantation to bring about some change. Abracadabra, hey presto. Hocus pocus, simple past and past participle of hocus pocus. Hocus pocuser, one who hocus pocuses. Hocus pocusers, plural of hocus pocuser. Hocus pocuses, third person singular simple present indicative of hocus pocus. Hocus pocusing, present participle and gerund of hocus pocus. Hocus pocus, simple past and past participle of hocus pocus. Hocus pocuser, alternative form of hocus pocuser. Hocus pocusers, plural of hocus pocuser. Hocus pocuses, plural of hocus pocus. Hocus pocusing, present participle and gerund of hocus pocus. Hocus, simple past and past participle of hocus. Hocused and pocus, simple past and past participle of hocus and pocus. Hocused pocus, simple past and past participle of hocus pocus. Hocuses, third person singular simple present indicative of hocus. Hocuses and pocuses, plural of hocus and pocus. Hocuses pocuses, third person singular simple present indicative of hocus pocus. Hocusing, present participle and gerund of hocus. Hocusing and pocusing, present participle and gerund of hocus and pocus. Hocusing pocusing, present participle and gerund of hocus pocus. Hocus pocus, alternative spelling of hocus pocus. Hocus pocus, simple past and past participle of hocus pocus. Hocus pocuses, third person singular simple present indicative of hocus pocus. Hocus pocusing, present participle and gerund of hocus pocus. Hocus, simple past and past participle of hocus. Hocust and pocus, simple past and past participle of hocus and pocus. Hocust pocus, simple past and past participle of hocus pocus. Hocuses, third person singular simple present indicative of hocus. Hocuses and pocuses, third person singular simple present indicative of hocus and pocus. Hocuses boxes, third person singular simple present indicative of hocus pocus. Hocusing, present participle and gerund of hocus. Hocusing and pocusing, present participle and gerund of hocus and pocus. Hocusing pocusing, present participle and gerund of hocus pocus. Hovet, a surname. Hokeths, plural of hoke. Audit, abbreviation of head of department. Alternative form of herther. Hod boy, a boy employed to convey coal to wagons in the working place. Hod boys, plural of hod boy. Head carrier, a bricklayer's or mason's laborer who carries bricks, mortar, cement, and the like in a hod. Hod carriers, plural of head carrier. Havda, a surname from Arabic. Hadat, someone who comes to the beach and has a surfboard, but never surfs, or that surfs poorly and annoys the local seasoned surfers. Hadades, plural of hadadi. Hadadi, synonym of hadat. Hadads, plural of hadad. Hadai, a fictional animal in Wisconsin folklore, having a head like an ox, the bulging eyes of a frog, huge claws, a row of spikes down its back, and a dinosauric body and tail. Hadags, plural of hadai. A surname. Hadaps, plural of hadap. Howdes, plural of hoda. Hodded, simple past and past participle of hod. Hodden, a coarse Scottish woolen cloth. Hodden grey, a coarse cloth made of undyed wool, formerly worn by Scottish peasants. Hoddengry, alternative form of Hoddengray. Hoddens, plural of Hodden. Hadai, alternative form of Hadiak. Hadiaks, plural of Hadiak. Otter, an English surname originating as an occupation for the trade name Hodder. Hodders, plural of Hodder. Hoddesdon, a town in Broxbourne District, Hertfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 365,085. Hoddeson, a surname. Hoddesons, plural of Hoddeson. Hoddy, synonym of hod carrier. Hoddes, plural of hoddy. Hoddy, present participle and gerund of ha. Hadinai, a surname. Hada, a surname. Hadal, simple past and past participle of hadal. Hadals, third person singular simple present indicative of hadal. Hadle, present participle and gerund of hadal. Adai, alternative form of hadiak. Hadex, plural of hadak. Hadi-p, alternative form of hadi-peak. Hadi-peaks, plural of hadi-peak. Hadi-I, as male. Hadi-nads, plural of hadi-dad. Hadi-p, a fool, person of low intelligence. Hadi-peaks, plural of hadi-peak. Adadis, plural of hadadadi. Adadadi, an awkward or foolish person. Hov, to ordain, consecrate, admit to a religious order. Hodgetria, an iconographic depiction of the Virgin Mary and Christ child. Hodgetrias, plural of hodgetria, consecrate, admit to a religious order. Hodgetria, an iconographic depiction of the Virgin Mary and Christ child. Hodgetrias, plural of hodgetria. Odida, alternative form of alhudeda. Hodal, a surname. Hodals, plural of hodal. Hodening, alternative spelling of hoodening. Hounds, third person singular simple present indicative of hod. Hodval, enough to fill a hod. Hodvals, plural of hodful. Hodithan, a surname. Hodgtons, plural of Hodgton. Odd, a surname originating as a patronymic. Hodge decomposition, a decomposition of a differential form according to the Hodge theorem. Hodge decompositions, plural of Hodge. Decomposition. Hodge dual, the dual that results from exchanging the electric field and the magnetic field in Maxwell's equations, which describe electromagnetic motion in four-dimensional spacetime. Hodge duals, plural of Hodge dual. Hodge star, a linear map defined on the exterior algebra of a finite-dimensional oriented vector space endowed with a non-degenerate symmetric bilinear form. Applying the operator to an element of the algebra produces the Hodge dual of the element. Hodge stars, plural of Hodge star. Hodge theory, one aspect of the study of differential forms of a smooth manifold M. More specifically, it works out the consequences for the cohomology groups of M with real coefficients of the partial differential equation theory of generalized Laplacian operators associated to a Riemannian metric on M. Hodgepodge, alternative form of hodgepodge. Hodgepodges, plural of hodgepodge. Hodgepodgey, mixed up, jumbled. Hodgman County, one of 105 counties in Kansas, United States. County seat, Jetmore. Hodgem, a surname transferred from the given name. Hodgins, a surname. Hodgenses, plural of Hodgins. Hodgenville, a city, the county seat of LaRue County, Kentucky, United States. Hodai, a surname transferred from the given name. Hodgepodge, a collection containing a variety of miscellaneous things. Hodgepodge, simple past and past participle of hodgepodge. Hodgepodgery, miscellany. Hodgepodges, plural of hodgepodge. Hodgepodging, present participle and gerund of hodgepodge. Odyas, a surname originating as a patronymic. Hodge's number, an identification number used for types of North American moth. Hodge's numbers, plural of Hodge's number. Hodges, plural of Hodges. Ode, a surname transferred from the given name. Hoditz, a surname originating as a patronymic. Adi, a nickname of the surname Hodge. Hodgen, a surname transferred from the given name. Hodgens, a surname originating as a patronymic. Hodgkin, a surname originating as a patronymic. Hodgkin lymphoma, synonym of Hodgkin's lymphoma. Hodgkin lymphomas, plural of Hodgkin lymphoma. Hodgkin's disease, former name of Hodgkin's lymphoma. Hodgkin's lymphoma, a malignant lymphoid neoplasm characterized by the formation of large tumor cells, Reed-Sternberg cells in the lymph nodes. Hodgkin's lymphomas, plural of Hodgkin's lymphoma. Hodgkins, a surname originating as a patronymic. Hodgkinsign, an alkaloid found in plants of the Psychotria genus and others with antiviral, antibacterial, and antifungal effects. Hodgkinson, a surname originating as a patronymic. Hodgkinsonite, a rare monoclinic zinc manganese silicate mineral with the chemical formulas En2MnCOOH, having a pink, red, or yellow-red color. Hodgkinson, a surname originating as a patronymic. Hodgdis, a surname originating as a patronymic. Hodgkises, plural of Hodgkis. Hodgkisson, a surname originating as a patronymic. Hodimon, a surname. Hodimans, plural of Hodgman. Hodgkin, a surname transferred from the given name. Hodgson, a surname transferred from the given name. Hodicentrism, the practice of viewing today's problems as natural and eternal. Hodiern, of this day, present day. Hodiernal, of or pertaining to the present day or today. Hodiern. Hodiernal tense, referring to events of today in an absolute tense or of the day under consideration in a relative tense. Hodiernal tenses, plural of hodiernal tense. Hodiernally, in a hodiernal manner in the present day, today. Ada, a Muslim schoolmaster. Hades, plural of Hadja. Hodgkin, a surname transferred from the given name. Hodkinson, a surname originating as a patronymic. Hadal, alternative letter case form of hodl. Hadal, to hoard a kind of cryptocurrency, especially Bitcoin. Adalad, simple past and past participle of hodl. Adel, simple past and past participle of hodl. Adler, alternative letter case form of hodler. Hodler, a hoarder of cryptocurrency. Hodlers, plural of hodler. Hodlers, plural of hodler. Hodley, present participle and gerund of hodl. Hodley, present participle and gerund of hodl. Hodl, third person singular simple present indicative of hodl. Hodls, third person singular simple present indicative of hodl. Hodmandai, alternative form of Hodmandad. Hodmandads, plural of Hodmadad. Hodman, synonym of Hod carrier. Hodmandad, as noun. Hodmandads, plural of Hodmandad. Hodman, plural of hodmen. Hodnet. A village and civil parish in Shropshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 613286. Hodnets, plural of Hodnet. Hodnet, a surname. Hodnets, plural of Hodnet. Hodo, a surname. Hodo, road, path, travel. Hodet, a village and commune of Sărumer County, Romania. Hodage, a ward of Yokohama, Kanagawa Prefecture, Japan. Hodograph, a curve described by the moving extremity of a line whose other end is fixed, this line being constantly parallel to the direction of motion of and having its length constantly proportional to the velocity of a point moving in any path, used in investigations respecting central forces. Hodographic, relating to a hodograph. Hodographs, plural of hodograph. Hodologit, relating to hedology. Hodological, relating to hedology. Hodologically, in terms of hedology. Hedologist, one who studies hedology. Hedologists, plural of hedologists. Hedology, the study of pathways. Pedometer, dated form of odometer. Pedometers, plural of pedometer. Hodometric, obsolete form of odometric. Hodometrical, obsolete form of odometrical. Pedometry, obsolete form of odometry. Hodonym, alternative form of odonym. Hodonymic, of or relating to hodonymy. Hodonyms, plural of hodonym. Hodonymy, the naming of streets and roads. Hodophile, someone affected by hodophilia, a lover of traveling. Hodophiles, plural of hodophile. Hodophilia, a love of traveling. Hodophilic, affected by hodophilia, having a love or an inclination for traveling. Hodophobe, someone affected by hodophobia, someone having a fear of or aversion to traveling. Hodophobes, plural of hodophobe. Hodophobia, a fear of or aversion to traveling. Hodophobic, of the dendrites of neurons, tending not to form branches. Hodos, plural of hodo. A village and municipality in Primož region, Slovenia. Hodoscope, a device consisting of multiple detectors that is used to track the path of cosmic rays and other subatomic particles. Hodoscopes, plural of hodoscope. Hodotopical, relating to a pathway or route. Hod, plural of HOD. Hod, plural of Hod. Hodson, a surname. Hodsons, plural of Hodson. Hodsful, plural of Hodful. Hodson, a surname transferred from the given name. Hodsons, plural of Hodson. Hodolcine, a glycoside isolated from the leaves of Hevenia dulcis thun, the Japanese raisin tree. It is an anti-sweet compound. Hodzik, a surname from Serbo-Croatian. Hodziks, plural of Hodzik. Of, alternative spelling of Hor. Ho, and Worthing, a civil parish in Breckland, District, Norfolk, England, which includes these two villages. Ho around. Synonym of cat around, sleep around, have sex with various partners. Ho bat. Alternative spelling of ho bag. Ho bags. Plural of ho bag. Ho down. Misspelling of ho down. Ho then. To eat a large volume of food. To begin eating. Ho into. Alternative form of ho in. Ho nightshade. Solanum ceratroids. Ho nightshades. Plural of ho nightshade. Ho one's row. To do one's share of a job. Ho that. Alternative spelling of ho bag. Ho bags. Plural of ho bag. Ho down. Alternative spelling of ho down. Ho downs. Plural of ho down. Ho farming. Primitive forms of agriculture defined by the absence of the plow. Ho love it. A New Zealand surname. Ho the. A promiscuous woman. Ho bags. Plural of ho bag. Ho dig. A type of cornbread or cornmeal cake made with water and salt. It was originally baked before the fire or in the ashes on a type of iron pan called a hoe. In modern times, it is fried in cooking oil in a skillet. Hoe cakes. Plural of hoe cake. Over. A surname. Hov. Simple past and past participle of ho. Hoed around. Simple past and past participle of ho around. Hoed in. Simple past and past participle of ho in. Hoed into. Simple past and past participle of ho into. Hoed one's row. Simple past and past participle of ho one's row. Ho the. A hoe-like tool used to plant trees. Hodads. Plural of hodad. Hodad. Alternative form of hodad tree planting tool. Hodads. Plural of hodai. Hodai. Alternative form of hodiak. Hodiaks. Plural of hodiak. Hodiak. A Korean dish resembling bibimbap, but made with sliced or cubed raw fish. Hodang. A type of American folk or square dance. Hodown. Simple past and past participle of hodown. Hodowning. Present participle and gerund of hodown. Hodowns. Plural of hodown. Over. A surname. Overs. Plural of Hofer. Hovener. A surname from German. Hovders. Plural of Hofner. Hoflation. The increase in costs for a man to maintain a relationship with a woman while the quality of the woman continues to decrease. Hofler. A surname. Hovlers. Plural of Hofler. Hofley. A surname. Hoflings. Plural of Hofling. Hos. A surname from Dutch. Hoses. Plural of Hofs. Hot. A surname. Hots. Plural of Hofs. Hogbamite. Alternative form of Hergamite. Hoger. A surname from German. Hogers. Plural of Hoger. Ho. A surname. Ho. A surname. Hovens. Plural of Hoen. Hovens. Plural of Hone. Hoe. Present participle and gerund of ho. Hoeing around. Present participle and gerund of ho around. Hoing yin, present participle and gerund of ho in. Hoing into, present participle and gerund of ho into. Hoing one's row, present participle and gerund of ho one's row. Hoings, plural of hoing. Hovish, like a ho-hor. Hovisa. The ideology or mentality of how a person it. Hojabi, a sexually promiscuous woman who wears a hijab. Hodebes. Plural of Hojabi. Hoogstwaard, an island and municipality of South Holland, Netherlands. Hoeksama, a surname. Hoeksames, plural of Hoeksama. Hoekstra, a surname. Hoekstras, plural of Hoekstra. Ulf, a surname. Holai, resembling or characteristic of a hoe agricultural implement. Holite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. Hose, plural of hoe. Hosier, a surname. Holiers, plural of Holscher. Holte, a surname. Holzel, a surname from German. Holzels, plural of Holzel. Holzel, a surname from Alemannic German of Swiss German origin, from Alemannic German Hals wood plus la diminutive suffix. Hove, a surname. Honigs, plural of Honing. Hober, a surname from German. Hobers, plural of Hober. Hoper, a surname. Hover, a surname from German. Hobers, plural of Hobner. Hober, one who hoes. Hoberner, a surname. Hoberners, plural of Hoerner. Hohenesite, alternative form of Hernesite. Hoverella, a traditional Maori hand weapon. Hoerellas, plural of Hoeroa. Hover, a surname. Hoers, plural of Hoer. Hoers, plural of Hoer. Horyang, a city in North Hanjiang Province, North Korea across the Tumen River from Longjing, Yanmian, Jilin, China. Horyang, alternative form of Hoeryang. Hos, plural of ho. Hose around, third person singular simple present indicative of ho around. Hose before bros. A woman should prioritize her female friends over her boyfriend or husband. Hohen, third person singular simple present indicative of ho in. Hose into, third person singular simple present indicative of ho into. Hose one's row, third person singular simple present indicative of ho one's row. Haletta, a surname. Howe, a surname from Irish. Hoey's, plural of Hoey. Ha, initialism of Hall of Fame. Hovef, initialism of Hall of Fame. Ha, an independent town in the Upper Franconia region, Bavaria, Germany. Hof van Twent, a municipality of Overijssel, Netherlands. Hofeiger, a surname. Hofeigers, plural of Hofecker. Hafen, a flat rice noodle, commonly used in Cantonese cuisine. Hofbauer, surname. Hofbauers, plural of Hofbauer. Hofburg, the principal residence of the Habsburg dynastic rulers and, later, of the President of Austria, located in Vienna, metonymically, the Habsburg regime. Hof I, alternative form of Hefe. Hofer, a Hall of Famer. Hover, a surname. Hofers, plural of a chauffeur. Hovers, plural of Hofer. David Hasselhoff. Hof crab, a species of lobster, Kiwa tyleri, that inhabits deep-sea hydrothermal vents near Antarctica. Hof crabs, plural of Hof crab. Hoffa, a surname. Hoffa's fat pad, a cylindrical piece of fat that is situated under and behind the patella bone within the knee. Hoffa's fat pads, plural of Hoffa's fat pad. Hoffar, a surname from German. Hoffars, plural of Hoffar. Hoffas, plural of Hoffa. Hoffenberg, a surname from German. Hoffenbergs, plural of Hoffenberg. Hover, a surname. Hodders, plural of Hoffer. Hoverd, a surname. Hofferts, plural of Hoffert. Hofes, a home office. Hoffices, plural of Hoffice. Hoffler, a surname from German. Hofflers, plural of Hoffler. Hoffman, a number of places in the United States. Hoffman Estates, a village in Illinois, United States. Hoffman Simulator, a pyrotechnic device used to simulate tank gunfire for training purposes. Hoffman Simulators, plural of Hoffman Simulator. Hoffman, alternative spelling of Hoffman surname. Mannion, or relating to E. Hoffman 1776 1822, German Romantic author of fantasy and Gothic horror, jurist, composer, music critic, and artist. Hofmaster, a surname from German. Hofmasters, plural of Hofmaster. Hofmeister, a surname from German. Hofmeisters, plural of Hofmeister. Hofmeier, a surname. Hofmeiers, plural of Hofmeier. Hofner, a surname. Hofners, plural of Hofner. Hofburr, a surname. Hofburrs, plural of Hofburr. Hovland, a surname from Dutch. Hoflands, plural of Hofland. Hoffman, a surname. Hoffman, a surname. Hoffman degradation, synonym of Hoffman rearrangement. Hoffman degradations, plural of Hoffman degradation. Hoffman elimination, an elimination reaction of an amine to form alkenes. Hoffman eliminations, plural of Hoffman elimination. Hoffman product, the alkene resulting from Hoffman elimination. In contrast to usual elimination reactions, where Zaitse's rule predicts the formation of the most stable alkene, it is the least stable alkene, the one with fewest substituents on the carbons of the double bond. Hoffman products, plural of Hoffman product. Hoffman rearrangement, The reaction of prairie amid to prairien with one could unless it involves oxidation of the nitrogen followed by rearrangement of the carbonyl and nitrogen to give an isocyanate intermediate. Hoffman rearrangements. Plural of Hoffman rearrangement. Hoffman's violet. Any of a number of purple or violet dyes made by introducing various alkyl groups into the rosnylene molecule. Hoffman's violets. Plural of Hoffman's violet. Hoffman's. Plural of Hoffman. Hofmeister. A surname. Hofmeisters. Plural of Hofmeister. Plural of HOF. Hof-thas. Plural of Hof. Hofs. Plural of Hof. Hofspalt. A surname from German. Hofstetter. A surname. Hofstetter's law. The self-referential adage that a task always takes longer than expected, even when Hofstadter's law is taken into account. Hofstadterian, of or pertaining to Douglas Hofstadter, born 1945, American academic whose areas of research include cognition and creativity. Hofstadian, of or relating to Geert Hofstede, born 1928, Dutch social psychologist, known for pioneering research on cross-cultural groups and organizations. Hafsene, Eniacal in a family Hafsene. Hofstadter, a surname. Hofstadters, plural of Hofstadter. Hoftezer, a surname. Hava, a city in eastern province of Saudi Arabia. Have, any animal belonging to the Suidae family of mammals, especially the pig, the warthog, and the boar. Hog age, the period of adolescence. Hog ages, plural of hog age. Hog apple, the nanai, fruit of the Morinda citrifolia tree. Hog apples, plural of hog apple. Hog badger, synonym of Eurasian badger. Hog bed, like a podium. Hog beds, plural of hog bed. Hog bull, a yearling bull. Hog call, a loud, shrill call made to attract domestic hogs. Hog caller, an individual who makes hog calls. Hog callers, plural of hog collar. Hog calling, the making of hog calls, often taking place during a competition. Hog calls, plural of hog call. Hog caterpillar, the larva of the Virginia creeper sphinx. Hog chain, a chain or a tie rod passing from the bow of a vessel to its stern, used in a ship in order to prevent hogging. Hog chains, plural of hog chain. Hog cholera, swine fever caused by pestivirus CCS. Hog cistern, a trough for pigs from which to eat. Hog cisterns, plural of hog cistern. Hog colt, a yearling colt. Hog constable, a hogreave. Hog constables, plural of hog constable. Hog coat, alternative form of hog goat. Hog coats, plural of hog coat. Hog deer, any deer of the genus Axis. Hog deers, plural of hog deer. Hog farm, synonym of pig farm. Hog farmer, synonym of pig farmer. Hog farmers, plural of hog farmer. Hog farms, plural of hog farm. Hog fat, a hog's fat or lard. Hog feast, a feast or celebration held following the killing of the family pig by a cottager or peasant. Hog feasts, plural of hog feasts. Hog fennel. Any meadow and woodland plant with smell, taste, or appearance of fennel, especially of hog fever, synonym of swine fever. Hog flu, synonym of swine flu. Hog fuel, an unprocessed mixture of coarse chips of bark and wood fiber. Pieces run from a coarse grade of less than 5 to a fine grade of less than 2. Hog fuels, plural of hog fuel. Hog grass, Polygonum aviculaire. Hog gum, the gum obtained from Symphonia globulifera. Hog gum tree, Morinobia coccinea. Hog gum trees, plural of hog gum tree. Hog gums, plural of hog gum. Hog heaven, a state of contented bliss. Hog house, alternative form of hog house. Hog houses, plural of hog house. Hog island, any port town or out of the way place. Hog islands, plural of hog island. Hod jaw, the mouth of a pig, especially when used as food. Hog jaws, plural of hog jaw. Hog Latin, synonym of dog Latin. Hog leg, alternative spelling of hog leg. Hog legs. Plural of hog leg. Hog line, the line in which the stone must completely cross to be considered in play. Hog line violation, the failure to release a stone before crossing the near hog line. Hog line violations, plural of hog line violation. Hog lines, plural of hog line. Hog loom, a sunk receptacle or trough especially of brick to throw therein the wash and refuse for pigs to eat. Hog looms, plural of hog loom. Hog maw, pig tripe. Hog maws, plural of hog maw. Hog millet, poso millet, Panica miliaceum. Hog millets, plural of hog millet. Hog mollies, plural of hog molly. Hog molly, a very large and obese player, especially in the offensive line. Hog money, a type of currency that circulated in the Somers Isles, Bermuda during the early 17th century. Hog mouse, the northern bog lemming. Hog peanut, a plant native to eastern North America that produces edible nut-like seeds both above ground and underground, Amphicarpia bractida. Hog peanuts, plural of hog peanut. Hog play, synonym of swine fever. Hog plum, any of several types of plants that produce plum-like fruit. Hog plums, plural of hog plum. Hog potato, any species or cultivar of potato or sweet potato so disagreeable in taste and slash or small that it is preferably employed to feed pigs. Hog potatoes, plural of hog potato. Hog pox, synonym of swine pox. Hog reeve, alternative spelling of hog reeve. Hog reeves, plural of hog reeve. Hog rifle, a type of long-barreled hunting rifle. Hog rifles, plural of hog rifle. Hog ring, alternative spelling of hog ring. Hog rings, plural of hog ring. Hog rubber, alternative spelling of hog rubber. Hog rubbers, plural of hog rubber. Hog rump, The rump of a horse as fat as that of pig and considered for barbecuing, etc. Hog rumps, plural of hog rump. Hog scraper, a tool used to clean a hog after slaughter. Hog stag, synonym of Indian hog deer. Hog tapir, synonym of Baird's tapir. Hog tight, a pig-proof fence. Hog tights, plural of hog tight. Hog town, any poor town or out-of-the-way place. Hog towns, plural of hog town. Hog train, a train for transporting pigs. Hog trains, plural of hog train. Hog tub, alternative spelling of hog tub. Hog tubs, plural of hog tub. Hog up, to take up, grab, or claim all of something. Hog waller, any poor town or out-of-the-way place that is populated by hillbillies and their farm animals. Hog wallers, plural of hog waller. Hog wallow, a shallow depression denuded of vegetation and potentially muddy created by the wallowing of hogs. Hog wallows, plural of hog wallow. Hog's Back, a long ridge between Guildford and Farnham in Surrey, England, traversed for much of its length by the A31 trunk road. Hog's Bane, a plant of species Chenopodiastrum murale nettle-leaved goosefoot. Hog's Banes, plural of hog's bane. Hog's Bed, alternative form of hog bed. Hog's Beds, plural of hog's bed. Hog's bread, synonym of sow bread. Hog's breads, plural of hog's bread. Hog's face, synonym of hog face. Hog's garlic, rancens of species Allium ursinum. Hog's leg, alternative form of hog leg. Hog's potato, synonym of Zygodenus. Hog's pudding, a kind of spicy sausage containing suet, bread, oatmeal, or barley. Hog's snout, an undetermined or unidentified plant, purportedly sothisol or dandelion. Hog's wort, a plant of the genus Pusidanum. Hog's back, alternative form of hogback. Hogate, synonym of papio. Hogbay, synonym of piglet. Hogbacked, alternative form of hogbacked. Hogbaying, a sport in which one or more bay dogs are put into a pen and attempt to contain a wild hog for a defined amount of time. Hogbed, alternative form of hogbed. Hogbeds, plural of hogbed. Hog beetle, a weevil of the family Curculionidae. Hog cistern, alternative spelling of hog cistern. Hog cisterns, plural of hog cistern. Hog corn ratio, the number of bushels of corn equal in value to 100 pounds of live hogs, used by farmers to decide whether it is more lucrative to sell their corn or to feed hogs with it and sell those. Hog corn ratios, plural of hog corn ratio. Hog dogging, a spectator event that simulates wild or feral boar hunting with dogs. A hog is released into a pen, followed by one or two dogs that attempt to control or subdue it by barking and confrontation. Hog face, a person having a hog-like or otherwise ugly face. Hog face date, a hog gate. Hog faces, plural of hog face. Hog fever. Alternative spelling of hog fever. Hog gum. Alternative spelling of hog gum. Hog gums. Plural of hog gum. Hog loom. Alternative spelling of hog loom. Hog looms. Plural of hog loom. Hog mane. Of a horse, having the mane cut short. Hog monkey. Synonym of Papio. Hog Morse. Error-ridden Morse code transmitted by an inexperienced or inept operator. Hog-nosed skunk. Any animal of the genus Chenepades found from southwestern U.S. through South America. Hog-nosed skunks. Plural of hog-nosed skunk. Hog pen. Alternative spelling of hogpen. Hog pens. Plural of hog pen. Hog play. Alternative spelling of hog play. Hog plum. Alternative spelling of hog plum. Hog plums. Plural of hog plum. Hog rabbit. Funiculus paca. Hog rat. The fuchsia. Hog reeve. Alternative spelling of hog reeve. Hog reeves. Plural of hog reeve. Hog ring. Alternative spelling of hog ring. Hog rings. Plural of hog ring. Hog rubber. A coarse fellow only fit to such work as rubbing hogs. Hog rubbers. Plural of hog rubber. Hog slip. Any types of plants used as food for pigs. Hog tie. To tie the feet of person or animal together, originally all four legs of a quadruped. Hog tie. Simple past and past participle of hog tie. Hog tying. Present participle and gerund of hog tie. Ties. Plural of hog tie. Hog tight. Alternative spelling of hog tight. Hog tights. Plural of hog tight. Hog tooth spar. A type of calcite occurring as crystals that are sharply pointed. Hog tray.